Hi everyone, welcome to this Advanced English vocabulary course. The words covered in this course are words that most adult native English speakers know, but that English learners often don't learn because they're not words that we use every day. That being said, the words in this course are essential to know if you want to get a high score in the TOEFL. They're also useful if you plan on sitting another English exam, such as the IELTS or the PTE, or if you just generally like to improve your English vocabulary. A common reason for not doing well in these types of exams is a lack of vocabulary. In other words, not knowing enough words. And it can be hard to learn a lot of words in a short space of time. That's why I've designed this course to make it easy to learn lots of words quickly. The key to remembering words is repetition. It's not normally enough just to hear them or read them once. So at the end of each topic, you'll have a quiz to do, as well as an audio file which includes all of the words that you have already seen. Okay guys, let's get started. The first topic is agriculture. Word number 1 is crop. Crop is a countable noun. It can mean a plant, such as a grain, fruit, or vegetable grown by farmers, and it can mean the total amount of such a plant collected in one season. Let's look at the word family. Crop can also be a verb. To crop means to cut something to make it shorter. Now in that beautiful picture there, you can see lovely fields of wheat. Wheat is a common crop. Let's now see some collocations. First we have crop failure, and you can say a crop fails. That means that the plants don't do well, or that most of the crop is lost. We also have crop rotation, and you can say to rotate crops. Next we have a cash crop. A cash crop is a crop that is grown to sell for profit. It's not used by the farmers. And finally we have an export crop. I think it's quite obvious what that is. It's a crop that is exported. Let's see a couple of example sentences. The country's most important export crops are sugarcane and cotton. Peach growers are celebrating their largest crop ever this year. Let's go to the next word. This is domesticate. Domesticate. Domesticate is a verb, and it means to bring animals or plants under human control so that humans can use them for food or work, or keep them as pets. Let's see the word family. We have domestication, which is the noun, that is the act of domesticating. And we also have domestic, which is an adjective. Domestic has a few meanings. It can mean the opposite of international. So for example, you have international flights and domestic flights. So it's related to your own country, the country you are in. And domestic can also mean relating to things that are domesticated, and it can also mean relating to the home. So yeah, it has a few meanings. Some example sentences. Humans still rely on crops such as wheat, barley, and lentils that were domesticated
more than 10,000 years ago. Goats and sheep were probably the first animals to be domesticated. And the next word, fallow. Fallow is an adjective. It's used to describe land that a farmer does not grow crops on for a period of time in order to improve the quality of the soil. Let's see a couple of collocations. First, we have fallow land. And another common phrase is to lie fallow. A couple of sentences. Fallow land is an unplanted area of ground that would normally have crops on it. The farmers let the fields lie fallow for a year to improve the fertility of the soil. Now the next word is famine. This can be a countable or uncountable noun. It means an extreme lack of food in a region over a long period of time, causing illness and death. A couple of collocations: severe famine and widespread famine. Severe and widespread are adjectives that are often used with famine. A couple of sentences. The Irish potato famine was due to potato crop failures caused by a disease that destroys the leaves and roots of potato plants. The drought caused widespread famine across the country. And now we have feed. Feed is an uncountable noun. You probably know the verb to feed, but lots of people aren't aware that it is also a noun. It means food for animals that are not pets. Feed is mainly food for farm animals. Let's see the word family. First we have the noun feeder. This has a couple of meanings. It can mean an animal, it's the one that's eating, or it can mean a container filled with food for birds or animals. And then we have the verb to feed, which means to give food to a person or an animal. A usage tip. We normally use food, the word food, if it is for pets. So we say pet food, cat food, dog food, etc. And here are some collocations with feed: animal feed, cattle feed, horse feed. The grain was unfit for human consumption, so it was sold as animal feed. Unfit for human consumption means not safe for humans to eat. It's a common phrase, unfit for human consumption. During the drought, farmers had to spend more than usual on feed for the animals. The next word is fertilizer. This can be a countable or uncountable noun. The British spelling is a little different. There's an S instead of a Z. Now this means a natural or artificial substance that is put on soil to help plants grow. Let's see the word family. First we have fertilize, which is the verb that means to put fertilizer on soil. Next we have the noun fertilization, which is the act of fertilizing. And then we have the adjective fertile. If soil or ground is fertile, that means that plants grow easily in it. Now let's see some collocations. We have chemical fertilizer, liquid fertilizer, natural fertilizer, and organic fertilizer. A couple of example sentences. Organic farming often involves the use of natural fertilizers. Nitrogen is a nutrient used in fertilizer and it helps plants grow. This word is free range. Free range. Free range is an adjective. It means relating to a type of farming which allows farm animals to move around outside instead of being kept in cages. There you can see some free-range chickens. Let's see some collocations. Free-range chickens, free-range eggs, free-range farming, and free-range pigs. Animal rights groups are concerned that free-range farming isn't as humane as many people believe. Humane means not cruel. The restaurant now only buys free-range eggs. Let's move on to the next one. This one is harvest. Harvest can be a countable or uncountable noun. It has several meanings. Number one, the time of year when crops are collected from fields. You can also say harvest time. Number two, the act of collecting crops. Number three, the crops that have been collected. So it can refer to the period of time of collecting the crops, the act of collecting the crops, or the crops themselves, so the stuff. And now the word family. Harvest is also a verb, to harvest. It means to collect the crops. And we also have harvester, which is a noun. A harvester is a machine that helps people collect crops. Some example sentences. They throw a big party every year at harvest. So that's at the period of time. We need to hire extra workers to help with the harvest. There, that's the activity. Apple growers are expecting a good harvest this year. And in that last sentence, harvest refers to all of the apples that they are going to collect. The next word is herbicide. Herbicide can be a countable or uncountable noun. It's a substance used to destroy unwanted plants, especially weeds. A weed is an unwanted plant that normally grows quite quickly. In the picture there, you can see a man spraying herbicide. Some collocations. We have chemical herbicide, natural herbicide, and organic herbicide. Although herbicides have helped increase crop yields, there are concerns about environmental damage. The yield is the amount that is produced. The farmers have lowered their costs by using fertilizer and herbicide more efficiently. Okay, the next one. Irrigation. This is an uncountable noun. Irrigation is the practice of watering land by artificial means so that plants will grow. There are various means of irrigation. Now the word family, we have the verb to irrigate. So that's just the verb of irrigation. It's the same activity. The earliest known irrigation systems date back to the 6th millennium BCE. A long time ago. Irrigation allows crops to grow in areas without sufficient rainfall. In other words, in places where there's not enough rain. Now we have manure. Manure is also an uncountable noun. Manure is solid waste from animals that is mixed with soil to help plants grow. In other words, it's poo from animals. Now in the word family we have manure, the verb to manure. This means to put manure on soil. Manure is often used as a natural fertilizer. Some people use chicken manure in their own gardens to help their plants grow. It might be good for the plants, but it's very stinky. This word is orchard. Orchard is a countable noun. An orchard is an area of land where fruit or nut trees are grown. In the picture there you can see an apple orchard. I think it's very pretty. Orchards are made up of fruit or nut-producing trees. There is a beautiful cherry orchard behind the farmhouse. The next word is pest. Pest is a countable noun. It has a couple of meanings, but the main meaning is the first one. A small animal or insect that is harmful or destroys crops. It can also mean an annoying person, especially a child. Please don't misunderstand me, that's not my opinion there. I'm not saying that I find most children annoying. It's just that when people use this word pest to refer to a person, they normally mean a child. Let's look at the word family. There we have the word pester. It's a verb, to pester. It basically just means to annoy. In the picture there you can see a caterpillar. Many caterpillars are considered pests, even if they turn into beautiful butterflies. Here's a little usage tip. This is a false friend in some languages. In modern day English, we do not usually use pest to refer to the disease plague. So if we're talking about the Black Death or the bubonic plague, we don't usually use the word pest nowadays. Here are some collocations. You'll hear agricultural pest, insect pest, and pest control. Pest control is the management of pests. Well, generally it means destroying pests. The Colorado potato beetle is a common insect pest. That's the picture down below. I was a real pest when I was a kid. I annoyed my sister a lot. And that is the truth. And the next word is pesticide. Pesticide can be a countable or uncountable noun. It means a chemical substance used to destroy pests. The insects and small animals, not the children. Okay, some collocations. Chemical pesticide. Natural pesticide. Organic pesticide. Pesticides can help increase food production, but some pose risks to our health. Eucalyptus oil is sometimes used as a natural pesticide. This word is plough. The spelling is a bit different in British English. Plough is a countable noun. A plough is a piece of farm equipment that cuts into and turns over soil so that seeds can be planted. There's also the verb to plough, which means to cut and turn over the soil. Ploughs were traditionally pulled by animals such as horses, but in modern farming they are pulled by tractors. This word is purebred. Purebred. It's an adjective and it's used to describe animals. It means having parents that are both the same breed. The word breed is similar to type. But be careful, we don't use the word race for animals. I know in some languages there's a word that's similar to race and it's used for types of animals, but in English the word race is only used for people. Looking at the word family, there we have the noun purebred. So you can say, for example, this dog is a purebred. Or you can use the adjective and say, this dog is purebred. Those sentences mean the same thing. In the picture there, you can see some Labradors. These Labradors are purebred. A little usage tip. When talking about horses, people usually use the term thoroughbred and not purebred. She owns several thoroughbred racehorses. The farmer only wanted to purchase purebred cattle. They decided to adopt a rescue dog because they don't mind if their dog isn't purebred. A rescue dog is a dog that you might get from an animal shelter. It might be an animal that has been abandoned. Here we have the word shear. This is a verb. Shear. This means to cut the wool off a sheep. Looking at the word family, we have the noun shearer. A shearer is a person who shears. In the picture there you can see a shearer. He is shearing a sheep. She learned how to shear sheep when she lived on the sheep farm. Oh, that's almost a tongue twister. The sheep's wool had been shorn off. Just a little usage tip. The past participle can either be shorn or sheared. You have a choice. There are two past participles. Okay, and the last word for agriculture is sow. This is a verb. Sow. It means to put seeds in or on the ground. So in the picture there, you can see a man sowing seeds. He is sowing seeds. We need to sow the seeds before it rains. The farmers have sown the seeds of the next crop, but they'll need to wait a few months before they can harvest it. And another little usage tip, the past participle of sow can either be sown or sowed. Both of those are correct.
During the summer, I went to the country and I visited a couple of farms. The first farm I went to mainly grew crops of wheat, but they also grew some other grains. The farmers explained to me that pests were quite common, so they had to use pesticides to protect the crops. because it was an organic farm, they used organic pesticides. And they also used organic fertilizers and organic herbicides. On some parts of the farm, they used manure as fertilizer. They had some free-range pigs and chickens, so it was easy for them to get manure. They showed me an empty field which was lying fallow. They said they would sow seeds there the following year. They also showed me some farming equipment, such as a tractor and a plow, and explained to me how they worked. They also explained the irrigation system that they used when they didn't get enough rain. I felt very lucky to live in a country that has never experienced a famine. I also visited a dairy farm. The farmer told me that all her cows were purebred and that cows were first domesticated around 10,500 years ago. You learn something new every day. When I asked her about what they ate, she said that they mainly ate grass in the fields, but if there was a dry year and not enough grass, they were given additional feed, which was largely made up of hay, but might also include grains or legumes. She also had a small apple orchard and said that the harvest would take place in the spring. Finally, I visited a sheep farm where I got to watch some shearers shear some sheep.
The next topic is animals. Our first word is amphibian. Amphibian. Amphibian is a countable noun. It means an animal that can live both on land and in water. The adjective is amphibious. Amphibious. In the photo there you can see a cute little frog. Frogs are amphibians. And here's a usage tip. Vehicles that can be used on land and water are called amphibious vehicles. A military operation that involves soldiers arriving on land from the sea is called an amphibious assault. So the adjective isn't just used for animals. A couple of sentences. Some people think that turtles are amphibians, but they are actually reptiles. Adult amphibians have lungs, but they can also absorb oxygen through their skin. The next word is antler. Antler. This is a countable noun. An antler is a horn with parts like branches that grows out of the head of a, usually male, deer. In the picture there you can see a deer with antlers. Now the adjective is antlered. Antlered. That simply means having antlers. Male deer use their antlers to fight with other male deer in order to win females. Well, I guess that's one way to do it. Next we have breed. Breed. This is a verb. The first definition is to have sex in order to produce babies. But it's used for animals. We don't usually use it for people. The second definition is to keep animals in a controlled way to produce babies. So that's people keeping animals, but it's the animals that are producing babies. Let's see the word family. As you can see, breed can also be a noun. I mentioned this in the previous section on agriculture. So a breed is a type of animal. For example, Labradors and Dalmatians are dog breeds. They're the same species, but they're different breeds. Next we have the noun breeding, which is the act. And we also have the noun breeder. A breeder is a person who breeds animals. For example, there are dog breeders, horse breeders, etc. Many animals breed in spring. That family breeds like rabbits. Now that's a negative, disapproving way to say that that particular family has a lot of children. As I said, it's not typically used for people, so if you use it for people, it's a bit negative. To breed like rabbits is an informal expression that you will occasionally hear. And the last sentence, horses have been bred for centuries to have particular qualities. The next word is carnivore. Carnivore. Carnivore is a countable noun. A carnivore is an animal that mainly or exclusively eats other animals. The adjective is carnivorous. Carnivorous. Lions are carnivores. Here's a usage tip. Some plants also eat meat. These are called carnivorous plants, and they obtain nutrients from insects and other small animals. The Venus flytrap is a carnivorous plant. Polar bears are considered carnivores because they mostly eat meat. Now we have courtship. Courtship. This can be a countable or uncountable noun. The first definition is special behavior used by animals to attract a mate for producing young. Babies, in other words. It can also mean the period of time during which two people have a romantic relationship before getting married. But that's very old-fashioned. If you talk about dating nowadays, people don't use the word courtship. But you'll see it in older books. And if you watch period dramas like I do, you'll probably also hear the word courtship. Let's see the word family. We have the verb to court. This means to try to attract a mate. In the picture there you can see a beautiful peacock. Peacocks have quite complex courtship rituals. They're quite well known for that. Let's see a few collocations. We have courtship behaviors, courtship rituals, and animal courtship. Although people often think of birds like penguins and peacocks when animal courtship is mentioned, there are many other animals that display courtship behaviors, such as coyotes, sea turtles, and hippos. They had a long courtship before they got married. Next we have feed on. Feed on. This is a phrasal verb. It's an inseparable phrasal verb, to feed on something. This means to eat something as food, but it's used for animals. You can just say eat but feed on is often used when talking about animals. Cows primarily feed on grass. Squirrels feed on many different things, including nuts, seeds, fruit, and even insects. The next word is fin. Fin. This is a countable noun. It's a thin body part that aquatic animals, so fish, dolphins, etc., use to swim. The adjective is finned. So if something has fins, it is finned. In the picture there, you can see a dolphin's dorsal fin. That's the fin on the back. Most fish have several fins to help them swim. Now we have forage. Forage. This is a verb. It has a couple of definitions. Number 1, of animals or people. To go from place to place searching for food or other supplies, especially in the wild. Number 2, of people. To search for something with your hands inside something like a bag, drawer, or cupboard. The noun is forager. A forager is a person or an animal that forages. Here's a little usage tip. It is often followed by for. For example, I saw a duck foraging for food in the pond. Monkeys commonly forage for food in treetops. Before people started farming, they needed to forage to survive. She was foraging in her bag, looking for her keys. The next word is gill. Gill. This is a countable noun. A gill is an organ through which an animal, such as a fish, breathes. It's usually used in the plural, so you'll normally hear gills. The adjective is gilled. A gilled animal is an animal that has gills. In the picture there, you can clearly see the shark's gills. Rays have gills on the underside of their body. Now we have the verb hatch. Hatch. It has a few meanings. Here are the main definitions. Number 1, of an animal like a bird, insect, fish, etc., to come out of an egg. Number 2, of an egg, to break open so that a young animal can come out. So an animal can hatch and an egg can hatch. Let's see the word family. There we have the noun hatchling. A hatchling is a young animal that has recently come out of its egg. In the picture there, you can see a dinosaur hatching. I didn't know they had such good cameras when dinosaurs were alive. Yes, guys, that was a joke. Baby sea turtles hatch on beaches and then make their way to the ocean. How long do chicken eggs take to hatch? Now here's quite a common idiom with the word hatch, which I think is quite good to know. It's don't count your chickens before they hatch. although often we just say, don't count your chickens. This means don't be too hopeful or make plans based on assumptions, normally positive assumptions. Here's an example. Someone might say to you, I'm sure I'll win the competition, and with the prize money, I'll go to New York. And then you could answer, don't count your chickens before they hatch. There are a lot of strong competitors this year. Now we have herbivore. Herbivore. This is also a countable noun. A herbivore is an animal that mainly or exclusively eats plants. The adjective is herbivorous. Herbivorous. Zebras are herbivores. There are more herbivores in the world than carnivores. The next word is hoof. Hoof. Hoof is a countable noun. It's the hard part on the bottom of certain animals' feet. For example, horses, goats, deer, etc. The adjective is hoofed, although some people say hooved. Both are correct. Hoofed and hooved. People often put horseshoes on domesticated horses to protect their hooves. That little picture there is of a horseshoe. Now the plural of hoof is either hooves or hoofs. Both are correct. And now we have marsupial. Marsupial. This is also a countable noun. A marsupial is a mammal that carries its young, its babies, in a pouch on its body after they are born. A pouch is a pocket of skin. In the picture there you can see a wallaby. A wallaby is a marsupial. A wallaby is similar to a kangaroo. Koalas and kangaroos are marsupials. Now we have the verb mate. Mate. This has a couple of definitions. Number one, of animals, to have sex in order to produce babies. Number two, to put animals together so that they have sex and produce babies. So this is similar to the verb breed. Let's see the word family. First we have the noun mating, which is the act, and then mate. A mate is a sexual partner. In British English, the word mate can also just mean friend. It's an informal word for friend in British English. Here's a little usage tip. We also say that certain animals mate for life, which means that they keep the same sexual partner for their whole life. For example, swans mate for life. Here are a couple more example sentences. In certain bird species, the females often mate with several males. If you mate a horse with a donkey, the baby will be a mule. And now we have an adjective. This is nocturnal. Nocturnal. Nocturnal means being active or happening at night. The adverb is nocturnally. Most bats are nocturnal. Owls are probably the best known nocturnal birds. The next word is offspring. Offspring. This is a countable noun. It can mean an animal's baby or babies, and it can also mean a person's child or children. But when we use the word offspring to refer to humans, it's normally used humorously. Some example sentences. Animals mate in order to produce offspring. Just when I thought my day couldn't get any worse, my cousin decided to come over with her 4 offspring. It's like, I was having a bad day, and then my cousin and all her kids came to my house. And just a little usage tip, the plural is also offspring. So 1 offspring, 2 offspring. The next word is omnivore. Omnivore. This is a countable noun. An omnivore is an animal that can eat and survive on both plants and animals. The adjective is omnivorous. Omnivorous. Most bears are omnivores. Many people think that foxes are carnivores, but they are in fact omnivores. Now we have predator. Predator. This is also a countable noun. It has a couple of meanings. Number 1, an animal that kills and eats other animals. Number 2, a person or business that harms or exploits others. Let's see the word family. First we have the noun predation, which means the act of an animal killing and eating other animals. And then we also have predatory, which is the adjective of predator. A tiger is a predator. The great white shark has no known natural predators, although they are occasionally attacked by orcas. The business is concerned about predators entering the market. This word is prey. Prey. Prey is an uncountable noun. It can mean an animal that is killed and eaten by another animal, or a person who is helpless or unable to escape attack. Here's a little usage tip. A common phrasal verb is prey on. If an animal preys on another animal, it kills and eats it. For example, herons prey on fish. A heron is a type of bird. And here are a few collocations. We have a bird of prey. That's a bird that eats other animals. A beast of prey. Easy prey. And to fall prey to something or somebody. That means to be harmed or affected by something, or to become a victim of something or somebody. A couple of example sentences. An animal may be a predator as well as the prey of other animals. Senior citizens often fall prey to internet scams. A senior citizen is an old person. It's a nicer way to say an old person. Now we have scavenger. Scavenger is a countable noun. A scavenger can be an animal that eats dead animals that it has not killed itself. And a scavenger can also be a person who searches for food or other useful objects among garbage or things that other people do not want. The verb is to scavenge. To scavenge means to do what a scavenger does. Vultures are scavengers. Animals that can hunt can be scavengers as well. For example, hyenas, lions, and wolves. Scavengers make money by collecting and selling recyclable material. As I said, a scavenger can be an animal, but it can also be a person. Next we have shellfish. Shellfish. This can be a countable or uncountable noun, just like fish can be countable or uncountable. A shellfish is an animal with no spine that lives in water and has a shell. A crab is a shellfish. Although they look very different, oysters, mussels, lobsters, and prawns are all types of shellfish. Many people are allergic to shellfish. And a little usage tip, the plural is also shellfish. One shellfish, two shellfish. So that's if it's countable. Next we have tadpole. Tadpole. Tadpole is a countable noun. A tadpole is the young form of a frog or toad. You can see them in the picture. Tadpoles live in water and have large heads and long tails. As a child, I used to sit by a pond and watch the tadpoles. And finally, we have vertebrate. Vertebrate. This is also a countable noun. You can say vertebrate or vertebrate. Both pronunciations are correct. Vertebrate, vertebrate. A vertebrate is an animal that has a spine, a backbone, in other words. Let's see the word family. First we have the adjective vertebral, which means relating to the spine. And then we have the noun vertebra. A vertebra is one of the small bones that form the spine. A couple of example sentences. The largest living vertebrate is the blue whale. Less than 5% of known animals are vertebrates. The rest are invertebrates. That there is a jellyfish, which is an invertebrate. So invertebrates don't have spines.
Today I'm going to talk about different types of animals. If you categorize animals based on what they eat, you can say that there are three types of animals: carnivores, herbivores, and omnivores. Carnivores mainly eat meat. Herbivores mainly eat plants. And omnivores regularly eat a mix of meat and plants. Black bears are omnivores, for example. They tend to feed on roots, berries, fish, insects, grass, and other plants. Most carnivores are predators because they need to kill the animals that they eat. Animals that are killed and eaten by predators are called prey. Some carnivores are scavengers. They eat dead animals that they have not killed themselves. Most vultures, for example, are scavengers. But it's possible for an animal to be a predator and a scavenger. Those animals sometimes hunt and sometimes eat what other animals have killed. There are lots of animals that forage, which means that they go from place to place searching for food. Deer, for example, are foragers. If you don't know what a deer is, Bambi is a deer. Male deer and some female deer have antlers on their heads. They grow and shed their antlers every year. They use their antlers to attract mates and as weapons in fights. Deer are ungulates, which means that they have hooves on their feet, just like horses. Another category of animal is marsupials. A marsupial is a mammal that carries its babies in a pouch on its body after they are born. Kangaroos and koalas, for example, are marsupials. Lots of marsupials are nocturnal. In other words, they are mainly active at night. Most frog species are also nocturnal. Frogs are amphibians. An amphibian is an animal that can live both on land and in water. The young form of a frog is called a tadpole. When a frog's eggs hatch, tadpoles emerge. Tadpoles look a bit like balls with tails. Speaking of the water, there are many different types of animals that live in or around water. For example, there are shellfish. A shellfish is an animal with no spine that lives in water and has a shell. Animals that don't have a spine are called invertebrates. Animals that have a spine are called vertebrates. For example, fish are vertebrates. Fish live in water, and to breathe, they have organs called gills. To move through the water, they use their tails and fins. Of course, we can't talk about animals without talking a bit about reproduction. When it's time for animals to mate or breed, some of them engage in courtship rituals. Courtship rituals are special behaviors used by some animals to attract a mate. Animals' babies are often referred to as young. For example, a kangaroo carries its young in its pouch. But we also use the word offspring. An animal's offspring are its babies.
The next topic is astronomy. The first word is collide. Collide. This is a verb. To collide means to hit something with force. It is often used to talk about traffic accidents and events in space. There are two nouns that come from this verb. The first one is collision, which is the act of colliding. And then we have collider, which is an object. You might have heard of the Large Hadron Collider, for example. That's a particle accelerator. To be honest, I don't really know what it does, but perhaps you know more about science than I do. Here's a usage tip. It is often followed by with. For example, the car collided with the tree. Here are a couple of examples. It is thought that dinosaurs became extinct after an asteroid or a comet collided with Earth. The two planets collided with one another. The next word is flat. This is an adjective. Flat has quite a few meanings, but here we're just looking at how it's used in the context of astronomy. So here it means smooth and level, without raised or curved areas. Let's see the word family. The noun is flatness, so that's the quality of being flat. There's a verb flatten, which means to make flat, and flat is also an adverb. In the picture there, you can see a cartoon image of a flat Earth. Most people used to believe that the world was flat. The flat Earth model is the belief that the shape of the world is similar to a disk and not a sphere. Nowadays, there are still some people who believe that the Earth is flat. These people are known as flat earthers. I hope you're not one of those people. The next word is gravity. This is an uncountable noun. Gravity has a couple of meanings. Firstly, it can mean the force that attracts objects to one another, particularly the force that causes things to fall to the ground. That's also called gravitation. And it can mean extreme importance or seriousness of a situation. Now, the verb is to gravitate, and the adjective is gravitational. Let's see some examples. Astronomers need to understand the laws of gravity. Gravity is one of the causes of wrinkles. Certain types of wrinkles, these things here, are sometimes called gravitational wrinkles. So even if you don't smoke and you eat well, gravity will get you. He clearly didn't understand the gravity of the situation. Now we have light year. Light year is a countable noun, and you can write it with a hyphen if you want. You have a choice. A light year is the distance that light travels in 1 year. It is used to measure distances between stars. You'll often hear this in science fiction, like in Star Trek, for example. You could hear something like, "Captain, we're 10 light years away from an unknown planetary system." But yeah, obviously it's not just used in science fiction. Here's a usage tip. It can be used colloquially to mean a very long time. For example, college now seems like light years ago. Here are a couple more examples. The star is 400 light years away from Earth. A light year is about 6 trillion miles. Now we have meteor. Meteor. This is a countable noun. A meteor is a bright light produced when a piece of rock or metal from space travels through the Earth's atmosphere. The adjective is meteoric. This has a couple of meanings. It can mean relating to meteors or happening very suddenly or quickly. The adverb is meteorically. Here's a usage tip. It is also known as a shooting star or a falling star, even though they're not stars. A collocation is meteor shower. A meteor shower is a large number of meteors that seem to come from the same direction in the sky. People often make a wish when they see a meteor in the sky. Okay, now here's some helpful information. Well, I hope it's helpful, at least. Now, I got this information from NASA's website, so if it's wrong, you can blame NASA. Now, an asteroid is a small body of rock or metal that orbits the sun. It is smaller than a planet. A meteoroid is a small particle from an asteroid or a comet that also orbits the sun. If a meteoroid enters the Earth's atmosphere, it vaporizes, in other words, it turns into gas, and produces a meteor, which is a streak or line of light. If the meteoroid doesn't vaporize completely, it lands on Earth and it becomes a meteorite. Meteorite. This is a countable noun. A meteorite is a piece of rock or metal from space that lands on Earth. This is a meteorite. Scientists study meteorites to learn more about our solar system. And now we have orbit. Orbit. This is a countable noun. An orbit is the curved path followed by an object in space as it moves around a much larger object, such as a planet or a star. Let's see the word family. Orbit can also be a verb, to orbit around something. Orbital is the adjective, and here we have another noun, that's orbiter. An orbiter is a spacecraft with no people that travels around the moon or a planet. I actually only learned that rather recently. These are some of the orbits in our solar system. Here's a usage tip. It needs to be followed by around if you want to put another noun after it. For example, the Earth's orbit around the Sun lasts roughly 365 days. The satellite is now in orbit around the Earth. A comet's orbit has a different shape to a planet's orbit. Okay, now we have outer space. Outer space. This is an uncountable noun. Outer space is the area outside Earth's atmosphere where all the other planets and stars are. Here's a little usage tip. Normally we just say space if the context is clear. Space has several meanings, but outer space is unambiguous. So we say outer space if we want to be clear about what we're talking about. E.T. was an alien from outer space. Mankind has always been fascinated by outer space. Mankind, in case you don't know the word, means people in general. It's similar to humanity. The next word is revolve. Revolve. This is a verb. It means to move in a circle around a central point or to make something move this way. But it doesn't have to be a perfect circle. Let's see the word family. The adjective is revolving, and there's also a noun, revolution. A revolution is a complete circular movement around a point. Here's a little usage tip. It is often followed by around. People used to believe that the sun revolved around the Earth. We now know that the Earth revolves around the sun. The restaurant on the top floor revolves, allowing you to see the whole city. Note, this is called a revolving restaurant. You can revolve the 3D image so that you can see it from all angles. That would probably be in a computer program. And next we have the verb rotate. Rotate. This also means to move in a circle around a central point or to make something move this way. This is a synonym of revolve. Let's see the word family. We have the word rotating, which is an adjective. Rotation, which is a noun. Rotation has a couple of meanings. It can mean the action of rotating, or it can mean one complete circular movement. And finally, the adjective rotational. A usage tip. In everyday speech, people often use rotate and revolve interchangeably, but that is not the case in astronomy. Okay, here we have a globe. Now, when talking about the Earth, scientists say that the Earth rotates on its axis, but that the Earth revolves around the sun. Okay, so this is rotating and this is revolving, if that makes sense. It takes 24 hours for the Earth to completely rotate on its axis. That Ferris wheel rotates at a speed of 2 revolutions per minute. We normally say revolution and not rotation when we talk about the speed of something turning. I can rotate the screen on my new camera 180 degrees. Next we have spacecraft. Spacecraft. This is a countable noun. A spacecraft is a vehicle that can travel in space. Frank would love to travel aboard a spacecraft. That country has sent several spacecraft into space over the past decade. A little usage tip, the plural is also spacecraft. So we don't add an S, we don't say spacecrafts, it's just spacecraft. The next word is tide. Tide. This is a countable noun. It means the regular rise and fall of sea levels caused by the gravitational forces of the moon and the sun. The adjective is tidal. Tidal. Now, tide is normally singular. Sometimes you'll hear tides, but usually it's singular. And here are some collocations. First, we have low tide. That's when, if you're at the beach, for example, the water is further out than usual. So there's more space for you to walk on the beach. The opposite of that is high tide. So that's when the water is further up. There's less space to walk. You can say the tide is low or the tide is out. Those mean the same thing. The tide is high or the tide is in. Some examples. I prefer to walk on the beach when the tide is out. The water is a deeper shade of blue at high tide. There's always a lot of seaweed on the sand after the tide goes out. Now this word is tilt. Tilt. This is a verb. It means to move into a sloping position or to make something move into a sloping position. For example, if I do this to something, I am tilting it. Tilt is also a noun. That's the position. When the North Pole tilts toward the Sun, it's summer in the Northern Hemisphere. The Earth tilts on its axis about 23.5 degrees. Frank tilted his chair back too far and fell to the ground. And the last one for this section is UFO. UFO is a countable noun. It's the abbreviation for unidentified flying object, which is an object seen in the sky that some people believe is a spaceship from another planet. A little usage tip: we pronounce each letter, so we don't say UFO or UFO. It's UFO. UFO. A collocation is a UFO sighting. That's when somebody sees a UFO. And now a couple of example sentences. There were many UFO sightings in the US during the 1950s. I don't know why, but lots of aliens decided to visit Earth during the 1950s. Frank was positive that he saw a UFO, but it turned out to be a small airplane. He was very disappointed.
Let's now talk about the fundamentals of astronomy. Earth is the third planet from the Sun in our solar system. Our solar system is part of a galaxy called the Milky Way. Our solar system has 8 planets, although when I was a child, I learned that it had 9 because, yes, I am old enough to remember when Pluto was still considered a planet. We have seasons because the Earth isn't vertical, so to speak. It tilts on its axis about 23.5 degrees. The Earth's orbit around the Sun lasts approximately 365 days. That means that it takes about 365 days for the Earth to revolve around the Sun. It takes the Earth 24 hours to rotate on its axis. So 1 day is 1 rotation. We don't fall off the Earth because of something called gravity. Gravity is a force that attracts objects to one another. Tides on Earth are caused by the gravitational forces of the Moon and the Sun. In the past, lots of people believed that the Earth was flat. But we now know that the Earth is round. In other words, it is similar to a sphere. Some other things that you can find in outer space are asteroids and meteoroids. An asteroid is a small body of rock or metal that orbits the Sun. Asteroids are smaller than planets. Sometimes asteroids collide with one another. In other words, they crash into one another. A small particle from an asteroid or comet that also orbits the Sun is called a meteoroid. If a meteoroid enters the Earth's atmosphere, it vaporizes, in other words, it turns into gas, and produces a meteor. A meteor is a streak of light in the sky. Meteors are sometimes called shooting stars or falling stars, even though they aren't stars. If the meteoroid doesn't vaporize completely, it lands on Earth and becomes a meteorite. So a meteorite is a piece of rock or metal from space that lands on Earth. Our galaxy is certainly not the only galaxy in the universe. It is estimated that there are between 100 and 200 million galaxies in the universe. Unless there are enormous advances in technology, humans will probably never visit another galaxy because the closest galaxy to us is 25,000 light years from the sun. A light year is the distance that light travels in 1 year. At the moment, we do not have spacecraft that can travel at the speed of light. Some people believe that beings from other planets have visited Earth, or at least come close to Earth. An object that is seen in the sky that some people believe is a spaceship from another planet is called a UFO, which stands for Unidentified Flying Object.
This topic is biology. The first word is algae. You can pronounce it algae or algae. This is a plural and uncountable noun. That means that you can say the algae are or the algae is. Algae are small and very simple plant organisms that grow in or near water and that do not have roots or stems. The adjective is algal. In the picture there you can see a frog swimming among algae. Here are a couple of usage tips. The singular is alga, but this is rarely used. Large algae found in the ocean is called seaweed. Generally speaking, plants that grow in the ocean and that are big enough to easily pick up in your hands, like what you see in the picture, are called seaweed. Algae produce a large percentage of the world's oxygen. You could also say algae produces, because, like I said, it can be used as an uncountable noun. The next word is aquatic. Aquatic is an adjective. It means living or growing in water, or happening in or on water. Let's see the word family. First we have the adverb aquatically, and then the noun aquatics. Aquatics are sports that are played in or on water. In the picture you can see some aquatic plants. Let's look at some collocations. We have aquatic life, an aquatic animal, an aquatic plant, and an aquatic sport. Let's see some examples. Aquatic animals include a wide range of different creatures, including fish, crabs, dolphins, and seals. I enjoy aquatic sports such as sailing and rowing. No, that's not about me, but you might see something like that in a dating profile, for example. This word is bud. It's a countable noun. A bud is a small part of a plant that will develop into a flower or leaf. The verb is also bud. To bud means to produce buds. In the picture you can see a few buds. I think rosebuds are more beautiful than roses in bloom. A flower in bloom is a flower that has opened. The tree is in bud, but I haven't seen any flowers yet. In bud means there are buds, but no flowers yet, like in the picture. The next word is cell. Cell. It's a countable noun. A cell is the smallest basic unit of a living thing that can exist independently. The adjective is cellular. Cellular. In the picture you can see some plant cells. Let's see some collocations. I've put these in the plural because more often than not we talk about more than one cell. We have animal cells, plant cells, red or white blood cells, brain cells, stem cells. We also often say that cells divide. And if you make that into a noun, we have cell division. Let's see some example sentences. If you have a low white blood cell count, you might have a viral infection. The nucleus of a cell contains DNA. The nucleus is the central part of a cell. This word is decay. Decay. It's a verb. It has a couple of meanings. Number one, to be destroyed slowly by natural processes, or to destroy something this way. Number two, to become gradually damaged or worse. The noun is also decay. It means the process or result of decaying. This wood is decaying. Here's a usage tip. In colloquial English, we normally use the verb rot instead of decay for organic material. For example, the wood had rotted, or they let the food rot. If we don't take care of our teeth, they will decay and dentists will make more money. The dead mouse was already starting to decay. They've allowed that part of the city to decay. This word is endangered. Endangered. It's an adjective. It means close to becoming extinct. If a type of plant or animal is endangered, it means that there are not many of them left. The verb is endanger. To endanger means to put somebody or something in a dangerous situation. Here are some collocations. We have an endangered species, an endangered animal, an endangered bird, and an endangered plant. Elephants need to be protected because they are endangered. Chimpanzees are an endangered species. Next we have the verb eradicate. Eradicate. This means to get rid of or destroy something bad completely. Let's see the word family. First we have the noun eradication, which is the process. And then we have the adjective eradicable. If something is eradicable, it means it can be eradicated. Polio has almost been eradicated thanks to vaccines. The government is making a concentrated effort to eradicate corruption. Now we have evergreen. Evergreen. This is an adjective. It's used to describe certain plants. It means having leaves that stay green throughout the whole year. The noun is also evergreen. An evergreen is a plant that has green leaves throughout the whole year. Here are a couple of collocations: an evergreen plant and an evergreen tree. This is an evergreen plant, so even in winter it will look nice. Pine trees are evergreen. Now we have evolve. Evolve. This is a verb. It has a couple of meanings. Number one, of living things. To develop over time into forms that are better adapted to certain environments. Number two, to develop gradually, or to make something or someone develop gradually. Let's see the word family. First we have the noun, evolution, which is the process. And then we have the adjective, evolutionary. Evolutionary just means related to evolution. Here's a usage tip. It is often followed by from or into. These two animals evolved from the same ancestor. Facebook rapidly evolved into a multi-billion-dollar company. Land plants evolved from green algae. Golf, like most sports, has evolved over time. If you want to be a novelist, it's important to evolve your own writing style. Next we have the verb flower. I'm sure you know the noun. It's what you can see in the picture there. But a lot of people don't know that it's also a verb. To flower means to produce flowers. It's something that plants or trees do. Let's see the word family. We have the noun flower and the adjective flowering. Flowering means producing or able to produce flowers. These trees are flowering. This plant flowers in spring. Do you know when the tree will start to flower? Now we have food chain. Food chain. This is a countable noun. A food chain is a group of living things in which each type eats the one below it in the group. For example, a plant is eaten by an insect. That insect is eaten by a small animal. That small animal is eaten by a larger animal, etc. Here's a usage tip. It is often preceded by the. For example, lions are at the top of the food chain. Sharks play an important role in ocean ecosystems by eating sick or weak animals that are below them in the food chain. Carnivores are above herbivores in a food chain because carnivores eat herbivores. Now we have gene. Gene is a countable noun. A gene is a part of the DNA in a cell that controls the physical development, behavior, etc. of a living thing. A living thing gets its genes from its parents. Let's see the word family. We have the adjective genetic and the noun genetics. Genetics is the study of genes, or the group of genetic characteristics of an organism. Now some collocations. We have a defective gene, a dominant gene, a recessive gene, and a gene mutation. A gene mutation is a change in an organism's genetic structure that makes it different to others of the same species. This rare disease is caused by a defective gene. Gene mutations are essential to evolution. The next word is moss. Moss. It is a countable and an uncountable noun. It's normally uncountable, but you can say, for example, different types of mosses. So, yes, it can be countable as well. Moss is a very small green or yellow plant that mainly grows on wet earth, trees, or rocks. The adjective is mossy. These rocks are covered with moss. Some examples. We met a biologist who studies different types of mosses. Much of the forest floor was covered with moss. This word is parasite. Parasite. It's a countable noun. A parasite is an animal or plant that lives in or on a different type of animal or plant and gets food from it. There are two adjectives. They are parasitic and parasitical, and the adverb is parasitically. Fleas are a parasite. Obviously, in the picture there, that's not a flea, that's a cat, but fleas often make cats and dogs scratch. Mistletoe is a popular Christmas decoration, but it is also a parasite because it steals water and nutrients from trees. The next word is pollen. Pollen. It's an uncountable noun. Pollen is a fine powder, it is usually yellow, that is produced by flowers and then carried by the wind, insects, or birds to other flowers of the same kind, causing them to produce seeds. The very small dots of yellow in the picture there are pollen. Many people are allergic to pollen. Pollen is necessary in the reproduction of flowering plants. And next we have the verb pollinate. To pollinate means to carry pollen from one plant to another so that it can produce seeds. Let's see the word family. We have the noun pollination, which is the process, and another noun, pollinator. A pollinator is an animal or insect that carries pollen. And yes, I do know that technically an insect is an animal, but that's just how we talk in English. We often talk about animals and insects. Just like a tree is a plant, but we often say plants and trees. Many trees are pollinated by the wind. Bees pollinate many plants and therefore play an important role in ecosystems. The next word is sap. Sap. It's an uncountable noun. Sap is the liquid in plants that carries water and nutrients to all parts of the plant. It's what you can see in the picture there. The adjective is sapless, and that means without sap. Insects that feed on sap can have a detrimental effect on plants. Remember, feed on means eat. Maple syrup is made from the sap of maple trees. Now we have shed. Shed. This is a verb. Of plants or animals, to lose a covering such as leaves, hair, or skin because it falls off as part of a natural process. Some trees shed their bark. Humans constantly shed skin cells in small quantities, but a snake sheds an entire layer of its skin several times a year. Those trees have already shed their leaves. And a little usage tip: the simple past and past participle is shed. It's an irregular verb. Now we have stem. Stem is a countable noun. A stem is a long, thin part of a plant above the ground from which leaves and flowers grow. The adjective is stemmed. If something is stemmed, it has a stem. The verb is also stem. To stem something means to stop something from spreading or developing. The arrow is pointing to the stem of the flower. Most roses have thorns on their stems. Thorns are the small, sharp things you can see in the picture. Next we have wild. Wild. This is a singular and plural noun. It's always preceded by the. You can't put a in front of it. In other words, you can't say wild. First we have the singular form, which is the wild. A natural environment that is not controlled by humans. And next, the plural form, the wilds. An area where not many people live and which is difficult to access. Let's see the word family. We have the adjective wild and the adverb wildly. Wildly means in an uncontrolled or extreme way. For example, Frank was dancing wildly at the party. There are now more tigers living in captivity than in the wild. In captivity means under the control of humans. He left his life in the city and decided to go live alone in the wilds of Alaska. And now we have wildlife. Wildlife. Wildlife is an uncountable noun. It means animals and plants that live and grow independently of people. In the pictures, you can see some African wildlife. Conservationists in Australia are working to protect the native wildlife. In case you're wondering what that animal is, that's an echidna, which is an Australian animal. The last one for this section is a phrasal verb. It's wipe something out. To wipe something out means to destroy or remove something completely. Evidence suggests that dinosaurs were wiped out by a large asteroid or comet. The earthquake wiped out entire villages. The disease wiped some species out entirely. It's a separable phrasal verb, which is why you can put out after the object. Yesterday, I went for a walk through some gardens, where I saw lots of wildlife. It wasn't exactly like being in the wild, but it was still nice to be surrounded by nature. In the middle of the gardens, there's a large pond. There's quite a lot of algae in the pond, as well as many other aquatic plants, such as water lilies. You can also see moss growing on some of the rocks near the pond. There were some rather large fish in the pond that were clearly at the top of the food chain. I also saw some beautiful flowers. I sneezed a bit because I'm allergic to pollen. As it's the beginning of spring, not all of the plants had flowered yet. Some of them had buds on their stems, but no flowers. There were also some bees buzzing around. Some people can't stand bees, but they're very important for ecosystems because they pollinate lots of plants. It's concerning that some species of bees are now endangered. It's troubling to think what would happen if they were wiped out entirely. There were some plants that had clearly been destroyed by a parasite. I spoke to one of the gardeners about it, and he said that some parasites were impossible to eradicate. A part of the gardens is like a small forest. The gardeners don't usually clean up the dead plants in there because when they decay, they add nitrogen to the soil. There are lots of evergreen trees in this part that stay green all year. I sometimes like to touch the sap that comes through some of the trees' trunks. Unlike deciduous trees, evergreens don't shed their leaves when it gets cold. They evolved to adapt to low temperatures. In simple terms, things evolve by desirable characteristics being passed down to future generations. In other words, plants or animals with the most desirable genes for a certain environment are more likely to survive. It's strange to think that all of this life evolved from single-celled organisms that lived millions of years ago. In other words, organisms that just consisted of one cell. This topic is chemistry. The first word is absorb. Absorb. It's a verb. It means to take something in from the surface or space around it. The noun is absorption. That's the process. The adjective is absorbent. That means able to take in liquids easily. Here's a usage tip. It is sometimes followed by into. For example, the medicine is absorbed quickly into your blood. Some more examples. Many people aren't aware that algae absorbs a lot of carbon dioxide. Remember, we talked about algae in the biology section. Paper towels absorb liquids easily. If you don't know what paper towels are, that's what's in the picture there. The next word is acid. Acid. This is a countable and uncountable noun. It means a chemical with a pH of less than 7, which is usually a liquid. Let's see the word family. There are two adjectives, which are acid and acidic. Those mean the same thing. And there's a noun, which is acidity. That means the amount of acid in a substance. Vinegar is an acid. The chemists in that lab work with many different types of acids. You need to be careful with sulfuric acid because it can cause severe skin burns. This word is additive. Additive. It's a countable noun. An additive is a substance that is added to something, usually food, to improve its taste or appearance, or to make it last longer. Here are a couple of collocations: an artificial additive and a food additive. We are often told to avoid food additives, but nutritionists say that some are harmless. Many people are sensitive to the additive MSG. The next word is alkali. Alkali. It's a countable and uncountable noun. It's a substance that, when dissolved in water, creates a solution with a pH higher than 7. It is the opposite of an acid. The adjective is alkaline. Caustic soda, sodium hydroxide, is a very strong alkali. Alkalis are used to neutralize acids. And now we have alloy. Alloy. It's a countable noun. An alloy is a metal that is made by combining two or more metals, or a metal and another substance. The verb is also alloy. It means to mix one metal with another. We say to alloy something with something. Brass is an alloy of copper and zinc. Alloys often have more practical applications than pure metals. Stainless steel is an alloy that mainly consists of iron and chromium. Sinks, like the ones in the picture, are often made of stainless steel. Now we have arsenic. Arsenic. It's an uncountable noun. Arsenic is a chemical element with the symbol As. It is usually grey in colour and very poisonous. Arsenic is used in some alloys. For example, lead alloys that are used in car batteries. In case you haven't heard the word lead before, it's a chemical element with the symbol Pb. The presence of arsenic in groundwater can cause arsenic poisoning in people. This word is asbestos. Asbestos. It's an uncountable noun. Asbestos is a soft grey mineral that does not burn easily and was often used in building materials and protective clothing in the past. It is dangerous if you breathe it in. A noun connected to it is asbestosis. This is a disease caused by breathing in asbestos fibers. In many countries, it is now illegal to use asbestos as a building material. Inhalation of asbestos, particularly over a long period of time, can lead to asbestosis and cancer. This word is atom. Atom. It's a countable noun. An atom is the smallest part of an element that can exist alone. Let's see the word family. We have the adjective atomic, the adverb atomically, and the verb atomize. Atomize means to change something so it is in very small parts. Atoms are made up of subatomic particles, which are called electrons, protons, and neutrons. Splitting the nucleus of an atom, also known as nuclear fission, causes a nuclear reaction. The next word is bleach. Bleach. It's countable and uncountable. Bleach is a strong chemical used to disinfect things or to make things white or pale. Disinfect means to clean something in a way that kills bacteria. The verb is also bleach. It means to use bleach or to make something lighter using chemicals or the sun. She tried to dye her hair by using a household bleach, but she just ended up destroying her hair and burning her skin. We use bleach to clean our toilet. Next we have compound. Compound. This is a countable noun. It's a substance that consists of atoms of 2 or more elements. Let's see the word family. First we have the verb compound. Yes, the pronunciation is a little different. Compound. Compound means to mix 2 things together. And then we have the adjective, which is pronounced like the noun. Compound. The adjective means consisting of 2 or more parts. Here are a couple of collocations. We have a chemical compound and an organic compound. Table salt mostly consists of the compound sodium chloride, NaCl. That's what you can see in the picture. This word is contaminate. Contaminate. It's a verb. To contaminate means to make something dirty, poisonous, or less pure. We have 2 nouns. The first one is contamination, which is the process or the state of being contaminated. And we have contaminant. A contaminant is something that contaminates something else. The groundwater has been contaminated by arsenic. Fumes from cars and industry have contaminated the city's air. Fumes are gas or smoke that's unpleasant to breathe in. And now the verb corrode. Corrode. To corrode means to slowly destroy metal or stone with water, air, or a chemical, or to be destroyed this way. In other words, something can corrode metal or stone, or metal or stone can corrode. Let's see the word family. We have the noun corrosion, which is the process or metal that has corroded. And we have the adjective corrosive. That means able to corrode something. The salty ocean air has corroded the metal locks on the house. Rust is a compound which forms when iron corrodes. The next word is cyanide. Cyanide. It's an uncountable noun. Cyanide is a very poisonous chemical compound. The most common type is potassium cyanide, KCN. Don't worry, you don't need to know chemical formulas for the TOEFL. That's mainly for those of you who have studied chemistry or are interested in chemistry. Cyanide occurs naturally in several different types of plants. Cyanide is also manufactured so it can be used in gold and silver mining. Next we have dissolve. Dissolve is a verb. It has a couple of meanings. Number one, of a solid, to combine with a liquid and become part of it, or to make a solid become part of a liquid. Number two, to officially end an organization or legal agreement. The noun is dissolution. Dissolution. That relates to the second meaning. It's the act or process of officially ending an organization or agreement. Sugar and salt dissolve in water. He dissolved the tablet in water and then drank it. The king decided to dissolve the parliament. The next word is melt. Melt. It's a verb. Of a solid, to become liquid, or to make a solid become liquid, usually as a result of heating. This ice cream is melting. Here's a usage tip. The temperature at which a substance becomes liquid is called its melting point. The melting point of water is 0 degrees Celsius, or 32 degrees Fahrenheit. Ice melts at 0 degrees Celsius. You need to melt the butter before mixing it with the flour. The next word is molecule. Molecule. It's a countable noun. A molecule is a group of atoms which is the simplest unit of a chemical substance. The adjective is molecular. That means relating to molecules. This is an ethanol molecule. Water molecules consist of 2 hydrogen atoms and 1 oxygen atom. Now we have noxious. Noxious. It's an adjective. Noxious means harmful or poisonous. Some thistles are considered noxious weeds. Here are a few collocations. We have a noxious chemical, a noxious gas, noxious fumes, noxious weeds, and noxious waste. I wouldn't use that fertilizer if I were you. It's very noxious. Many of the workers at the factory got sick because they were breathing in noxious fumes. This word is preservative. Preservative. It's countable and uncountable. A preservative is a substance used to prevent things like food or wood from decaying. Let's see the word family. We have the verb to preserve, which means to prevent something from decaying. We have the noun preservation, which is the act of preserving something. And we have the adjective preservative. That means able to preserve something. Here's a usage tip. This is a false friend in some languages. Be careful. It does not mean condom. Here are a few collocations. We have artificial preservative, natural preservative. Salt, for example, is a natural preservative. And added preservative. This sauce has no added preservatives. The wood has been treated with preservative to stop it from rotting. Remember, rot is similar to decay. The wood in the picture was probably treated with some sort of preservative. Now we have the verb react. React. It has a couple of meanings. Number one, of chemicals. To change when it is put with another chemical substance. Number two, of people. To act in a particular way because of something that has happened or been said. Now let's look at the word family. First we have the noun reaction. A reaction is the process or the action. Another noun is reactor. That has a couple of meanings. It can just mean something that reacts. But usually, reactor means nuclear reactor, which is a machine where nuclear power is produced. And finally, we have the adjective reactive. That means able to change when it is mixed with another substance. Here are a couple of usage tips. Number one, a chemical reacts with something. For example, sodium reacts with water. Number two, a person reacts to something. He reacted angrily to my suggestion. You don't need to put a preposition after react, but these are the prepositions you need to use if you want to put a noun after it. Acids react with alkalis and form salts. She wants to break up with her boyfriend, but she doesn't know how he will react. The next word is soluble. Soluble. It's an adjective. It means able to be dissolved in liquid. We don't say dissolvable. The word exists. You might find it in some big dictionaries, but it's very rare. Basically, everybody uses the word soluble. Let's see the word family. We have the noun solubility, which is the quality of being able to be dissolved. And we also have the noun solution. This has a couple of meanings. It can mean the answer to a problem. I'm sure you know that meaning. But it can also mean a liquid in which a substance has been dissolved. When Frank has a hangover, he takes soluble aspirin. Some substances are insoluble in water, but soluble in oils and fats. Insoluble is the opposite of soluble. The final word for this topic is sweetener. Sweetener. It's a countable and uncountable noun. It's a substance used instead of sugar to make food or drink taste sweeter. The adjective is sweet, which I'm sure you know already. The verb is sweeten. Sweeten means to become sweeter or to make something sweeter. Here are a couple of collocations. We have artificial sweetener and natural sweetener. The new soft drink doesn't have sugar, so they added sweetener to make it taste better. Honey and stevia are examples of natural sweeteners. Stevia is what you can see in the picture. Today I went to my first chemistry lecture. Even though most of us had done some chemistry in high school, our professor thought it would be good to start with the basics. She first explained that an atom is the smallest part of an element that can exist alone. When atoms combine, they form molecules. An ozone molecule, for example, has 3 oxygen atoms. A carbon dioxide molecule has 1 carbon atom and 2 oxygen atoms. Speaking of carbon dioxide, here's an interesting fact. Scientists estimate that the world's oceans absorb about 1/3 of CO2 emissions generated by human activity. When atoms of different elements combine, they form compounds. Many things that we use or consume in everyday life are chemical compounds. For example, bleach. When you buy bleach in the supermarket, you're actually usually buying bleach mixed with water. Bleach is soluble, which means it dissolves in water. Some other examples are additives, like sweeteners and preservatives. Some very noxious chemical compounds are cyanide and asbestos. Asbestos used to be used a lot in construction because it doesn't burn easily. She then talked briefly about alloys. Alloys are mixtures of 2 metals or a metal and another substance. Brass, for example, is an alloy of copper and zinc. We then had a look at the periodic table. There are currently 118 known elements. The position of an element on the table indicates which group of elements it's in. For example, the elements in the far right column are the noble gases. These are elements that very rarely react with others. In other words, they don't change when they're put with other substances. Each element has a chemical symbol which is 1 or 2 letters. It's often the first 1 or 2 letters of the English word for the element, but not always. For example, the symbol for gold is AU, and the symbol for arsenic is AS. Arsenic is very poisonous, and it sometimes contaminates groundwater. Next, she spoke briefly about acids and alkalis. Basically, if something has a pH lower than 7, it's an acid. And if it has a pH higher than 7, it's an alkali. Generally speaking, acids are corrosive. If something is corrosive, it has the power to corrode, which means to gradually destroy something or to gradually be destroyed. Corroding is not the same as melting. If something melts, it becomes a liquid, but there is no chemical reaction. In other words, the molecules stay the same. This topic is describing people. The first word is bitter. Bitter. It's an adjective. Actually, all of the words in this section are adjectives. This has 2 main meanings. Number 1, of people. Angry and unhappy because you think that you have been treated unfairly. Number 2, of food. Having a strong taste that many people consider unpleasant. The adverb is bitterly, and the noun is bitterness. Bitterness is the feeling or the taste. Dark chocolate is bitter. Here's a usage tip. This is often followed by about. We say to be bitter about something. She was still very bitter about getting fired. She's trying to think positively about things because she doesn't want to become a bitter old woman. He was very bitter after his divorce. That's the man in the picture. He has a bitter expression on his face. I add milk to my coffee because I find black coffee too bitter. The next word is carefree. Carefree. This means having no problems or not worried about anything. Let's see the word family. We have the noun care, which I'm sure you know. For example, there's healthcare, skincare, etc. And we also have the verb to care. You probably know that as well. If you care about somebody, they're important to you, or you like or love them. You can also care about things, not just people. Here's a usage tip. This is not a synonym of careless. Careless means not paying enough attention to things. Carefree normally has a positive connotation, and careless normally has a negative connotation. Here are some collocations. Basically, this is an adjective for people and also things that are experienced by people. So we have a carefree person, a carefree attitude, a carefree lifestyle, and a carefree vacation. The people dancing at the festival looked so happy and carefree. Frank has a very carefree attitude towards life. Although sometimes Frank can be a bit careless as well. Now we have caring. Caring. This means kind and providing emotional support to others. We have the same word family as before. We have the noun care and the verb to care. He seemed like a polite and caring man, but we didn't have anything in common. That's something you might say after a first date. Although they didn't have much money, she's grateful to have had caring and supportive parents. Now we have considerate. Considerate. Be careful of the pronunciation here. It's not considerate. The O is a schwa, so it's considerate. Considerate. This means thinking of other people's feelings and needs, and being careful not to upset others. It's similar to the previous word, caring. Let's see the word family. We have the adverb considerately, the verb to consider. I'm sure you know that one. It's similar to think about. And we have the noun consideration. That means the act of considering, or the act of thinking of other people's feelings and needs. On her dating profile, Ethel said she was looking for someone honest and considerate. Very important traits, Ethel. George is a helpful and considerate assistant. It wasn't very considerate of her to arrive late without telling us in advance. In that last example, we have the structure considerate of. It's just like the structure nice of. For example, it was nice of you to pick me up from the airport. The next word is despondent. Despondent. This means very unhappy and without hope or enthusiasm. The adverb is despondently, and the noun is despondency. That's the feeling. Tim has been unemployed for over a year, and he's becoming very despondent. She often looks despondent when she's deep in thought, but she's not actually unhappy. The next one is enterprising. Enterprising. This means good at thinking of new projects or ways of doing things, especially things that will make money. The noun is enterprise. Enterprise has a few meanings, but it mainly means a business or a project, or the ability to think of new projects or ways of doing things. That enterprising farmer now allows people to camp on one of his fields for a small fee. Even as a child, she was enterprising. During summer, she always ran a lemonade stand with her friend. In the picture, you can see two girls running a lemonade stand. And now we have entrepreneurial. I know, it's a bit of a mouthful. Entrepreneurial. Entrepreneurial means good at starting new businesses or arranging business deals, especially when it involves financial risk, or related to these abilities. Let's see the word family. We have the noun entrepreneur. That's a person who starts their own business. And we have the noun entrepreneurship. That's the activity or ability. Now, this is similar to enterprising, but not exactly the same. When we hear entrepreneurial, we normally think of somebody creating new businesses. Somebody who is enterprising might be creating new businesses, but they might just be somebody who sees opportunities to make money or can think of new ways of doing things. A child might be enterprising, for example, but we don't usually call a child entrepreneurial. Let's now see some collocations. We have an entrepreneurial person, an entrepreneurial climate, an entrepreneurial spirit, and entrepreneurial skills. I'm not surprised she's made a lot of money. She's always been very entrepreneurial. The new startup wants to hire people with entrepreneurial skills. The next word is fearless. Fearless. This means not afraid. It is often used to show admiration for someone. Let's see the word family. We have the adverb fearlessly, the noun fearlessness, which is the quality of being fearless, and then we have the noun fear. I'm sure you know what that means. She is a fearless mountaineer. He was fearless in the fight against racial discrimination. They demonstrated fearless opposition to the military dictatorship. Obviously, opposition isn't a person, but like a lot of the other adjectives in this section, fearless can also describe people's behavior or actions. Now we have forthcoming. Forthcoming. This has two main meanings. Number one, of people. Helpful and willing to give information about something. Number 2, of things. Already planned and happening soon. Upcoming is a synonym. The noun is forthcomingness. That's the quality. Thankfully, the main witness in the case was very forthcoming and provided the police with a lot of useful details. The senator wasn't very forthcoming during the investigation. That means that the senator wasn't very willing to give information. He is expected to win easily in the forthcoming elections. The next word is frivolous. Frivolous. Number 1, of people. Behaving in a silly way and not taking important things seriously. Number 2, of things. Silly or not serious, especially when it is not appropriate in the situation. The adverb is frivolously, and the noun is frivolity. That means behavior that is silly or funny. Here are some collocations. We have a frivolous person, frivolous behavior, a frivolous comment, a frivolous pastime. A pastime is like a hobby. And a frivolous suggestion. Some examples. Tony was very frivolous in his youth, but now he's one of the city's leading heart specialists. I found his behavior rather frivolous given the gravity of the situation. She said that she no longer had time for frivolous pastimes. Well, some people get a bit boring as they get older. Now we have judgmental. Judgmental. In British spelling, you can put an E after the G. That's an option. This means forming opinions of people too quickly, especially in a critical way. It's basically criticizing people too quickly. The adverb is judgmentally. Then we have a noun, which is judgment, and that's an opinion or a decision. And then we have the verb to judge, which means to form an opinion. This cat looks judgmental. You might disagree with me, but I mean, look at the expression on its face. Her daughter's new boyfriend has a safety pin in his nose, but she's trying not to be judgmental. This is a safety pin. Frank needs to learn to be less judgmental about people. Now we have lenient. Lenient. This has two meanings. Number 1, of people. Not strict when it comes to making sure rules are obeyed. Number 2, of things. Not as severe as one would expect in punishing someone. It's the opposite of strict or harsh. Let's see the word family. We have the adverb leniently, and then we have two nouns, leniency and lenience. Those mean the same thing. They mean the quality of being less strict or severe than expected. Here are some collocations. First we have people. You'll often hear a lenient judge, a lenient parent, and a lenient teacher. And now some things. A lenient fine, and a lenient sentence. I think he would be more responsible if his parents had not been so lenient with him. The accused was only sentenced to 2 years in prison. I think the judge was quite lenient. He received a rather lenient fine. This one is nonchalant. Nonchalant. It comes from French, but we pronounce it a bit differently. This means calm and relaxed, or not seeming worried about something or interested in something. It's often used negatively, but it can also be used in quite a neutral way. The adverb is nonchalantly, and the noun is nonchalance. That's the behavior. George was trying to appear nonchalant, but I could tell that he was nervous about his date. Poor George. They didn't hire the candidate because she seemed too nonchalant in the job interview. Frank generally has a nonchalant attitude towards things. Next we have obnoxious. Obnoxious. Of people or things. Very offensive, rude, or unpleasant. The adverb is obnoxiously, and the noun is obnoxiousness. That's the quality. This giraffe is being a bit obnoxious. Look at how it's poking its tongue out like that. Here we have some collocations. An obnoxious person, obnoxious behavior, an obnoxious smell, and then the phrase loud and obnoxious. Those two words are often used together. Let's see some examples. We left the restaurant early because there was a group of young people next to us being loud and obnoxious. Tim got fired for his obnoxious behavior. Now we have rebellious. Rebellious means not obeying rules or people in power, or not accepting normal standards of behavior. Let's see the word family. First we have the adverb rebelliously. Then we have the noun rebelliousness, which is the quality. Then we have the verb to rebel, which means to fight against or refuse to obey an authority. Then we have the noun rebel. That's a person who rebels. And finally, we have the noun rebellion. That means opposition to authority. She was a rebellious teenager, but then she became a police officer. He has lots of piercings and wears leather jackets because he wants to seem rebellious, but in reality, he isn't at all. This word is reliable. Reliable. Of people or things that can be trusted, believed, or depended on. Let's see the word family. We have the adverb reliably, then the noun reliability. That's the quality of being reliable. Then the verb to rely, which means to trust or depend on somebody or something. And then the noun reliance, and that's the act of relying. Here are some collocations. First we have people. You'll often hear a reliable employee, a reliable friend, and a reliable person. And now some things. Reliable information, a reliable source, and a reliable watch. If you have a watch that always works well, you can say it's reliable. We are looking for an organized and reliable individual to join our team. You often see things like that in ads for jobs. Don't quote Wikipedia in your essay. It's not a reliable source. I went to university with people who did that. I prefer to take the bus because my car isn't exactly reliable. The next word is reluctant. Reluctant. It means not wanting to do something or hesitating before doing something. The adverb is reluctantly, and the noun is reluctance. That's the feeling. Here's a usage tip. It is often followed by to plus base form. For example, Frank was reluctant to help with the cleaning until I bribed him with some beer. His parents were reluctant to lend him more money. I persuaded my reluctant friends to watch Dirty Dancing with me. I told Julie she could join us, but she seemed reluctant. This one is resourceful. Resourceful. Resourceful means good at finding practical ways to do things and solve problems. Let's see the word family. First we have the adverb resourcefully. Then we have resourcefulness, which is a noun, and that is the quality of being resourceful. Then we have another noun, which is resource. I'm sure you know that word. And then we have the verb to resource. To resource means to provide money or other resources for something. The business is facing some difficulties, but the manager is resourceful, so I'm sure he'll find solutions. I didn't have much money when I was a student, but I was resourceful, so I managed to live quite comfortably. She is a hard-working and resourceful investigator. Now we have sensible. Sensible. It has two meanings. Number one, of people or things. Reasonable and practical. Showing good judgment. Number two, of things. Useful and or practical rather than fashionable. Sometimes used to describe clothes. The adverb is sensibly, and the noun is sensibility. The noun is a bit different in terms of the meaning. Sensibility means the ability to experience and understand deep feelings. Here's a usage tip. This is a false friend in several languages. For example, in these languages, German, French, Italian, Portuguese, and Spanish, there are words that look like sensible, but those usually translate to sensitive in English. I'm sorry I haven't included other languages. These are just the ones that I know about in terms of this word. Here are some collocations. We have a sensible person, sensible advice, sensible clothes, a sensible diet, and a sensible idea. She's not worried about her son traveling alone. He's a sensible young man. This might surprise you, but Frank is very sensible with money. Frank's actually quite stingy. If you work in a hospital, you should wear sensible shoes. The next word is slender. Slender. Of people or things. Thin or narrow. It is used in a positive way for people. It's different to skinny. Skinny normally sounds negative. Slender or slim sound positive. The noun is slenderness. That's the quality of being slender. This ballet dancer is slender. Tim is a tall and slender man. This wine glass has a slender stem. In the biology section, we had the word stem. Normally it's part of a plant, but we also use it for some inorganic objects. Wine glasses usually have stems, for example. The next word is sympathetic. Sympathetic. It has a couple of meanings. Number 1, understanding and caring about someone else's problems. Number 2, approving of or supporting. Let's see the word family. We have the adverb sympathetically, the noun sympathy, which is the feeling or the act of showing support. We have the verb to sympathize, which means to feel sympathy or to show support. And then we have the noun sympathizer. That's a person. This just relates to the second meaning. It's a person who supports or approves of somebody or something. Here's a usage tip. This is a false friend in several languages. So in these languages, German, French, Italian, Portuguese, and Spanish, there are words that look like sympathetic, but those usually translate to nice or pleasant in English. Here's another usage tip. It is often followed by to or towards. For example, I'm sympathetic to health workers who have to work long shifts. Health workers are people like doctors and nurses. Our governor is sympathetic towards environmental reform. That means that the governor thinks that rules need to be changed to protect the environment. Here are a couple of collocations. We have a sympathetic friend and a sympathetic listener. George was very sympathetic when Ethel was sick. Sally is rather lazy, so people didn't feel particularly sympathetic towards her when she got fired. You can tell that most newspapers are sympathetic to the president. Now we have witty. Witty. Of people or language. Using words in a clever and amusing way. Let's see the word family. First we have the noun wit, which has two meanings. It can mean the ability to use words this way, or it can mean a person who is able to use words this way. Then we have the noun wittiness, which is the quality or the ability. And then we have witticism, which is also a noun. A witticism is a witty comment. Here are some collocations. We have a witty comedian, a witty writer, a witty comment, and a witty remark. I always enjoy her books. She's such a witty writer. The interviewer was a little rude. but the actor responded with some witty remarks. The dialogue in the movie was very witty. The final word for this section is zealous. Zealous. Be careful of the pronunciation. It's not zealous. It's zealous. It means very enthusiastic and eager. It's sometimes used negatively, but not always. Let's see the word family. First we have the adverb zealously, then the noun zeal, which is the quality, then the noun zealot. A zealot is a person who is extremely enthusiastic about something. That word is usually used negatively. And then we have the noun zealotry. That means the behavior or attitude of a zealot. Here are some collocations. We have a zealous activist, a zealous advocate, a zealous reformer, and a zealous supporter. It's clear that the writer is a zealous supporter of free market economics. I appreciate Amy's enthusiasm, but sometimes I find her a bit too zealous. Last weekend, Frank and I went to a party, and we met lots of interesting people. I think Frank was a little nervous because he doesn't go to a lot of parties, but he acted very nonchalant. He's not quite as fearless as you might think. When we arrived, the host greeted us very warmly. She was very considerate. She showed us where we could put our coats and then offered us some drinks. The next person we spoke to was a man who seemed very entrepreneurial. He owned several phone repair shops and was just about to open another one. He seemed very resourceful because I don't think he had a lot of money when he started his business. He said that even as a kid he was enterprising and would often think of new ways to make money. For example, he would do gardening work for many of his neighbors. We then met a slender young woman who looked rather despondent. She said that she was a marathon runner, but she had recently broken her foot, so she couldn't train for several months. Frank made a frivolous comment about exercise being overrated. I know he was sympathetic and was trying to make her feel better, but unfortunately his words had the opposite effect. Next we chatted with a friendly and carefree guy who didn't seem to be worried about anything. By this stage, Frank had had a few drinks and was losing some of his inhibitions. He asked the young man if he had a lot of money, and, unsurprisingly, he wasn't very forthcoming. I reminded Frank that it wasn't polite to ask questions like that, and I also said it would be sensible if he drank some water. He looked at me with a bitter expression on his face and said that I was being annoying as well as judgmental about his alcohol consumption. We then met a funny and witty woman who'd had a very interesting life. She said that she'd been a rebellious teenager who was rather zealous when it came to political issues. She even got arrested once, but the police were thankfully quite lenient with her. She then studied and travelled and became more moderate in her opinions. She honestly seemed like a very caring and reliable person. By that stage, Frank was starting to become somewhat loud and obnoxious, so I thought it was time to go.
He was reluctant to leave, but he agreed once I told him that we could get pizza on the way home.
This topic is economics. The first word is acquire. Acquire. It's a verb. It has two meanings. Number one, to obtain something, usually by buying it or being given it, but often the means is not specified. Number two, to gain a new characteristic or ability. Usually it develops over time. Let's see the word family. First we have the noun acquisition. That means the act of acquiring something, or a thing that somebody acquires, especially a large thing like a company or a piece of land. We have the adjective acquisitive. That means wanting to get and have a lot of possessions. This is a formal adjective. We don't use it a lot when we speak, but you might see it in written texts. Let's see some examples. The corporation acquired several small businesses in the city. How did the museum acquire all those famous paintings? She has acquired strong skills in German. The next word is affluent. Affluent. It's an adjective. Affluent means having a lot of money or possessions. It's basically a formal way of saying rich. The noun is affluence, and that means the state of being affluent. Here's a little usage tip. This is a false friend in some languages. In some languages like Spanish and French, there's a similar adjective and it's related to rivers. In Old English, that was also the case, but in modern day English, the adjective just means rich or wealthy. Let's see some collocations. We have an affluent person, an affluent family, an affluent country, and an affluent neighborhood. Some financial advisors only work with very affluent individuals. There are often good public schools in affluent neighborhoods. Now we have the verb allocate. Allocate. This means to give something to someone or something for a specific purpose, often after an official decision. The noun is allocation. That means the act of allocating, or the amount that is allocated. Here's a usage tip. This verb can be used in a few different sentence structures. First we have to allocate something to somebody or something. For example, we allocated more money to the project. You can also say to allocate something for something. For example, we allocated more money for the project. And you can say to allocate somebody or something, something. So you can say, we allocated the project more money. These all mean the same thing. Don't worry, you don't need to memorize them or use them all, but you should be aware that there are different structures. I need to allocate more of my free time to study. The government allocated $200 million for schools. We waited a long time to be allocated seats on the plane. Next we have asset. Asset. It's a countable noun. It has a couple of meanings. Number one, something that belongs to an individual or a business which has value or the power to earn money. They're normally things like real estate, money in the bank, or financial investments. Number 2, a person or thing that is valuable or useful. Here's a usage tip. For the second meaning, it is sometimes used in this structure: to be an asset to somebody or something. For example, a new park would be an asset to this city. That means that a new park would be valuable to the city. It would be a nice thing for the city to have. The company's assets are worth $5 billion. Resourcefulness is a big asset if you work for a startup. That means that resourcefulness is a useful characteristic for a startup. I think George would be an asset to the accounting department. That means I think George would be a good person to work for the accounting department. He would add value. Next we have boom. Boom. It's a countable noun. It has a couple of meanings. Number 1, a fast increase in economic activity. Number 2, an increase in the popularity of something, such as a sport or a type of music. The verb is also boom. If a business or an industry or an economy is booming, it's growing quickly. The adjective is booming, which means growing or expanding quickly. Here's a usage tip. It is often followed by in. This year has seen a boom in smartphone sales. And here are some collocations. We have an economic boom, a property boom, a boom period, and we also have the phrase boom and bust. That's when a period of fast economic growth is followed by a sudden period of decline. There has been a recent boom in the real estate market. The restaurant industry always does well during a boom period. There was an aerobics boom in the 1980s. Next we have boost. Boost. It's a verb. It means to improve something or make something increase. There are 2 nouns. First we have boost. A boost is an increase or something that helps something improve or increase. And we have booster. Booster has a few different meanings, but generally it's something that improves something. We need to boost our sales if we want to make a profit this year. That movie really boosted the actor's career. Next we have commodity. Commodity. It's a countable noun. It has a couple of meanings. Number 1, a product or raw material that can be bought, traded, or sold, and is often used in the production of other goods. Often used when discussing economics. Number 2, a useful thing or quality. Here are some collocations. We have an agricultural commodity, a basic commodity. A basic commodity is something that's commonly used. A precious commodity, a scarce commodity. Scarce means there's not very much of it available. And finally, commodity prices. So what commodities cost. Recently, the cost of rice, oil, and other basic commodities has increased dramatically. Coffee was a scarce commodity during the war. Time is a precious commodity that we often undervalue. The next word is consumer. Consumer. It's a countable noun. It has a couple of meanings. Number one, a person who buys and uses goods or services. Number two, a person, organization, country, etc. that uses something, especially fuel, energy, or natural resources. Let's see the word family. First we have the verb consume, which generally means to use something. Then we have the noun consumption. That means the act of consuming or the amount that is consumed. And we have the adjective consumable. That means able or meant to be consumed. Here are some collocations. First we have a consumer group. A consumer group is an organization that protects consumer rights. Next we have consumer debt, consumer demand, consumer goods, and consumer spending. Those cars are far too expensive for the average consumer. Economists are worried because consumer spending has dropped recently. Australia is a major producer and consumer of coal. The next word is consumerism. Consumerism. It's an uncountable noun. This means the belief that it is good for individuals or society to buy and use a large quantity of goods and services. It is often used disapprovingly. The adjective is consumerist, which just means related to consumerism. Many people are concerned by rising consumerism around the world. Green consumerism refers to a situation in which consumers want to buy products and services that have been produced in an environmentally friendly way. Next we have the adjective corporate. Corporate. Corporate means relating to a corporation. And the noun in the word family is corporation. In case you're thinking, what's a corporation? Well, a corporation is a large company or a group of companies that act as a single organization. Let's see some collocations. First we have the corporate world. That essentially means the world of big business. We also have a corporate customer or client, a corporate loan, corporate culture, and corporate finance. He worked in the corporate world for 20 years before deciding to become a teacher. The term corporate identity refers to a company's image, or how a company presents itself to society. The next word is downturn. Downturn. It's a countable noun. It means a decrease in business or economic activity. Here's a usage tip. It is often followed by in. For example, there has been a downturn in sales in recent months. The country is currently experiencing an economic downturn. Local business owners are concerned about the downturn in the tourism industry. The next word is estate. Estate. It's a countable noun. It has a couple of meanings. Firstly, it can mean all of someone's money or property, especially when they die. It can also mean a large area of land in the country that is usually owned by one person or family. To give you a visual idea of that second meaning, in England, for example, a house on an estate often looks a bit like the one in the picture. Some collocations. You can say to leave one's estate to somebody. That means to leave everything that you own to somebody when you die. Next we have estate tax. That's another term for inheritance tax. Then a family estate and a country estate. When she died, she left her entire estate to her cat. He has a lot of money because his family used to own a large estate with hundreds of hectares of farmland. Now we have exceed. Exceed. It's a verb. It has a couple of meanings. Number one, to be more than a particular number or amount. Number two, to do more than what a rule or law allows you to do. Let's see the word family. We have the noun excess, which is an amount of something that is more than necessary or reasonable. We have the adjective excessive, which means more than is necessary or reasonable. The adverb of that is excessively. And we also have the adverb exceedingly, which means extremely. Some collocations. We have to far exceed. To far exceed means to exceed something by a lot. We also have to exceed the speed limit. In other words, to drive too fast. To exceed one's authority, which means to do more than what someone in that job is normally allowed to do. And finally, to exceed expectations. That means to go beyond what is expected in a positive way. The total cost of the renovations will not exceed $70,000. Rents are high at the moment because the demand for housing far exceeds supply. She was exceeding the speed limit by 10 miles per hour. The judge was dismissed for exceeding his authority. This word is expertise. Expertise. It's an uncountable noun. It means high-level knowledge or skills in a particular subject. Let's see the word family. First we have the noun expert. An expert is a person with this knowledge or these skills. Then we have the adjective expert, and that means involving great knowledge or skill. And the adverb of that is expertly. Here's a usage tip. This is often followed by in. For example, she has expertise in website design. A collocation is an area of expertise. That means a subject or activity that a person can have skills in. I'd very much like to help you, but I'm afraid marketing is not my area of expertise. These consultants have considerable expertise in dealing with workplace conflict. The next word is household. Household. It's a countable noun. It means all the people who live together in a house or apartment. The adjective is also household. That means relating to a home or the people in it. In 2016, the average household in Australia had 2.6 people. Purchasing a house can be too expensive for many single-income households. The next word is impoverished. Impoverished. It's an adjective. It has a couple of meanings. Number 1, very poor. Number 2, made worse in quality. Let's see the word family. We have the verb impoverish. That means to make somebody poor or to make something worse in quality. And we have the noun impoverishment. That's the act of impoverishing or the state of being impoverished. In the picture, you can see an impoverished neighborhood. The charity aims to help impoverished communities in multiple countries. The soil is so impoverished that almost nothing will grow in it now. This word is infrastructure. Infrastructure. It's a countable and uncountable noun. It means the basic systems and structures that a country or organization needs to function properly, such as transport, electricity supply, and water supply. The adjective is infrastructural. Here's a usage tip. It is almost never used as a countable noun. In other words, you will rarely hear an infrastructure or infrastructures. So technically it is both countable and uncountable, but we normally use it as an uncountable noun. Sometimes governments increase infrastructure spending in an attempt to boost the economy. The company decided to invest $20 million to upgrade its communications infrastructure. Now we have livelihood. Livelihood. It's a countable and uncountable noun. It means the way someone earns money in order to live. Fishing is this man's livelihood. Here are some collocations. To depend or rely on something for one's livelihood. To earn a or one's livelihood. To lose one's livelihood. It's difficult to earn a livelihood as a musician. Most people in the town depend on tourism for their livelihood. Many farmers have lost their livelihoods because of the drought. You can say livelihood or livelihoods after there. This word is output. Output. It is also a countable and uncountable noun. This means the amount of something, so goods or services, produced by a country, company, factory, person, etc. A little usage tip. It is almost never used as a countable noun. In other words, you will rarely hear an output or outputs. And here are some collocations. We have agricultural output, economic output, industrial output, and manufacturing output. The country's economic output grew by 5% last year. Manufacturing output in this region has declined in recent years. The factory's current output is about 20,000 units a month. Now we have a verb. This is prosper. Prosper. To prosper means to develop in a successful way, especially financially. The adjective is prosperous, and that means successful or rich. The noun is prosperity, which is the state of being prosperous. I know this won't mean something to everyone, but if you watch Star Trek, this is the Vulcan salute, and people usually say, "Live long and prosper," when they do it. To prosper isn't always about money. It can just mean to develop in a positive way. He seems to be prospering since he moved to the country and found a less stressful job. The economy prospered under the previous government. If you want your business to prosper, you should develop your marketing skills. Now we have revenue. Revenue. It's an uncountable and plural noun. It means the money that a business or government regularly receives. Here are a few usage tips. Number 1. Normally it is uncountable. Revenue. But sometimes the plural form is used. Revenues. The meaning stays the same. Number 2. It does not mean profit. Profit equals revenue minus costs. Number 3. We do not use it to talk about what individuals earn. The money that a person regularly receives is income. Here are a few collocations. First we have advertising revenue. TV stations and companies like Facebook and Google receive advertising revenue. And then we have annual revenue and tax revenue. Tax revenue is what governments receive from taxpayers. The company's expected revenue this year is $70 million. Most of Google's revenue is advertising revenue. Tax revenues increased this year thanks to new corporate taxes. Next we have scarcity. Scarcity. It's a countable and uncountable noun. It means a situation in which there is not enough of something, or something is not easy to find or obtain. The adjective is scarce. If something is scarce, there's not very much of it available. The adverb is scarcely. That means only just, or hardly. A little usage tip. It is often followed by of. For example, there is currently a scarcity of skilled workers. The concept of scarcity is important in the study of economics. Water scarcity is a major problem in drier regions of the world. Food scarcities can lead to social conflict and riots. A riot is a situation in which a large group of people behave violently. Next we have sector. Sector is a countable noun. It has a couple of meanings. Number 1, an area of activity, particularly in a country's economy. Number 2, a part of a geographic area, particularly one that is under military control. The adjective is sectoral. Here are some collocations. By the way, you don't have to use the with sector, but we often do. So we have the agricultural sector, the manufacturing sector, the service sector, the private sector, the public sector, the banking sector, and the finance sector. Here are some examples. Agriculture used to be a major part of the country's economy, but it is now half the size of the service sector. He used to work in the public sector, but now he works in the corporate sector. After World War II, Berlin was divided into 4 sectors. Now we have slump. Slump. It's a countable noun. It has a couple of meanings. Number 1, a sudden decrease in sales, prices, profits, etc. Number 2, a period when an industry or economy is doing very badly, particularly with a lot of unemployment. The verb is to slump. That means to suddenly decrease in price, number, etc. Here's a usage tip. It is often followed by in. For example, there has recently been a slump in book sales. The recent slump in oil prices has caused some volatility on the share market. People are more concerned about holding on to their jobs during an economic slump. The next word is stakeholder. Stakeholder is a countable noun. It has a couple of meanings. Number 1, someone who has an important connection with something, normally a business or organization, and is therefore affected by its failure or success. Number 2, someone who has invested money in a business. Here's a usage tip. Occasionally this is used interchangeably with shareholder, but the word shareholder is more specific. A shareholder owns shares in a company or business. A stakeholder doesn't necessarily own shares in something. Large companies tend to have many stakeholders, including employees, directors, shareholders, the government, and unions. Our manager often forgets that the local government is an important stakeholder. All of the business's stakeholders lost money. Next we have subsidy. Subsidy. It's a countable noun. This means money that is given by a government or organization to reduce the cost of producing or providing goods or services in order to keep prices low. Let's see the word family. First we have the verb to subsidize. That means to give a subsidy. Then we have the adjective subsidized. That means partially paid for by a government or organization. And finally we have the noun subsidization, which is the act of providing subsidies. Here's a usage tip. It is normally used in the plural, subsidies. Here are a few collocations. Agricultural subsidies, export subsidies, government subsidies, housing subsidies, and public subsidies. Agricultural subsidies represent a large part of the EU budget. The transport system would not survive without public subsidies. The Arts Centre received a subsidy from the local government. Now we have trend. Trend. This is a countable noun. It means a general tendency or development in a certain direction. Let's see the word family. First, we have the verb to trend. That means to change or develop in a certain direction, or to be discussed a lot on social media. Then we have the adjective trending, and that means to be popular on social media. Another adjective is trendy, which means popular or fashionable. The adverb is trendily, and that means in a fashionable way. And finally, we have the noun trendiness, which means the quality of being trendy. Here are some collocations. The latest trend, an alarming trend, an economic trend, a growing trend, a new or recent trend, a downward trend, and an upward trend. If these economic trends continue, unemployment will rise quickly. The growing trend is for people to marry later in life. He spends too much money on electronics because he insists on following the latest trends. And finally, we have uptick. Uptick. It's a countable noun. An uptick is a small increase or improvement in the level or value of something. The arrow is pointing to an uptick in the graph. A little usage tip. It is often followed by in. For example, there was an uptick in bond prices last week. The recent uptick in economic activity will likely lead to the creation of more jobs. Investors are happy because the share market is showing an uptick.
People are currently very concerned about the country's economy. The country was recently prospering during a long boom period, but it's now suffering from an economic downturn. The recent slump in commodity prices hasn't helped because the country exports a lot of raw materials. It is feared that many people will lose their livelihoods. As frequently happens during a recession, it is likely that the most impoverished communities will suffer the most. Despite a decade of what some economists described as rampant consumerism, it is clear that consumers are now generally spending a lot less. Even rather affluent households are hesitant to spend money because they don't know what the future holds. Because of this hesitancy, the corporate sector is also suffering. The government is a stakeholder in the country's large companies because it receives a lot of money from them in the form of tax revenue. Some large companies have been acquiring lots of smaller ones because the owners are selling them at discount prices. Economists fear that there will also be a slump in the housing market, which is concerning for homeowners who don't want to see their mortgages exceed the market prices of their homes. It is hoped that an economic uptick will happen soon, but it's likely that current trends will continue if the government doesn't intervene. Various suggestions have been put forward. Some economists have said that the government should allocate more funds to infrastructure spending. Others say that it should provide more subsidies to the agricultural and manufacturing sectors to boost economic output. Another suggestion is to make changes to the tax system. For example, some people are in favor of introducing an estate tax for wealthy individuals. In other words, people who have a lot of assets. Because there is a scarcity of skilled labor, some have also suggested investing more in education and training to help workers develop expertise in certain areas.
This topic is environment. First we have carbon footprint. Carbon footprint. It's a countable noun. A carbon footprint is the amount of carbon dioxide produced by the activities of a person, organization, or community. Those aren't carbon footprints in the picture, but those are footprints. My footprint and Frank's footprint. George is trying to reduce his carbon footprint by riding his bike more often. Many companies have started measuring their carbon footprints. Next we have deplete. Deplete. It's a verb. It means to reduce something considerably in size or quantity, often natural resources or money. The noun is depletion, which is the act of depleting something. Here's a usage tip. The thinning of Earth's ozone layer is called ozone depletion. The main cause is the use of man-made chemicals, which are referred to as ozone-depleting substances. In recent years, ozone levels have begun to recover thanks to the banning of most of these substances. Another usage tip. It is often used passively. For example, fish populations in the area were massively depleted. And here we have a couple of collocations. You can say to severely deplete or to be severely depleted. Rainforests have been severely depleted in that region. She couldn't control her spending habits and she completely depleted her savings. Frank's energy was depleted after he climbed the mountain. It was actually a hill, but Frank insists that it was a mountain. Now we have the verb deteriorate. Deteriorate. Yes, I know the pronunciation is a little tricky. To deteriorate means to become worse, often used when discussing the environment, buildings, health, conditions, or the economy. The noun is deterioration. That means the process. This jetty has started to deteriorate. Here are a few collocations. To deteriorate gradually. To deteriorate rapidly. To deteriorate steadily. You can also put the adverb before the verb, so you can say to gradually deteriorate, to rapidly deteriorate, and to steadily deteriorate. Air quality in the city has gradually but steadily deteriorated. Our profits will definitely decrease if economic conditions continue to deteriorate. Her sight has rapidly deteriorated. Now we have dew. Dew. It's an uncountable noun. Dew is small drops of water that form on the ground and other outdoor surfaces at night. The adjective is dewy. In the picture you can see some dew on grass. George likes walking on the grass early in the morning because he likes feeling the dew under his feet. We thought it had rained the night before because the outdoor furniture was wet, but it was just dew. And now we have a phrasal verb. This is dispose of something. To dispose of something means to get rid of something that you no longer want or need, particularly if it is difficult to get rid of. The noun is disposal, which means the act of disposing of something. The adjective is disposable, and that means made to be thrown away after it is used. One of the main arguments against nuclear energy is that it can be difficult to safely dispose of the waste. Even small pieces of plastic can do harm to the environment, so they need to be disposed of properly. Now we have the verb dwindle. Dwindle. It means to gradually become smaller or fewer in number. The adjective is dwindling. That means becoming gradually smaller or fewer in number. Natural habitats have dwindled over the years due to deforestation. Deforestation is the destruction of forests. The rhinoceros population is dwindling. Support for that political party has been dwindling recently. Next we have emission. Emission. It's a countable noun. It has a couple of meanings. Number one, a gas or other substance that is released into the air. Number two, the act of sending out or producing gas, heat, light, etc. The verb is to emit. That means to release something such as gas, heat, light, etc. A little usage tip. It is usually used in the plural. For example, some factories release toxic emissions into the air. And here are some collocations. We have carbon dioxide emissions. You can also say carbon emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, toxic emissions, and then with a couple of verbs, to limit emissions and to reduce emissions. Some governments are trying to reduce carbon emissions by investing in new transport technologies. The emission of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere has increased significantly over the last few decades. And now we have the adjective environmentally friendly. Environmentally friendly. This means having little or no harmful effect on the environment. These shopping bags are environmentally friendly. Here's a usage tip. It is usually hyphenated if it comes before a noun. For example, he uses environmentally friendly cleaning products. So that's with a hyphen. He uses cleaning products which are environmentally friendly. That's without a hyphen. Paper packaging is more environmentally friendly than plastic packaging. Cycling is an environmentally friendly form of transport that also has health benefits. Next we have fossil fuel. Fossil fuel. It's a countable and uncountable noun. It's a fuel such as oil or coal that formed underground over millions of years from dead plants or animals. Oil is a fossil fuel. A lot of carbon emissions come from the burning of fossil fuels. Sun and wind energy are alternatives to fossil fuel. And now we have harmless. Harmless. It's an adjective. It has a couple of meanings. Number one, unable or unlikely to cause harm. Number two, unlikely to offend or upset anyone. Let's see the word family. First we have the noun harm and the verb to harm. I'm sure you know those ones. Then we have the adverb harmlessly, the noun harmlessness, which is the quality of being harmless, and then the adjective unharmed, which means not harmed. A little usage tip. It is sometimes followed by to. For example, don't worry, these snakes are harmless to humans. And here are a couple of collocations. A harmless joke and harmless fun. These new cleaning products are harmless to the environment. My cousin is scared of that neighbor, but he's completely harmless. Ethel is annoyed with Frank because he hid her keys, but he says it was just harmless fun. And now we have the adjective hospitable. Hospitable. This has a couple of meanings. Number one, of people. Friendly and generous to visitors. Number two, of an environment. Having good conditions for things to grow or live. The noun is hospitality. That means friendly behavior towards visitors. The adverb is hospitably. A little usage tip. It is sometimes followed by to or towards. For example, the locals are normally very hospitable to tourists. And now a few collocations. We have a hospitable host, so that's a person. A hospitable climate, and a hospitable environment. The owners of the little inn we stayed in were so hospitable. It's obvious why they had 5 stars on TripAdvisor. Stagnant water creates a hospitable environment for mosquitoes. He decided to move south to a more hospitable climate. Now we have the opposite of hospitable, which is inhospitable. This is also an adjective. Inhospitable has a couple of meanings. Number one, of people. Not friendly or generous to visitors. Number two, of an environment. Not suitable for humans to live in because of unpleasant weather conditions or a lack of shelter. A little usage tip. It is sometimes followed by to or towards. For example, the locals have grown inhospitable towards foreigners. And a couple of collocations. An inhospitable climate and inhospitable terrain. Terrain basically means land of a particular kind. Sadly, most people I met there were rude and inhospitable. They walked for days across inhospitable terrain. Antarctica is one of the most inhospitable regions in the world. That's Antarctica in the picture. It's pretty, but you probably wouldn't want to live there. Now we have landfill. Landfill. It's a countable and uncountable noun. It has a few meanings. Number 1, the practice of burying household and industrial waste in large holes in the ground. Number 2, waste that is buried in this way. Number 3, a place where large amounts of waste are buried. So it can be the process, the stuff, or the place. It's normally clear from the context. Let's see some examples. The first sentence is about the practice or the process. Some people say that incineration is better for the environment than landfill. Incineration is burning. In the next sentence, landfill is the stuff or waste. The recycling center separates recyclable items from landfill. And in the next sentence, landfill means the place. The company always sends its garbage to a landfill. Next we have the adjective large scale. Large scale. This means involving a lot of people, things, effort, money, etc., or happening over a large area. Often used when discussing the environment, business, or economics. Let's see some collocations. We have a large-scale operation, large-scale destruction, large-scale development, large-scale investment, and large-scale production. People are worried about large-scale destruction in the Amazon rainforest. The recent hurricane was a large-scale natural disaster. That means it was over a large area and there was a lot of damage. Large-scale automobile production made cars more affordable. Now we have litter. Litter. It's a countable and uncountable noun. When it's uncountable, it means small pieces of rubbish such as cans, waste paper, and wrappers that people have left on the ground in a public place. When it's a countable noun, it means a group of baby animals that are born at the same time to the same mother. So yes, it has two quite different meanings. The verb is to litter, and that means to leave small pieces of rubbish in a public place. If the police catch you dropping litter, you'll receive a fine. My dog gave birth to a litter of 4 puppies. No, those aren't my puppies. That's just an example. Now we have nuclear waste. Nuclear waste. It's an uncountable noun. It means unwanted and dangerous radioactive material that mainly comes from nuclear power plants. In the picture, you can see a nuclear power plant or station. You guys probably know this. The white stuff coming out of the towers is not the nuclear waste. That's steam, water vapor, in other words. Here are some collocations. To dispose of nuclear waste. The disposal of nuclear waste. Nuclear waste disposal. And now with the word dump. If you don't know the word dump, it means to get rid of something, normally in an inappropriate or illegal way. To dump nuclear waste. The dumping of nuclear waste. Nuclear waste dumping. The dumping of nuclear waste in oceans has been banned for many years. Nuclear waste disposal carries many risks and can also be very expensive. This word is pollutant. Pollutant. It's a countable noun. A pollutant is a substance that pollutes something, especially air, water, or soil. Let's see the word family. First we have the verb pollute, then the noun pollution. I'm sure you know those two. And we also have the noun polluter. That's a person, business, country, etc. that causes pollution. Here are some collocations. First we have air pollutants and water pollutants. Those are things that pollute the air or the water. Then we have chemical pollutants. Those are pollutants which are chemicals. And finally, industrial pollutants. Those are pollutants that come from industry. Air pollutants can have a negative impact on people's health. Sulfur dioxide is a harmful pollutant that is released into the atmosphere when coal is burned. Now we have the adjective renewable. Renewable. It has a couple of meanings. Number one, that is replaced naturally or can be used without the risk of it running out. Energy and natural resources. Number two, that can be continued for an extra period of time. We often use it to talk about certain types of tickets, official documents, etc. Let's see the word family. First we have the verb to renew. That means to begin again or to extend something. Then we have the noun renewal, which is the process or the act. And then we have the noun renewables. Those are types of renewable energy. Wind and solar power are examples of renewable energy. And now some collocations. We have renewable energy, a renewable energy source, a renewable resource, a renewable contract, and a renewable visa. In discussions about renewable energy sources, people often forget about tidal energy. She needs to leave the country before the end of the year because her visa isn't renewable. The next word is smog. Smog. It's an uncountable noun. It's dirty air that is or looks like a mixture of smoke and fog. It is mainly in cities where there are lots of cars and or factories. The adjective is smoggy. Smog is a combination of the words smoke and fog. The local government hopes that improving the public transport system will reduce the amount of smog in the city. Now we have snowflake. Snowflake. It's a countable noun. A snowflake is a small, flat piece of snow. You can see some snowflakes in the picture. Images of snowflakes are often used on Christmas cards. Every snowflake is unique, but each one has hexagonal symmetry. The next word is sustainable. Sustainable. It's an adjective. It has a couple of meanings. Number one, involving the use of methods and or products that cause little or no damage to the environment. Number two, able to continue for a long time. Let's see the word family. The adverb is sustainably. The noun is sustainability. That's the practice of using methods that cause little or no damage to the environment, or the ability to continue for a long time. The verb is sustain. The verb has several meanings, but the main meaning is to make something continue for a period of time. And finally, we have the adjective sustained. That means continuing for a long period of time. Here are some collocations. Environmentally sustainable, sustainable development, sustainable farming, sustainable land management, and sustainable economic growth. Environmentally sustainable tourism is gaining in popularity. The government is now trying to promote sustainable agriculture. The company fears that its current output is not sustainable. The final word for this topic is wilderness. Wilderness. It's a countable noun. It means a large area of land that has never been used for farming or for building towns and roads, particularly land where it is difficult to live. Here's a little usage tip. It is usually used in the singular. For example, she likes to go camping in the wilderness. They had to hike through a rocky wilderness before they arrived at the lake. Some people consider Antarctica the world's last great wilderness.
I recently watched a documentary about companies that are trying to reduce their carbon footprints. These companies are trying to develop more sustainable and environmentally friendly ways of doing things. It's true that some of them are mainly doing it to improve their image, but I suppose what matters at the end of the day is the result. The documentary first highlighted some of the major threats to the environment and the climate. For example, it showed how fish populations in many parts of the world have been massively depleted due to large-scale fishing. Many animals' natural habitats are also deteriorating because of harmful pollutants. Another problem is the enormous quantities of litter that end up in the oceans. It mentioned as well that if there are drastic changes in the climate, some places where people are currently living may turn into rather inhospitable environments. There's also the problem of smog in large cities, much of which is caused by factories in some places. Many companies are now trying to rely less on fossil fuels in order to reduce their carbon emissions. Some are making a concerted effort to use renewable energy. Some companies were in favor of nuclear power, but acknowledged that disposing of nuclear waste can be complicated. The documentary also mentioned that some businesses are trying to use more recyclable and compostable materials, so that less of their waste ends up in a landfill. Another thing that some are focusing on is using chemicals that are harmless to the environment. A representative from one company said that when they opened a new branch in a small town, the locals became more hospitable towards them when they learned that the company had a sustainability plan. However, we still need to be wary when it comes to trusting companies. Just because a company has pretty images of a lush wilderness on its website, or artistic photos of snowflakes or dew, they're not necessarily doing things to help the environment. Some companies are genuinely making an effort to change their ways, but others just want you to think they are. I really hope that this enthusiasm from companies continues to grow and doesn't dwindle over the coming years. Now we're going to look at vocabulary related to essays and reports. The first word is albeit. Albeit. This is a conjunction. Albeit simply means although. A usage tip. You cannot always use albeit and although interchangeably. Albeit cannot introduce a clause. A clause is a phrase with a subject and a verb. Let's look at some examples to compare although and albeit. Both although and albeit are possible here. Ethel accepted the invitation, although with some hesitation. Ethel accepted the invitation, albeit with some hesitation. Frank's French is improving, although rather slowly. Frank's French is improving, albeit rather slowly. We had a nice, although short, break. We had a nice, albeit short, break. You cannot use albeit in these sentences. Ethel accepted the invitation, although she didn't want to. That's correct. But you cannot say, Ethel accepted the invitation, albeit she didn't want to. Frank's French is improving, although he never studies. That's correct. But you can't say, Frank's French is improving, albeit he never studies. Albeit cannot introduce a clause. The next word is clarify. Clarify. It's a verb. It means to make something clearer or easier to understand. Let's see the word family. First we have clarification, which is a noun. That means the act or process of clarifying something. Then we have the adjective clear and the adverb clearly. I'm sure you know those ones. And then we have the noun clarity, which is
the quality of being clear. Could you please clarify your statement by adding more details? The employees are unhappy and confused. We need to clarify the situation before the problem escalates. Here, escalate means to get worse or more intense. I hope this explanation will clarify some things. Now we have the verb convey. Convey. To convey means to communicate an idea, feeling, or thought, with or without words. The noun is conveyor. A conveyor is a person or thing that conveys something. Here are some collocations. To convey information, to convey a feeling, to convey an idea, to convey a message, to clearly convey, and to effectively convey. You need to be careful about what you wear to a job interview, because our clothes can convey a certain image. The painting conveys feelings of sadness and nostalgia. Please convey my apologies to your friend. That's a formal way of saying, please apologize to your friend for me. Next we have excerpt. Excerpt. It's a countable noun. An excerpt is a short piece taken from an article, book, movie, piece of music, etc. An extract. The verb is excerpt. To excerpt means to take a short piece from an article, book, movie, etc. I need to analyze an excerpt from one of Shakespeare's plays for my essay. They included a few excerpts from the novel in the article. This word is furthermore. Furthermore. It's an adverb. It means in addition to what has been said. It is often used to add a point to an argument. George always arrives on time. Furthermore, he's a hard worker. Concerts are often expensive, and furthermore, I don't like loud music. The Constitution was, furthermore, written during a different era. An era is a period of time. So someone might have been complaining about the Constitution and then adds that it was written at a time in the past. Now we have illustrate. Illustrate. It's a verb. It has a few meanings. Number one, to make the meaning of something clearer, especially by giving examples. Number two, to show that something is true or that something exists. Number three, to add pictures to something, especially a book or an article. Let's see the word family. First we have the noun illustration. That's the process of illustrating something, or a drawing or painting in a book or article. Next we have the noun illustrator. An illustrator is a person who draws or paints pictures for books, articles, etc. And finally we have the adjective illustrative. That means helping to explain something or make it clearer. Your essay is well written, but you should add some examples to illustrate your ideas. The recent accident illustrates the need for better quality roads. She both wrote and illustrated the book. That means she wrote the story and did the pictures. Next we have the verb imply. Imply. It has a couple of meanings. Number one, to suggest how you think or feel about something indirectly. Number two, to show that something is likely to be true or exist. The noun is implication. An implication is something that is suggested or said indirectly, or a possible effect or result of an action. A little usage tip. It is sometimes followed by that. For example, are you implying that my cat is fat? But yes, that is optional in that sentence, which is why I put it in parentheses. What do you think the author is trying to imply in that paragraph? Co-ownership, as the name implies, means the property will be shared by more than one person. Research implies that the disease originated in Europe. And now the verb infer. Infer. It means to form an opinion about whether something is true based on the information that you have. The noun is inference. An inference is something that is inferred, or the act of inferring. Here's a usage tip. Some people use infer instead of imply. So they would say, are you inferring that my cat is fat? Some dictionaries say that this is incorrect, and some say that it is acceptable. I don't have a strong opinion on this, but in an exam, I would not use these words interchangeably. Basically, we imply something by what we say. We infer something from what somebody else says or from other information. Inferring is about forming an opinion. From the evidence, the police inferred that he was responsible for both crimes. We can infer a lot of things from these statistics. Considering that Frank is tired and smells of beer, I think we can infer that he went out last night. This word is justify. Justify. It's a verb. It has a couple of meanings. Number one, to give an explanation or excuse for something. Number two, to be a good reason for something. Let's see the word family. First we have the noun justification. That means a good reason why something exists or happens. Then we have the adjective justifiable, which means existing or done for a good reason. The adverb of that is justifiably. And finally we have the adjective justified. That means having a good reason for doing something, or existing or happening for a good reason. When you write your essay, it's not enough to just state your arguments. You need to justify them. I don't know how they can justify spending that much money on a wedding. Finding something difficult does not justify cheating in an exam. That means that finding something difficult is not a good reason for cheating. Here's a usage tip. It can be used with a reflexive pronoun, to justify oneself. If you justify yourself, you give an explanation or a reason for doing something. I often feel like I have to justify myself, even when I've done nothing wrong. Frank rarely feels the need to justify himself. Here's another usage tip. A common expression is, the end justifies the means. That means actions or methods that might be morally wrong are acceptable if the outcome is morally right or important. For example, some politicians believe that the end justifies the means, but many voters disagree. Now we have the verb paraphrase. Paraphrase. This means to express written or spoken language using different words, especially to make it shorter and/or clearer. The noun is also paraphrase. A paraphrase is a statement that expresses spoken or written language using different words. You are allowed to paraphrase parts of other texts for your report, but you are not allowed to copy them word for word. Could you paraphrase what the speaker said? You don't need to include all the minor details. Now we have the verb plagiarize. Plagiarize. In British English, it's spelt with an S. To plagiarize means to use another person's words, work, or ideas in your own work and pretend that they are your own. Let's see the word family. First we have the noun plagiarism. That means the act of plagiarizing something, or something that has been plagiarized. There's also the noun plagiarist. A plagiarist is a person who plagiarizes. The professor suspected that the essay had been plagiarized. He was suspended from college after he got caught plagiarizing. Now we have the phrasal verb stand for. Stand for. It has a couple of meanings. Number one, to be an abbreviation or symbol for something. Number two, to support or represent certain ideas or values. FAQ stands for frequently asked questions. What does the JRR stand for in J.R.R. Tolkien? The Libertarian Party is a US political party which stands for personal freedoms and low government intervention. And now the verb summarize. Summarize. In British spelling, it has an SE at the end. This means to give the main information about something in a short and clear form. The noun is summary. A summary is a short statement that gives the main information about something. The adjective is also summary, and that means giving only the main information of something. For my assignment, I need to summarize the article and then give my opinions about it. To summarize, the report shows how sugar consumption has risen. And now we have the phrasal verb sum something or somebody up. This is a separable phrasal verb. To sum up can mean to give a summary of something, to summarize, or to form an opinion about something or somebody. The last part of the report sums up all the major arguments. He summed it up very well. Ethel quickly summed up the situation and decided not to get involved. That means that she quickly formed an opinion about the situation. Next we have thereby. Thereby. It's an adverb. It means as a result of this action. By doing this. Here's a usage tip. It is often followed by the ing form of a verb. For example, they changed suppliers, thereby saving the company millions of dollars. That means they changed suppliers, and by doing this, they saved the company millions of dollars. They identified the cause of the accident, thereby reducing the chance of similar accidents occurring in the future. You can also use it in a new sentence. For example, in the end, she signed the agreement. She thereby lost her right to take legal action. The final word for this section is whereas. Whereas. It's a conjunction. This conjunction is similar to but or although. It is used to compare and contrast ideas. George is very well behaved, whereas Frank often gets into trouble. My friend loves camping, whereas I can't think of anything worse. When someone says, I can't think of anything worse, obviously it's an exaggeration. For example, there are definitely worse things in the world than camping, but we use it to emphasize the fact that we don't like something. Here's a usage tip. Normally it introduces a second clause, like in the previous examples, but it is possible to start a sentence with it. For example, whereas the first study involved 400 patients, the second one only looked at half that number. So it can be at the beginning of a sentence or in the middle of a sentence.
George needed to write a paper for his English literature class about an excerpt from a book. It was a short, albeit rather difficult, assignment. These were the instructions he received. In the first part of your essay, you need to summarize what the book and this particular excerpt are about. Then you need to answer the following questions. What sorts of feelings do you think the author is trying to convey in this excerpt? And furthermore, do you think she is trying to imply something about the main character? From this excerpt, can we infer what values the author stands for? Make sure you justify your answer with examples from the text. Try to choose examples that clearly illustrate your point of view. Remember that good examples can often help to clarify points for the reader. You may quote or paraphrase other sources if you like, but be careful not to plagiarize. Don't forget to sum up your arguments in the final paragraph. Whereas most essays of this kind are about 4 to 5 pages, the maximum length for this paper is 2 pages. If you learn to limit yourself to fewer words, you will choose your words more carefully and thereby learn to write more concisely.
This topic is geography. The first word is aftershock. Aftershock. This is a countable noun. It has a couple of meanings. It can mean a small earthquake that follows a larger one, and it can mean an effect of a shocking or traumatic event. Some example sentences. More damage occurred during the first aftershock. The earthquake was followed by a series of aftershocks. The aftershocks of the war could be felt across the entire continent. And now we have archipelago. Archipelago. This is a countable noun. An archipelago is a group of small islands that are close together. The Hawaiian Islands are an archipelago. The Japanese archipelago has 4 main islands, but it also includes several thousand smaller islands. This word is bedrock. Bedrock. It's an uncountable noun. It can mean the hard rock in the ground below soil or sand, and it can mean a strong base or the main ideas and principles that something is based on. So it has a physical meaning and a figurative meaning. In the picture there, you can see some exposed bedrock. Here are some collocations. You can say to hit bedrock or to reach bedrock. That's with the physical meaning. If you use a verb like hit or reach, by the way, you don't need the. You don't say to hit the bedrock. You just say to hit bedrock. We also have the bedrock of something, and that's with the figurative meaning. Some examples. They kept digging until they hit bedrock. Nowadays, people would probably be drilling, so you could say they drilled until they reached bedrock or until they hit bedrock. The bedrock in this area is mainly limestone. Limestone is a type of rock. It is often argued that family is the bedrock of society. Free speech and the right to vote form the bedrock of any democracy. And next we have crust. Crust. This can be countable or uncountable. It has a couple of meanings. The first one is the hard outer layer of bread. Do you see the darker parts of the bread there? That is the crust. It's the part on the outside. It can also mean a hard outer layer or covering of something. So it also has a more general meaning. It's the word that we use to talk about the outer layer of the earth. Let's see the word family. There is also a verb, to crust, and that means to form a hard layer or to cover something with a hard layer. And there's also the adjective crusted, and that means having a hard layer. In the little picture there, you can see the Earth's crust. Some examples. When he makes sandwiches for his daughter, he cuts off the crusts. When I was little, I didn't like the crusts on bread either, but now I think it's a bit wasteful if you don't eat the crusts. Some people think that the crust is the best part of bread. Remember, crust can be countable or uncountable. George only eats thin crust pizza. Oxygen is the most common element in the Earth's crust. The next word is dense. Dense. Dense is an adjective. Has a couple of meanings. Firstly, we have containing a lot of people, things, plants, etc. that are very close together. And secondly, difficult to see through. The noun is density. Density. That's the quality of being dense. And the adverb is densely. Densely. In the picture there, you can see a dense forest. Now here we have some collocations, quite a few. Dense forest, dense jungle, dense undergrowth. If you don't know the word undergrowth, it means plants and bushes that grow close together under trees. It's uncountable. Next we have a dense crowd, a dense population, dense fog, and dense smoke. The city has a very dense population, and most people live in apartment blocks. The explorers made their way through dense jungle with no map. I could barely see through the dense smog. The next word is erupt. Erupt. This is a verb. It has a few meanings. Number one, of a volcano, to explode, sending rock, fire, ash, etc. into the sky. Number two, of conflict, to start suddenly. Number three, of emotions, to suddenly express something, usually loudly. Let's see the word family. First we have eruption, which is the noun. It's the action or the event. And then we have the adjective eruptive, and that means relating to an eruption. In the picture there, you can see a volcano erupting. A usage tip. It is sometimes followed by into. For example, he looks sad, but all of a sudden he erupted into laughter. Some more examples. When Mount Vesuvius erupted, it destroyed the city of Pompeii. Fighting erupted in the south after a border dispute. The crowd erupted in applause when the star player scored a goal. The next word is globe. Globe. It can be a countable noun or a singular noun. It has a few meanings. Number one, the world. To travel around the globe just means to travel around the world. That's when it's a singular noun. Number two, a round object with a map of the earth on it. This is a globe. Number three, a spherical object. So something shaped like a ball. Spherical, in case you don't know the word, comes from the word sphere. Let's see the word family. First we have the adjective global, then the adverb globally, the verb to globalize. If something like a business globalizes, it starts operating in various parts of the world. And finally, the noun globalization. Globalization is the process of many different countries becoming more connected. Let's see some examples. The concert was broadcast all around the globe. Globes are usually more accurate than flat maps. Frank gave me a snow globe for Christmas. A snow globe is the object that you can see in the picture there. Okay, the next one is hot spring. Hot spring. This is a countable noun. A hot spring is a place where hot water comes up naturally from the ground. We visited a hot spring while we were in Iceland. Hot springs are common in places with lots of volcanic activity. Now we have landform. You might have noticed that I didn't say landform. When we say it naturally, we almost don't pronounce the D. We say landform. This is a countable noun. It means a natural or artificial shape on the Earth's surface, such as a mountain, hill, valley, or peninsula. You can see some interesting landforms in that picture. It's hard to believe that this beautiful lake is a man-made landform. We saw some interesting landforms along Ireland's coastline. Now we have landlocked. Landlocked. Again, we don't pronounce the D in the middle very clearly. Landlocked. This is an adjective. It means surrounded by the land of other countries or states and having no coast on a sea or ocean. Switzerland is landlocked. You can see it in the middle of the map there. Kazakhstan is the world's largest landlocked country. It touches the Caspian Sea, but it is an inland sea, and it's sometimes considered a lake. The United States has many landlocked states, including Nebraska, Colorado, and Kansas. This word is landslide. Landslide. It's a countable noun. It has a couple of meanings. Number one, a sudden fall of a mass of earth or rocks down a slope. So a hill, mountain, cliff, etc. A slope is an area of ground where one end is higher than the other. So it's something like that. Number two, a winning of an election in which one person or party gets a lot more votes than the others. In the picture there, you can see a small landslide with the first meaning. A landslide can be small like that, but it can also be very big and serious. The massive landslide destroyed several houses and blocked the main road for hours. Everyone was surprised when the party won by a landslide. Now we have limestone. Limestone. This is an uncountable noun. Limestone is a sedimentary rock that is white and commonly used in building and cement. Sedimentary means made from solid substances that settle at the bottom of lakes, rivers, etc. In the picture there, you can see some limestone cliffs. Here's a usage tip. Do not confuse this with lime scale. Lime scale. In some languages, the same word is used for both. They both contain calcium carbonate, which is CaCO3. Yes, I had to look that up. I don't know things like that normally. But limescale is a hard white deposit that forms on the inside of pipes, kettles, etc. In the picture there, you can see some limescale. Limestone was one of the main building materials used in the construction of the Empire State Building. Now we have mountain range. Mountain range. This is a countable noun. It means a group or line of mountains or hills. In the picture there, you can see a mountain range. The Alps are a large mountain range in Europe which cover over 80,000 square miles. This word is mudslide. Mudslide. It's a countable noun. A mudslide is a sudden fall of a large amount of mud down a slope. Remember, a slope is an area of ground where one end is higher than the other. A mudslide is similar to a landslide. Let's look at that picture. This mudslide has destroyed part of this house. Many buildings were destroyed in the mudslide and some people were injured, but fortunately there were no fatalities. In other words, nobody died. Next we have peat. peat. This is an uncountable noun. Peat is a black or brown substance that looks like soil and has been formed by decaying plants under the surface of the ground. It can be burned as fuel or mixed with soil to help plants grow. The adjective is peaty. In the picture there you can see a peat bog. A bog is a bit like a swamp. Here are a few collocations. We have peat bog, a peat bog, peat extraction, and a peat fire. So that's if you use peat as fuel to create a fire. In some countries, peat is still burned to produce heat and electricity. Peat fires are sometimes used in the production of whiskey. This type of whiskey is called peated whiskey, and it has a smoky flavour. Next we have plain. Plain. This is a countable noun. A plain is a large area of flat land that has little or no trees. The adjective is plain. The adjective has several meanings, but it usually means not decorated or not complicated. Here are a couple of examples. There is an extensive coastal plain just outside of the town. The Great Plains is a large area of land in North America which lies east of the Rocky Mountains. Next we have plateau. Plateau. This is a countable noun. It has a couple of meanings. It can mean a large flat area of land that is higher than the land surrounding it. That's what you can see in the picture there. And it can mean a period of little or no change after there has been growth or progress. The verb is plateau. If something increases and then stays the same, it is plateauing. They decided to walk up to the plateau to get a better view. Many people quickly reach a plateau when they are learning a language. This word is reservoir. Reservoir. It's a countable noun, meaning number one, a lake, usually an artificial one, where water is stored. Number two, a place in a machine or engine where water is stored. In the picture there, you can see the dam of a reservoir. So the dam is like the big wall. The townspeople are concerned because the water level in the reservoir is quite low at the moment. Frank tried to make coffee, but it didn't work because the reservoir in the machine was empty. And now we have sea level. Sea level. This is a countable and uncountable noun. It means the average height of the sea. It is used as the basis for measuring the heights and depths of other things. For example, mountains. You'll see in the examples. Here are a few collocations. First we have above sea level, and then below sea level, and finally, rising sea levels. In discussions about climate change, you'll often hear people say rising sea levels. Mount Kilimanjaro is 19,341 feet above sea level. That's about 5,900 meters. New Orleans is 7 feet below sea level. That's about 2 meters. One of the major causes of rising sea levels is the melting of ice sheets and glaciers. Now we have shallow. Shallow. This is an adjective. Shallow means with only a short distance from the top to the bottom. It is the opposite of deep. The adverb is shallowly, and the noun is shallowness. So that's the quality of being shallow. The man is fishing in shallow water. When you're learning to swim, you should start in the shallow end of the pool. The water was clear and shallow, so it was easy to see the rocks and coral. This word is silt. Silt. It's an uncountable noun. Silt is sand, mud, etc. that is carried by flowing water and then settles somewhere, like at a bend or the mouth of a river. The mouth is where a river joins the sea. Let's see the word family. First we have the adjective silty, and then we have the phrasal verb silt up. To silt up means to block something with silt or to become blocked with silt. We discovered an old boat in the river that was covered in a thin layer of silt. The pipes near the river were blocked with silt. Now we have sparse. Sparse. It's an adjective. It means existing in small numbers or amounts and often spread over a large area. It is often used in contrast to dense. Let's see the word family. First we have the adverb sparsely, and then the noun sparseness. That's the quality of being sparse. Have a look at that picture. Trees here are sparse. Here are some collocations. First we have a sparse population, and then sparse vegetation. If you don't know the word vegetation, it's just another word for plants, but it is uncountable. Be careful, it doesn't mean vegetables. It means plants generally. The next one is a sparse beard. That means if someone has a beard that doesn't have lots of hairs in it. And finally, we have sparse information. That's when there's not much information about something. Some examples. The land there isn't quite desert, but it's very arid and vegetation is sparse. Arid means dry. I wanted to find out more, but unfortunately, information on the topic is sparse. This word is summit. Summit. It's a countable noun. It has a couple of meanings. Number one, the peak or highest point of a mountain or hill. Number two, an important meeting or series of meetings between top-level officials, often government leaders. Here are a few collocations. These are all for the second definition, so a meeting or a series of meetings. You can say to attend a summit, to hold a summit, to host a summit, or to organize a summit. A couple of examples. When they were in Switzerland, they saw the summit of the Matterhorn. That's the picture down there. European leaders are gathering in Brussels to attend an economic summit. And now we have time zone. Time zone. It's a countable noun. It means a region of the globe that follows one standard time. We generally say that the world has 24 time zones. Technically, there are more because some time zones are 30 minutes apart. Despite its large size, China only has one time zone. It's UTC plus 8. If you cross several time zones in a short space of time, you will probably suffer from jet lag. And the final word for this topic is vicinity. Vicinity. It can be a singular or uncountable noun. It can mean the area surrounding a particular place or the quality of being close. It's a synonym of proximity. Here's a little usage tip. It is often used in the phrase, in the vicinity of. For example, there is a park in the vicinity of the hospital. That just means there is a park not far from the hospital. Frank would like to live in this street because there are several bars in the vicinity. They chose to buy that house because of the vicinity of the beach. In other words, it was close to the beach.
Today I'm going to talk a little about the geography of the United States. If you travel around the globe, you won't find many countries that are as diverse as the US in terms of geography and landscapes. It's not surprising considering that it is such a large country with 6 time zones. The state that's furthest to the west is Hawaii. Hawaii is an archipelago, and it's the only US state in the tropics. There are many volcanoes there. Volcanoes are essentially openings in the Earth's crust that release ash, gas, steam, and lava. Lava is molten rock. The most active volcano is Kilauea. It erupted almost continuously between January 1983 and April 2018. Because there are so many volcanoes there, earthquakes are very common. Earthquakes are often followed by aftershocks. For example, in October 2021, an earthquake with a magnitude of 6.2 struck near the coast of the state's largest island. It was followed by at least 6 aftershocks in the vicinity, including one that had a magnitude of 4.3. Earthquakes and volcanic eruptions can sometimes trigger landslides and mudslides. The west coast of the US mainland is in itself very diverse. In California, there are some very hot and dry areas where the vegetation is sparse. These areas often experience droughts, so they need to take good care of their reservoirs. The coastline of California has some beautiful and interesting spots. For example, in some places you can see exposed bedrock when the tide is low. California also has some famous landforms, such as San Francisco Bay and Death Valley. Death Valley is often said to be the hottest place on Earth. It also has the point of lowest elevation in the United States, which is 282 feet below sea level. California also has some quite dense forests, especially heading north towards Oregon. The 2 longest mountain ranges in the US are the Rocky Mountains and the Appalachian Mountains. The Appalachians are on the east side of the country, and the Rockies are towards the west. But not as far west as California. The Rockies cross several landlocked states, including New Mexico, Colorado, and Wyoming. The highest mountain in the US isn't actually in either of these mountain ranges. The highest mountain is called Denali, and it's in Alaska. The summit is 20,310 feet above sea level. There are also many hot springs in Alaska, where you can quite comfortably go swimming even when the outdoor temperatures are very low. Just east of the Rocky Mountains are the Great Plains. A plain is a large area of flat land where there aren't many trees. There aren't really any mountains there, but there are some plateaus. In other words, areas of flat land that are higher than surrounding areas. There are many different types of rock in the United States. One of the most commonly mined rocks is limestone, and the state of Michigan has some of the largest limestone quarries in the world. The southern United States is well known for its bayous. Bayous are slow-moving streams or rivers, or marshy lakes or wetlands. They contain brackish water and are typically quite shallow. Because many of the bayous are very still, a lot contain large deposits of silt. Something that might surprise you is that the US also has peat bogs. Most people associate peat with northwestern Europe, but America has its peat bogs as well. Some of them contain remains of people who lived thousands of years ago, as well as ancient artifacts.
This topic is history. The first word is ancestor. Ancestor. It's a countable noun. It has a couple of meanings. It can mean a relative who lived a long time ago, usually before your grandparents. And it can mean a plant, animal, or object that existed in the past that modern plants, animals, or objects developed from. The adjective is ancestral. That means connected with a person's ancestors. We also have the noun ancestry. That means a person's family or the group of people that a person comes from. Some people like to visit cemeteries where their ancestors are buried. She traveled to Europe to see where some of her ancestors came from. African wildcats are the ancestors of domestic cats. The harpsichord is considered an ancestor of the piano. Next we have the adjective chronological. Chronological. It means arranged in or according to the order of time. The adverb is chronologically. The noun is chronology. That means the order in which a series of events happened. Here are some collocations. In chronological order, a chronological list, and one's chronological age. The last one means the number of years a person has lived as opposed to their level of physical, mental, or emotional development. My files in this folder are arranged in chronological order. You'll find a chronological list of Disney films on that website. Now we have Cold War. Cold War. It's a countable noun. It means a situation in which two countries are not on friendly terms, but are not actually directly fighting each other with weapons. It usually refers to the situation between the US and the Soviet Union during the second half of the 20th century. In the picture, you can see Checkpoint Charlie. That was the best known point for crossing from West Berlin to East Berlin during the Cold War. Here's a usage tip. When it is capitalized and preceded by the, so the Cold War, it refers to the situation between the US and the Soviet Union that lasted for several decades after World War II. People are concerned that the current tensions between the two nations will develop into a new Cold War. Many people were afraid that there would be nuclear attacks during the Cold War. Next we have conquest. Conquest. It's a countable noun. A conquest is the act of gaining control of an area, country, etc. by force. The verb is conquer. To conquer has a few meanings, but it usually means to take control of a place by force. We also have the noun conqueror. A conqueror is a person who conquers. Here's a usage tip. When it is capitalized and preceded by the conquest, it refers to the Norman conquest, which was the invasion and occupation of England by William the Conqueror and his army in the 11th century. The Spanish conquest of the Aztec Empire occurred between 1519 and 1521. Several European countries acquired territory in Africa by conquest during the 19th and 20th centuries. Next we have the verb decipher. Decipher. This means to succeed in finding the meaning of something that is difficult to read or understand, or that contains a hidden message. It is often something written. The adjective is decipherable, and that means able to be deciphered. The noun is decipherment, and that means the act of deciphering something. The Rosetta Stone enabled scholars to decipher Egyptian hieroglyphs. Hieroglyphs are the pictures or symbols in ancient Egyptian writing. Frank's letter didn't arrive because the post office couldn't decipher his handwriting on the envelope. During wars, code breakers have often been hired to decipher military codes. Now we have the verb devise. Devise. To devise means to design or plan a new system, method, procedure, etc. Here are some collocations. To devise an experiment or a test. To devise a method or way. To devise a plan. To devise a solution. To devise a strategy. And to devise a system. Henry Ford devised the assembly line method for mass-producing cars. An assembly line is a line of workers and machines in a factory along which a product passes. Marie Curie devised a way for X-ray services to be used on battlefields in World War I. Now we have feudalism. Feudalism. It's an uncountable noun. It means the political, military, and social system that existed in Europe in the Middle Ages, in which people received land and protection from a lord if they worked and fought for him. There are two adjectives. The more common one is feudal, and we also have feudalistic. Both of these mean connected with or similar to feudalism. One of the main criticisms of feudalism was that it allowed little, if any, social mobility. In other words, if you were born poor, you stayed poor. After the Black Death, labour was in short supply, which was one of the main reasons that feudalism came to an end. Basically, because so many people died, there were fewer workers, which meant that the surviving workers were in a better position to negotiate their wages and conditions with landowners. Next we have fossil. Fossil. It's a countable noun. It means parts of a dead animal or plant, or the shape of one, that have been preserved in rock for a very long period. The verb is fossilize. To fossilize means to become a fossil or to make something become a fossil. The noun is fossilization, which means the process of fossilizing. Paleontologists are people who study fossils in order to learn about the history of life on Earth. Limestone often contains fossils, particularly fossils of sea creatures. The next word is frontier. Frontier. It's a countable and singular noun. It has a couple of meanings. Number one, a border between two countries. Number two, a border between developed land and land that is unknown to a group of people, especially in the Western US in the 19th century. I say unknown to a group of people because in the US, for example, there were Native Americans across the land, but to the Europeans, there was a sort of border between what they knew and what they didn't know. Here's a usage tip. We normally use the word border to refer to a line between countries. The word frontier is quite old-fashioned and normally makes people think of historical events or the US in the 19th century. There were lots of guards and soldiers stationed at the frontier. Many people traveled to the western frontier in the hope of a better life. Next we have Ice Age. Ice Age. This is a countable and singular noun. It means one of the long periods of time, thousands of years ago, when a lot of the Earth was covered in ice. A little usage tip. When it is capitalized and preceded by the Ice Age, it refers to the most recent of Earth's ice ages, which ended about 11,700 years ago. According to scientists, there have been 5 major ice ages throughout Earth's history. The woolly mammoth was an animal that lived during the Ice Age. In the picture, you can see a skeleton of a woolly mammoth. Now we have Iron Curtain. Iron Curtain. It's a singular noun. It's always preceded by the. The Iron Curtain was the political boundary that existed between Western Europe and the communist countries of Central and Eastern Europe during the Cold War. Travel between Eastern and Western Europe increased dramatically when the Iron Curtain was lifted. His family migrated to Canada after the fall of the Iron Curtain. Now we have nobility. Nobility. It's an uncountable and singular noun. It has a couple of meanings. Number one, the group of people in a country who have a high social position and titles such as Baron or Duchess. Number two, the state of being noble, morally good. Let's see the word family. First we have the adjective noble, then the adverb nobly, then the noun noble. A noble is a person who is a member of the nobility. Then we have nobleman, that's a male noble, and a noblewoman, that's a female noble. The nobility in Europe lost much of their power as feudalism came to an end. She has often been praised for the nobility of her actions. Next we have peasant. Peasant. It's a countable noun. It has a couple of meanings. Number one, a poor farmer who owns or rents a small piece of land, especially one who has little education and a low social position. It usually refers to people who lived in the past. Number two, informal and disapproving. A person who is not well educated or who is rude and behaves badly. The noun is peasantry, and that means all the peasants in a group or country. That's related to the first meaning. Peasants in France, who made up the majority of the population in the 18th century, played a major role in the French Revolution. Jim doesn't like spending time with his cousins because he considers them peasants. The next word is regal. Regal. It's an adjective. It means suitable for or typical of a king or queen. It is usually used to describe something that is considered impressive. The adverb is regally. He arrived at the party and made a rather regal entrance. The Queen stood at the balcony and gave the crowd a regal wave. This word is regime. Regime. It's a countable noun. It has a couple of meanings. Number one, a government, especially one that was not elected fairly. Number two, a particular method or system for managing something, especially something related to the economy. Here's a usage tip. Be careful. It is a false friend in some languages. It does not mean diet. You can say dietary regime to refer to a set of rules that one follows regarding food, but it is not very common and is mainly used in medical contexts. Here are some collocations. A political regime, an authoritarian regime, a communist regime, a democratic regime, a fascist regime, a military regime, and a tax regime. The people revolted against the corrupt, authoritarian regime. Low-income earners should benefit from this new tax regime. Next we have relic. Relic. It's a countable noun. It has a couple of meanings. Number one, an object, system, tradition, etc. from an earlier time that has survived. Number two, a part of the body or a belonging of a holy person, which people have kept because they consider it holy. These stone tablets are ancient relics. The house had not been lived in for decades, and inside we found some relics that belonged to the previous owners. Their education system is a relic of the 1960s. In that sentence, relic is used negatively. That church holds some relics of a well-known saint. The next word is serf. Serf. It's a countable noun. A serf is a person who belonged to a low social class in the past, who worked on the land and had to obey the landowner. A serf was a type of peasant who had very few rights in a feudal system. Serfs were almost like slaves, but they were tied to the land. The landowner couldn't sell you if you were a serf. People mainly think of Europe in the Middle Ages when they hear the word serf, but similar systems with serfs existed in other parts of the world. We also have the noun serfdom, and that means the state of being a serf or the system. Serfs technically had a few more rights than slaves, but their lives were nevertheless very restricted. Several European countries had serfs until well into the 19th century. The next word is settler. Settler. It's a countable noun. A settler is a person who goes to a new place, especially a colony, to live there and use the land. It is mainly used in the context of colonization. Let's see the word family. First we have the verb settle. That has several meanings, but in a historical context, to settle means to go to a new place, especially a colony, and make it your permanent home. We also have the noun settlement. That means the process of settling somewhere or a place that is settled by people. And we have the adjective settled. That means not likely to change or feeling comfortable and happy in a long-term situation. British settlers first came to Australia in the 18th century. Many of the natives died from diseases that the settlers brought with them. The final word for this topic is vestige. Vestige. It's a countable noun. It means a small part of something larger or more important from the past that still exists. It's similar to relic or trace. In the picture you can see some vestiges of an ancient Greek temple. Here's a usage tip. It is normally used in the plural. Vestiges. And a collocation is the last vestiges. That means the final traces. The new government is trying to eliminate the last vestiges of the former colonial system. The archaeologists discovered vestiges of ancient towns in this region. When I was in Germany, I visited a very interesting museum. It was about the history of mankind in that region, and it was laid out in chronological order. There were exhibits that showed how the first people lived, and how Homo sapiens survived the last two ice ages. There are also fossils of animals and plants that lived thousands of years ago. Although there weren't any of these on display, there were photos which showed vestiges of ancient villages. It's interesting to think about how differently our ancient ancestors lived compared to us. For people living back then, borders didn't really exist, or at least the idea of frontiers between lands was a bit different to how we consider them today. There were ancient scrolls with writing, but the text was quite difficult to decipher. Even so, it was fascinating to see these ancient relics. Next, there was a section about the transition from hunting and gathering to agriculture, and how people devised farming methods. There was lots of information about serfs and peasants, the rise of the nobility, and the development of feudalism. Some regal clothing was also on display. Wars and invasions were very common in Europe during the Middle Ages. One major example was the Norman conquest in 1066, which was when William the Conqueror invaded England. Once a land was conquered, settlers would often arrive. The final exhibits were about the Cold War and the years that followed. They described life under the communist regime in East Germany, as well as the fall of the Iron Curtain. This topic is literature and entertainment. The first word is action-packed. Action-packed. It's an adjective. This means full of action, danger, and/or exciting events. Here are some collocations. We have an action-packed book, an action-packed movie, an action-packed story, an action-packed vacation, and an action-packed weekend. Indiana Jones is a series of action-packed adventure movies. Our vacation was certainly action-packed. We went rock climbing, mountain biking, and surfing. The next word is amateur. Amateur. It's also an adjective. It has a few meanings. Number one, of a thing. Done for pleasure and not professionally, especially a sport or an artistic activity. Number two, of a thing. Not skillfully done. Number three, of a person. Doing something for pleasure and not professionally. The noun is also amateur. An amateur is a person who does something for pleasure and not professionally. Or a person who is not very skilled at something. For example, you might hear, the builders were a bunch of amateurs. We also have the adjective amateurish. That means the same thing as the second meaning. So, not skillfully done. Here are some collocations. Amateur athletics, amateur theatre, and then some people, an amateur filmmaker, an amateur golfer, an amateur musician, an amateur photographer, and an amateur singer. Julie's a member of an amateur volleyball team, but she's never played professionally. Critics of the play said that the actors' performances were very amateur. That basically means that they thought the performances weren't very good. They were amateur musicians, but they sounded like professionals. Now we have blockbuster. Blockbuster. It's a countable noun. A blockbuster is something that is very successful, especially a movie or a book. Blockbusters normally draw large crowds. Sometimes low-budget movies turn out to be blockbusters. She is an incredibly successful author and has written one blockbuster after the next. Now we have box office. Box office. It's a countable noun. It's the place at a cinema or theatre where tickets are sold. It's often used figuratively when discussing the success of a movie, play, etc. And now some collocations. We have at the box office, a box office hit, a box office success. Both of those mean a movie, play, musical, etc. that made a lot of money. Next we have a box office flop. That's something that didn't make a lot of money. And finally, box office receipts and box office takings. Both of those mean the money made from ticket sales. Despite positive reviews, the movie didn't do very well at the box office. Box office takings are expected to decline as streaming services such as Netflix become more popular. The next word is censorship. Censorship. It's an uncountable noun. Censorship is the practice or system of examining books, movies, news articles, etc., to ban them or to remove parts that are considered offensive or politically dangerous. Let's see the word family. First we have the verb to censor. That means to examine things in this way. And then we have another noun, which is censor. That's a person whose job is to censor things. Let's see some collocations. We have censorship of books, movies, plays. Censorship of the media or press. Media or press censorship. And wartime censorship. That's censorship that occurs when a country is at war. Censorship played a major role in Hollywood from the 1930s to the 1960s. Press censorship is a common feature of dictatorial regimes. Now we have the adjective convoluted. Convoluted. This means complicated and difficult to understand, especially speech or writing. The noun is convolution. It's usually used in the plural. Convolutions are the complicated details of a story or explanation that make them difficult to follow. Some collocations. We have a convoluted plot, a convoluted sentence, a convoluted speech, and a convoluted story. I stopped reading the book because of its convoluted story. Frank's explanation of what occurred last night was rather convoluted. Now we have draft. Draft. It's a countable noun. It has lots of meanings, but this is the main one. A written version of something that is not yet in its finished form. It might just contain the main ideas. The verb is also draft, and that means to write a draft. Here are a few collocations. a rough draft, a first draft, and a final draft. Do you mind reading the first draft of my essay? He's excited about writing his novel. He managed to write a rough draft in only a week. Next we have e-reader. E-reader. This is a countable noun. An e-reader is a small electronic device on which you can store and read books in electronic form. A Kindle is a type of e-reader. Kindles seem to be dominating the e-reader market. Although I prefer reading paper books, e-readers are definitely more practical for traveling. Now we have the verb fictionalize. Fictionalize. In British spelling, it's spelt with an S. This means to write a story or make a movie about a real event or character, but changing some of the real facts or adding imaginary elements. Let's see the word family. First we have the noun fiction. Fiction is stories about imaginary people and events. Next we have the adjective fictional, which means imaginary or from a book or story. And then we have another adjective, which is fictitious. Fictitious means not real. The movie was based on real events, but most of the characters were fictionalized. The author decided to fictionalize parts of the story to make the book more interesting. Now we have gist. Gist. It's a singular noun. This means the main idea or general meaning of a piece of writing or spoken words. Here's a usage tip. It is always preceded by the. For example, can you tell me the gist of the story? For example, the story in a book or a movie. And here's a collocation. To get the gist. That means to understand the main ideas. If someone, for example, is giving too many details about something, sometimes we might interrupt them and say, "Okay, I get the gist. I didn't understand the entire speech, but I got the gist." The gist of the article is that most of us should exercise more. This word is hackneyed. Hackneyed. It's an adjective. It means used or said so often that it now seems ordinary, boring, or meaningless. Here are some collocations. A hackneyed expression, a hackneyed phrase, a hackneyed plot, and a hackneyed subject. The plot of the novel was predictable and hackneyed. The politician's speech was full of hackneyed expressions. Now we have the adjective heartwarming. Heartwarming. This means causing feelings of happiness due to seeming positive or good. The adverb is heartwarmingly. Here are some collocations. We have a heartwarming book, a heartwarming movie, a heartwarming sight, a heartwarming story, and a heartwarming tale. Tale is another word for story, like fairy tale, for example. The movie tells a heartwarming story of an orphan who is reunited with her mother. When George was in hospital, the letters of support he received were heartwarming. Next we have Orwellian. Orwellian. It's an adjective. It means of, relating to, or resembling the works of George Orwell, especially his novel 1984, which is about a fictional totalitarian state in the future. 1984 depicts a surveillance state and there are cameras everywhere. Here's a usage tip. There are a few other adjectives in English which are derived from authors' names. For example, Dickensian, Shakespearean, etc. Note, you cannot make an adjective out of any name. So it's best not to try and invent your own adjectives. The movie depicts an Orwellian society in which the lower classes have no freedom and are constantly being watched. Some people say that the way big tech companies handle our data is borderline Orwellian. Borderline means almost or very close to. Now we have plot. Plot. It's a countable noun. It has a couple of meanings. Number one, the series of main events in a novel, movie, play, etc. Number two, a secret plan made by a group of people to do something illegal or harmful, especially to harm a person or a government. The verb is also plot. To plot has several meanings, but the main meanings are to write the plot of a novel, play, etc., and to make a secret plan to harm somebody. Here are a few collocations. These are all for the second meaning, so for the secret plan. We have to foil a plot. That means to prevent it from being successful. To hatch a plot. That means to make or create a plot. And to uncover or discover a plot. I think the meaning of that is quite clear. It means to find out about a plot. The movie had a predictable plot, but it was funny, so I enjoyed it nonetheless. Investigators uncovered the rebels' plot before they were able to carry through with it. Now we have the verb praise. To praise means to express approval of or admiration for something or someone. It is not only used for artistic achievements, but it is often used when talking about books, movies, plays, performances, etc. The noun is also praise. Praise is words that show that you approve of and admire somebody or something. The adjective is praiseworthy, and that means deserving praise. The actor's performance was praised by film critics. The teacher praised George for his hard work this year. Now we have the adjective quirky. Quirky. This means a little strange, but usually in an interesting way. The adverb is quirkily. And we have a couple of nouns. The first one is quirkiness. That's the state of being quirky. And we also have quirk. A quirk is an aspect of somebody's personality or behavior that is a little strange. In the picture you can see a quirky lamp. Here are some collocations. We have a quirky book, a quirky character, a quirky movie, a quirky personality, and a quirky sense of humor. The TV show Modern Family has often been described as quirky. My colleague has a quirky sense of humor, and he usually keeps me entertained when there's not much to do at work. Now we have the adjective riveting. Riveting means so interesting or exciting that it is difficult to stop watching, reading, listening to, etc. The verb is rivet. To rivet means to attract and keep somebody's attention. It's usually used passively. For example, I was riveted. Here are a few collocations. A riveting book, a riveting movie, a riveting performance, and a riveting story. The series was so riveting that I watched 6 episodes in one night. His performance in Hamlet was riveting. The audience couldn't keep their eyes off him. Next we have skit. Skit. It's a countable noun. A skit is a short performance or piece of writing, especially one that is humorous. Normally when people hear the word skit, they think of a short play. The playwright said that even as a kid, he enjoyed writing skits. A playwright is a person who writes plays. A skit is similar to a sketch, but a sketch is normally something that is more professional and might contain several scenes. Monty Python's Flying Circus was a sketch show, for example. Saturday Night Live is also a sketch show. Next we have thought-provoking. Thought-provoking. This is an adjective. It means making people think a lot about a particular subject. Here are some collocations. We have a thought-provoking article, a thought-provoking book, a thought-provoking essay, a thought-provoking message, a thought-provoking movie, and a thought-provoking script. I read an article about education in the Saturday paper, which was rather thought-provoking. Critics said that it was an original and thought-provoking play. The last word for this topic is verbose. Verbose. It's an adjective. It means using or containing more words than are necessary. It is used disapprovingly. The adverb is verbosely. The noun is verbosity. Verbosity is the state or quality of being verbose. Here are a few collocations. We have a verbose article, a verbose explanation, a verbose speaker, a person can be verbose, a verbose style, and verbose language. Legal writing is often convoluted and verbose. I got tired of the author's verbose writing style. I got tired of is another way of saying I got sick of. I'm not looking forward to the speeches. The father of the bride is particularly verbose. Obviously, that's something that someone might say at a wedding. During my time off, I didn't go out very much. I decided to mainly stay in to read books and watch movies. I first thought I'd watch an action-packed superhero movie. It was a blockbuster, but I personally thought that there were a few too many action scenes and not enough dialogue. The plot was also incredibly predictable. I then watched a movie which didn't do very well at the box office, but had received a lot of praise from critics. It was a quirky movie, which I thought was going to end in a sad way, but it actually had a heartwarming ending. Next, I felt like something a little historical, so I watched a movie set during the Second World War. I didn't learn very much though, and it was clear that much of the story had been heavily fictionalized. I think I'll stick to books and documentaries from now on if I want to learn about history. For a change, I went on YouTube and watched some Monty Python skits. Even though they're old, they still make me laugh. One day, I also went out to a local theatre to see an amateur production of Romeo and Juliet. It wasn't bad, but the woman playing Juliet almost fell off the balcony, which sadly caused some laughs in the audience and changed the tone of the rest of the play. I then decided to do a bit of reading. I now mostly read books on my e-reader because it's more practical than carrying around paper books. The first book that I started reading had a very convoluted story, and I found the language rather verbose. Once I got the gist of it, I decided life was short and that I was not going to finish it. I then read a book which was banned in some places in the 19th century due to censorship. I honestly didn't find it that shocking, but I can see how it might have been considered scandalous 150 years ago. The next book I read was a dystopian novel about an Orwellian society. Some of the phrases in it were a little hackneyed, but overall I found it quite riveting and thought-provoking. When I finished the book, I suddenly felt inspired to try to write my own novel. I sat down straight away to write a draft, but sadly my motivation had faded by the next day. I think for the moment I'm just going to be an observer and not a creator. This topic is medicine. I've divided it into a few sections. This section is anatomy. Anatomy is clearly a very big topic with lots of words, so I've just chosen a few words. If you're doing this course, you probably have at least an intermediate level, so I'm sure you know common words like brain, heart, lungs, etc. So I've chosen some words that all native speakers know, but that aren't as common. And most of these don't come from Latin or Greek. A couple of them do, but most don't. And that means that in most other languages, these words are very different. So I hope that even if your English is relatively advanced, you'll be able to learn something new. Okay, the first word is bladder. Bladder. It's a countable noun. It's an organ inside a person or an animal which is like a bag and holds urine before it leaves the body. You can see a diagram in the picture. Here are some collocations. First we have to empty one's bladder. That's a phrase that doctors often use. It simply means to urinate. Then we have to have a full bladder. a bladder infection, bladder cancer, and then the gallbladder. I put that separate because it's technically not a collocation. The gallbladder is another organ. It's a small organ which is attached to the liver. It's an organ that you can live without, and some people have it removed. A mild bladder infection might disappear on its own within a few days, but if it doesn't, antibiotics are usually recommended. Now we have bone marrow. Bone marrow. It's an uncountable noun. It's the soft substance in the center of bones. Here are a few collocations. A bone marrow donor. That's a person who donates bone marrow. A bone marrow transplant. That's a medical treatment that replaces some of your bone marrow with healthy cells. And then we have bone marrow cancer. A bone marrow transplant is also called a stem cell transplant because it involves replacing damaged stem cells with healthy cells. The next word is bowel. Bowel. It's a countable noun. It has a couple of meanings, but they're very similar. Number one, the intestine, which is the long tube that food passes through after it has been in the stomach. Number two, a part of this tube. So the small bowel or intestine, or the large bowel or intestine. Here's a usage tip. For the first definition, it is generally used in the plural. Bowels. Just like we normally say intestines. Here are a few collocations. To empty or move one's bowels. That's something that doctors say, and it means to defecate. A bowel movement. The small or large bowel. And bowel cancer. He got sick while traveling and has had problems with his bowels ever since. She had to have an operation on her large bowel. Now we have skull. Skull. It's a countable noun. It means the bones of a person's or animal's head that form the shape of the head and protect the brain. In the picture you can see a skull and crossbones. It is possible to recreate faces of people who lived centuries ago using their skulls. The next word is spleen. Spleen. This is a countable noun. It's an organ near the stomach that acts as a filter for your blood and fights certain types of bacteria. It helps clean your blood, in other words. A few collocations. A damaged spleen, an enlarged spleen, and a ruptured spleen. If you have a ruptured spleen, it means the spleen breaks open and blood comes out. It can happen if that area of your body is hit very hard, maybe playing sport or in a car accident. It is possible to live without a spleen, but you are at higher risk of infection. Now we have vein. Vein. It's also a countable noun. It has a couple of meanings. Number one, a tube that carries blood to the heart from other parts of the body. Number two, a very thin tube on a leaf or on an insect's wing. The adjective is veined. That means having or marked with veins or thin lines. In the picture, you can see veins and arteries in an arm. Not a real arm, obviously. In case you're confused, arteries carry blood that is rich in oxygen away from the heart, and veins carry blood that is low in oxygen back to the heart. Arteries and veins are also called blood vessels. He was so nervous that he could feel the blood racing through his veins. Here, race means to travel very fast. It can be fascinating to examine the veins on leaves. That's what you can see in the picture. Now we have womb. Womb. Yes, the B is silent. It's a countable noun. It's another word for uterus, which is the organ in a female mammal in which a baby or babies develop before birth. A little usage tip. Uterus is the medical term for womb. In everyday language, native speakers use both words. My feeling is that people are now using uterus more often. To me, womb sounds slightly old-fashioned, but lots of people still use it, so it's good to know both words. An ultrasound scan can show the position of the baby in the mother's womb. Now we're going to look at some names of illnesses. I won't show you any pictures here because I know that some people don't like looking at pictures that show diseases. I'm sure you know what I mean. Sometimes you Google something and you think, oh no, I didn't want to see that. So I haven't included any pictures here. But obviously, if you want to see pictures, you can Google these yourself. Okay, the first word is chickenpox. Chickenpox. It's an uncountable noun. Chickenpox is an infectious disease which causes itchy red spots on the skin and a mild fever. The scientific word is varicella. If you don't know the word infectious, it means that the disease can be passed from one person to another. It's the same as contagious. Chickenpox is normally mild in children, but it can be quite dangerous if you catch it as an adult. Now we have food poisoning. Food poisoning. This is also an uncountable noun. It's an illness which is usually caused by harmful bacteria in food and mainly affects your stomach and bowels. It's basically getting sick from eating bad food. She never wants to eat at that restaurant again because she got food poisoning the last time she ate there. Now we have measles. Measles. This is also an uncountable noun. Actually, all of the words in this section are uncountable nouns. Measles is an infectious disease which causes a fever and small red spots. The scientific word is rubeola. Here are a couple of usage tips. It is sometimes preceded by the. For example, he had the measles as a child. Number 2, it is followed by a singular verb. For example, measles is a lot less prevalent nowadays thanks to vaccines. I know it has an S on the end, but we say measles is. Please note, measles is rubeola. German measles is rubella. Although most people recover from measles, it can cause serious complications which are sometimes fatal. And now we have mumps. Mumps. It's an infectious disease that causes painful swelling under the ears and on the sides of the face. A swelling is an area on the skin that is larger and rounder than normal. A couple of usage tips. It is sometimes preceded by the. For example, the mumps was a common childhood illness before there were vaccines for it. Number 2. It is followed by a singular verb. For example, mumps is a highly contagious disease. Like chickenpox, mumps is usually more serious if you catch it as an adult. Next we have smallpox. Smallpox is a very serious infectious disease that causes a fever and spots on the skin and often leads to death. The scientific word is variola. In 1980, the WHO officially declared that smallpox had been eradicated. Remember, we had the word eradicate in the biology section. It means to completely get rid of something that's bad. And the WHO is the World Health Organization. Now we have whooping cough. Be careful of the pronunciation. The W is silent. It's whooping cough. Whooping cough is an infectious disease that causes severe coughing. The scientific word is pertussis. People of all ages can catch whooping cough, but it is especially dangerous for babies. Now we have a miscellaneous group of words. Miscellaneous means consisting of different things that don't seem to be connected. All of these words are related to health and medicine, but different aspects of health and medicine. The first word is anesthetic. Anesthetic. It's a countable and uncountable noun. In British spelling, there's an extra A. Anesthetic is a substance that makes people or animals unable to feel anything, especially pain. Let's see the word family. First we have the adjective anesthetic, then the verb anesthetize, which means to give somebody anesthetic. Then we have the noun anesthesia. That means the use of anesthetics. Next we have the noun anesthesiologist. Yes, that's also hard for native speakers to say. An anesthesiologist is a doctor who gives anesthetics to a patient. And then we have the noun anesthetist. An anesthetist is a doctor or a nurse who gives anesthetics to a patient. The use of these last two words varies in English-speaking countries. Usually in the US, an anesthesiologist is a doctor, and an anesthetist is a type of nurse. Here are a few collocations. First, we have general anesthetic. If you receive a general anesthetic, you are completely unconscious. Next, we have local anesthetic. A local anesthetic affects a particular part of the body. And then we have under anesthetic. If something is done under anesthetic, it means that anesthetic is being used. The introduction of general anesthetics in the 19th century revolutionized surgical procedures. The operation will be performed under anesthetic, so you won't feel anything. The next word is blister. Blister. It's a countable noun. It has a couple of meanings. Number 1, a swelling on the skin that is filled with liquid and is usually caused by rubbing or burning. You often get them on your feet when you wear new shoes. Number 2, a swelling that is filled with air on a surface such as paint, rubber, metal, etc. Let's see the word family. First we have the verb blister, and that means to form or cause blisters. Then we have the adjective blistered. That describes something with blisters on it. And then we have the adjective blistering. That means done very fast or extremely intense. The adverb of that is blisteringly. If I wear these shoes for too long, I get blisters on my ankles. One way to prevent blisters forming in paint is to let it dry completely before exposing it to moisture. Now we have cure. Cure. It's a countable noun. It has a couple of meanings. It can mean a medicine or treatment that makes a disease go away, and it can mean something that can solve a problem. The verb is also cure. That has a few meanings. The main meaning is to make an animal or person healthy again. Then we have a couple of adjectives. First we have curable. That means able to be cured. We say that some illnesses are curable and some are incurable. Curative means able to cure illnesses. Here are some collocations. An effective cure, a miracle cure, to develop a cure, to discover a cure, to find a cure, to work on a cure, and then we have the phrase, there is no known cure. There is no cure for measles, but you can sometimes treat the symptoms. It's possible that hiring a new manager will be the cure for this company's problems. And now we have diagnosis. Diagnosis. This is a countable and uncountable noun. It means the act of identifying a particular illness or problem through examination, or the decision reached after this act. Let's see the word family. First we have the verb diagnose, which means to say what problem or illness a person has. Then we have the adjective diagnostic, which means related to diagnosis. And then we have the adverb diagnostically. Here are some collocations. Early diagnosis, medical diagnosis, correct or incorrect diagnosis, to give a diagnosis, to make a diagnosis, and to establish or reach a diagnosis. Early diagnosis increases a patient's chance of recovery. He still doesn't know what's wrong with him because he's received different diagnoses from 3 different doctors. And a little usage tip. The plural is diagnoses. Now we have the verb heal. Heal. It has a couple of meanings. Number 1, to make or become well again, especially after an injury. Number 2, to make or become strong again after a bad experience or painful emotion. Let's see the word family. First we have the noun healing, and that's the process of becoming well again. Then we have the noun healer. A healer is a person who treats sick people, but usually using alternative medicine. We don't normally call doctors healers. This little cut should heal by itself in a few days. Wearing a cast and resting will help heal the broken bone. A cast is what you can see in the picture. A broken heart can be harder to heal than a physical injury. Next we have the adjective nutritious. Nutritious. Of food. Containing many substances that your body needs to grow and stay healthy. Let's see the word family. First we have the noun nutrition. That's the process of getting the right type of food for good health, or the science that deals with this. Then we have another noun, which is nutritionist. That's a person who is an expert on nutrition. Next we have the noun nutrient. Nutrients are substances that living things need to survive and grow. So proteins, vitamins, minerals, etc. Then we have the adjective nutritional. That means relating to nutrition. It has neutral connotations, whereas nutritious has positive connotations. And the adverb of that is nutritionally. A few collocations. A nutritious diet. A nutritious meal. A nutritious snack. And nutritious food. A nutritious meal isn't necessarily expensive. Frozen vegetables are often just as nutritious as fresh vegetables. Next we have physician. Physician. It's a countable noun. A physician is a medical doctor, especially one who is not a specialist. A general practitioner, in other words. This word is mainly used in North America and is slightly formal. You don't need to use this word, you can just say doctor, but it's good to be aware of it. Here's a usage tip. Be careful not to confuse this word with physicist. A physicist is a scientist who studies physics. If you get food poisoning, you should drink plenty of fluids and see a physician if your symptoms linger or are severe. Here, linger means to last longer than expected. This word is prosthesis. Prosthesis. It's a countable noun. A prosthesis is an artificial body part, such as a leg, arm, or tooth. The adjective is prosthetic. For example, a prosthetic leg. That means an artificial leg. We also have the noun prosthetics. That means the branch of surgery or dentistry that deals with the replacement of missing body parts with artificial ones. Here's a usage tip. In everyday language, we normally say a prosthetic X, or even an artificial X. For example, a prosthetic hand or an artificial leg, etc. In other words, the word prosthesis sounds quite formal, and we don't usually use it in everyday speech. 3D printers are now often used to make prostheses. Her new prosthesis allows her to do most of the things that she was able to do before. And yes, the plural is prostheses. Now we have repellent. Repellent. It's a countable and uncountable noun. It's a substance that keeps insects away from you. The verb is repel. That means to keep or push something or somebody away. The adjective is repellent. That means very unpleasant, or it can describe something that keeps something away. Some collocations. We have bug repellent, insect repellent, mosquito repellent, and moth repellent. A moth is a type of insect that looks a bit like a brown butterfly. They sometimes destroy clothes and other things made of fabric. It's important to use insect repellent if you plan to spend lots of time outside in the tropics. Lavender oil is sometimes used as a natural moth repellent. Now we have scar. Scar. It's a countable noun. It has a couple of meanings. Number 1, a permanent mark left on the skin after an injury or surgery. Number 2, a long-lasting emotional injury following an unpleasant experience. The verb is also scar, and that means to leave a scar, a physical one or an emotional one. This man has a small scar on his cheek. Some collocations. A deep scar, an emotional scar, a permanent scar, a physical scar, a psychological scar, and then we have to leave a scar, and we can also say a scar fades. Here, fade means to become lighter in color. She had quite a large scar on her leg after the injury healed. He didn't have any physical scars from the car accident, but he was left with some psychological scars. Next we have side effect. Side effect. It's also a countable noun. It has a couple of meanings. It can mean an effect from a drug, which is usually unpleasant or harmful, that happens along with the desired effect. And it can also mean an unintended or unexpected result of an action. Here are some collocations. An adverse side effect. If you don't know the word adverse, it basically just means negative or undesirable. A common side effect, a harmful side effect, and a serious side effect. Common side effects of this drug include sleep disturbances and decreased appetite. These local policies could have beneficial side effects for the national economy. This word is stitch. Stitch. It's a countable noun. You might know this word from sewing, but we're just going to look at it in a medical context. It has a couple of meanings. Number 1, a short piece of special thread which is used to join the edges of a deep cut on the body. It's usually plural. Number 2, a sudden pain in the side of your stomach or chest, which is usually caused by running or laughing. The verb is also stitch, and that means to sew the edges of a cut together. He fell off his bike and needed 20 stitches in his leg. After running for 10 minutes, I had to take a little break because I got a stitch in my side. Next we have withdrawal symptom. Withdrawal symptom. It's a countable noun. It's an unpleasant physical or mental effect that someone experiences after they stop taking a drug. It could be an illegal drug, a medication, or even something like caffeine or nicotine. It's usually plural. You may experience withdrawal symptoms such as dizziness and headaches if you suddenly stop taking this medication. She drinks so much coffee that she gets withdrawal symptoms if she doesn't drink it for a day. The final word for this topic is wound. Wound. It's a countable noun. Has a couple of meanings. Number 1, an injury to the body in which a cut or hole is made in the skin, especially one that is caused by a weapon, a gun or a knife, for example. But it could also be from an accident. Number 2, a mental or emotional pain caused by an unpleasant experience. Let's see the word family. First we have the verb wound, which means to cause such an injury or a mental or emotional pain. Then we have the adjective wounded, which means injured or suffering from a wound. And then we have the adjective wounding. If something is wounding, it hurts somebody's feelings. And now some collocations. A deep wound. That's when the injury goes quite deep into the body. A flesh wound. That's one that doesn't affect any bones or organs, just skin and maybe muscles and fat. Then we have a minor wound. An open wound. That's one that hasn't healed. A knife or stab wound. A bullet or gunshot wound. To get, receive, or suffer a wound. And you can also say a wound heals. She wasn't seriously injured in the accident, but she suffered a minor head wound which required a few stitches. Emotional wounds can often take longer to heal than physical ones. Today I'm going to talk a bit about health and medicine. I'm going to give some general advice on staying safe and healthy. When you're a child, it's important to get vaccinated against dangerous illnesses, such as mumps, measles, and whooping cough. There is now also a vaccine against chickenpox, but generally speaking, chickenpox isn't quite as dangerous as those others. Thankfully, smallpox was eradicated a few decades ago, so it's no longer necessary to get a smallpox vaccine. Although you shouldn't be scared when you get into a car, it's important to be careful when you drive. I have a friend who was in a terrible car accident when she was in her early 20s. She fractured her skull, ruptured her spleen, and had to have part of one leg amputated. She needed a few operations under general anesthetic. She still has scars from the stitches. It took several weeks for her injuries and wounds to heal. Thankfully, she got a good prosthesis, so she can walk and run like she did before. It's also important to have a nutritious diet, which includes a wide range of different foods so that you get all the vitamins and minerals that you need. B vitamins, for example, are very important. One B vitamin is folate, which helps red and white blood cells form in your bone marrow. Speaking of food, make sure you follow basic rules of hygiene when you're cooking at home. Lots of people give themselves food poisoning because they eat food that is too old or they don't prepare it properly. Food poisoning can wreak havoc on your bowels. Something that a lot of people don't think about is bladder health. Some ways to keep your bladder healthy are to drink plenty of fluids, especially water, limit caffeine and alcohol, and exercise regularly. Exercise has multiple benefits. It lowers your blood pressure, it can help you manage your weight, it boosts energy, and it is even good for your veins. Regular checkups with your physician are also a good idea. Early diagnosis increases your chance of recovery if you have a serious illness. Pap smears are also important for women. A pap smear tests for cervical cancer. The cervix is the narrow end of the uterus, or womb. Nowadays, there are lots of remarkable medications, but it's good to remember that drugs are not a cure for everything. For example, you shouldn't take antibiotics if you have a simple cold. It's also important to be aware that lots of medications have side effects, and sometimes you can get withdrawal symptoms when you stop taking certain drugs. If you're somewhere where there are lots of mosquitoes, remember to use insect repellent because some mosquitoes carry diseases. On a less serious note, try to invest in good quality shoes if you can. Not only will they likely last longer and be more comfortable, but you'll also probably get fewer blisters. This topic is student life. The first word is all-nighter. All-nighter. It's a countable noun. An all-nighter is an occasion when you stay up all night, especially because you need to study or do an assignment. She is pulling an all-nighter. To pull is the main verb that's used with all-nighter. You could say to do an all-nighter, but to pull an all-nighter is much more common, and that's basically the only collocation that you need to know here. I wasn't very organized this semester, and I had to pull several all-nighters. He was exhausted after his all-nighter. Now we have the phrasal verb, check something out. This has several meanings, but in the context of a school or university, this is usually what it means. To borrow a book or another item from a library. You are allowed to check out up to 10 books at once. I wanted to borrow that DVD from the library, but somebody had already checked it out. It's a separable phrasal verb, so you need to put the pronoun between check and out. Now we have the adjective compulsory. Compulsory. This means required by a rule or a law. It's a synonym of mandatory and obligatory. The adverb is compulsorily. Here are some collocations. A compulsory subject, compulsory education, and compulsory schooling. English is a compulsory subject in my degree. School is compulsory for children aged between 6 and 15 in my country. Now we have the verb cram. Cram. This actually has a few meanings, but we're just going to look at the meaning that relates to studying. Here it's informal. It means to try to prepare for an exam by learning a lot of information in a short space of time. She is cramming for an exam. It's best to revise material regularly and not cram if you want to retain information in the long term. It's difficult to cram for a language exam. As I'm sure you know, it's hard to make progress in a language in 1 or 2 days. Now we have curriculum. Curriculum. It's a countable noun. It means the content or subjects that are included in a course of study or that are offered by an educational institution. It's like an educational program. The adjective is curricular, and that just means related to a curriculum. Here's a usage tip. There are 2 plural forms, curricula and curriculums. And here are some collocations. The school curriculum, the math, history, English curriculum. You could put the name of any subject in front of it. A balanced curriculum, a broad curriculum, and then to design or plan a curriculum. George chose to study at that university because it has a broad curriculum for undergraduate students. That means that the university has a wide range of different subjects. The computer science professors are currently designing a new curriculum to keep up with changing technologies. Now we have dean. Dean. It's a countable noun. This also has a few meanings, but we're just going to look at the meaning that relates to education. A dean is a person who is the head of a faculty, school, administrative division, etc., at a university or college. After an impressive career as a lawyer, she was appointed dean of the law faculty at a prestigious university. An admissions dean is responsible for overseeing the admissions process at a college or university. The next word is dorm. Dorm. It's a countable noun. This comes from the word dormitory. It has a couple of meanings. Number 1, informal. A large room for several people to sleep in, especially in a school or hostel. Number 2, a building at or near a university or college where students live. In the picture, you can see some student dorms. If you want to travel cheaply, you can stay in hostels with large dorm rooms. I decided to live in a dorm for my first year of university because I thought it would be a good way to meet people. Now we have the verb drop. drop. I'm sure you've seen this word before. It's a word that has lots of different meanings, but here we're just going to look at the meaning that relates to study. It means to stop studying a subject. It's transitive, so you need an object. I dropped French in the second semester because I had a very full schedule. Students are allowed to drop their science subjects in their second year if they wish. You might hear that, for example, at a university where it's compulsory to have a science subject in the first year of study, but it's not compulsory in the second year. Now we have drop out. Drop out. It's a phrasal verb. It has a couple of meanings. Number one, to stop doing an activity that you signed up for, or stop belonging to a group. Number two, to leave an educational institution without finishing one's course. Let's see the word family. First we have the noun dropout. A dropout is a person who drops out of a school, college, university, etc. And then we have the adjective dropout. This is almost always used in the collocation dropout rate. A dropout rate is a measure of how many people are dropping out of something. Here's a usage tip. If it is followed by a noun, you need the preposition of. For example, she dropped out of college to pursue her music career. Several runners dropped out of the marathon because of the extreme heat. Hundreds of members dropped out of the new political party last month. About a fifth of people who enroll at universities in this country drop out in their first year. This word is elective. Elective. It's a countable noun. An elective is a subject or a course that you can choose to do, but is not compulsory. It's something that's optional, in other words. Let's see the word family. First we have the verb elect. I'm sure you know that one. It's a synonym of choose. Then we have the noun election. That's the act of electing, or when we vote for politicians. And finally, we have the adjective elective. That's a synonym of optional. I'm studying chemistry at the moment, but it's not one of my core subjects. It's just an elective. How many electives are you allowed to choose each semester? Now we have extra credit. Extra credit. This is an uncountable noun. It means points or marks that are added to a student's overall grade if the student completes additional work. You can get extra credit in this subject if you attend a special seminar and write a paper on it. Here, paper means assignment or report. Some teachers are against offering extra credit opportunities because they believe some students don't take tests seriously if they think they can make up the points in the future. In other words, some teachers are worried that students might think, it's no big deal if I fail this test because I can do an extra credit assignment at a later date. Now we have the adjective extracurricular. Extracurricular. This means not part of the main courses or subjects that a student is doing. Cheerleading is a popular extracurricular activity at American high schools and universities. Here are some collocations. We have an extracurricular activity, an extracurricular club, an extracurricular event, and an extracurricular organization. Good grades are normally not enough to get into a good university. You also need to be able to list extracurricular activities on your application. Students here are encouraged to attend extracurricular events in addition to their normal classes to get the full college experience. Now we have the phrasal verb fall behind. Fall behind. It has a couple of meanings. Number one, to not do something fast enough or on time. Number two, to not progress or succeed as much as other people or groups. A little usage tip. It is often followed by in or with. For example, Lisa has fallen behind in history. That means that Lisa has not done all the work that she should have done by now in her history classes or learnt the things that she should have learnt. They've fallen behind with their mortgage payments. That means that they haven't made their mortgage payments recently. If you keep skipping classes, you'll quickly fall behind. I can't go out this weekend because I've fallen behind with my work. Companies that don't invest in R&D will fall behind technologically. R&D is research and development. Now we have final. Final. It's a countable noun. I'm sure you all know this word, but I've included it because lots of people don't know all of the meanings. It has a few meanings. Number one, the last game, match, competition, etc. in a series, which usually determines the winner. Number two, in the US, an important exam that students at a high school, college, or university take at the end of a semester or quarter. Number three, in the UK, an exam that university students take at the end of their final year. Let's see the word family. First we have the adjective final, then the adverb finally. I'm sure you know those ones. Then we have the verb to finalize. That means to finish the last part of something. And then we have, finally, we have the noun finalist. A finalist is a person or a team that competes in a final. That relates to the first meaning. A little usage tip. It is often in the plural, especially when it means tests. For example, the library is always full the week before finals. This student is studying for his finals. I always watch the World Cup final with my family. She's hardly done any work this semester, so I think she'll have to cram a lot before finals. When we've all finished our finals, my friends and I are going to go on a trip together. Now we have grant. Grant. It's a countable noun. A grant is an amount of money given by the government or another organization for a specific purpose. Academics and students often receive grants for study or research. The verb is grant. That means to give somebody something that they have asked for, or to give somebody permission to do something. And now some collocations. A government grant. That's a grant from the government. A research grant. That's a grant for doing research. A student grant. That's a grant a student can receive for their studies. To apply for a grant. To get, obtain, or receive a grant. To give or award somebody a grant. We will only be able to continue our research if we obtain another government grant. The faculty was awarded a grant from a foundation that focuses on environmental conservation. Next we have the phrasal verb, hand something in. Hand something in. This means to give something to someone in authority, especially a piece of work or an important document. It's a more common way of saying submit. Here are a few collocations. To hand in an assignment. To hand in a paper. To hand in a report. To hand in one's homework. And to hand in one's notice or resignation. If you hand in your notice or resignation, it means you're quitting your job. If you hand the assignment in late, you will receive a penalty. Frank said that he would hand in his resignation if I didn't increase his salary. The next word is major. Major. It's a countable noun. It has a few meanings, but we're just going to look at the ones that relate to student life. Number 1. A student's main subject at a college or university. Number 2. A student who is specializing in a particular subject. That second definition might sound a little confusing, but it will become clear when you see an example. Let's see the word family. First we have the adjective, major. You probably know that. It means very serious, large, or important. And then we have the phrasal verb, major in. That means to study something as your main subject. You could say, I'm majoring in geography, for example. My major in college was economics, but I also studied quite a lot of history. Jake is a chemistry major, and later he'd like to study medicine. That means that right now, Jake's main subject is chemistry. And now we have minor. Minor. It's a countable noun. Just like major, this has a few meanings, but we're just going to look at the ones that relate to student life. Number 1, a subject that a student takes at a college or university in addition to their major. Number 2, a student who is studying such a subject. The adjective is also minor. That usually means not very serious, large, or important. Minor in is the associated phrasal verb. That means to study something, but not as your main subject. For example, you could say, I'm a business student, but I'm minoring in Spanish. We can only have one major in this degree, but we're allowed to have a couple of minors. I was a biology minor. I know a lot more about physics because that was my major. This word is prerequisite. Prerequisite. It's a countable noun. A prerequisite is something that needs to exist or be done before something else can happen or be done. The adjective is also prerequisite. That means needing to exist or be done before something else can happen or be done. Here's a usage tip. It is often followed by for, of, or to. Biology is a prerequisite for medical school. In other words, you need to study some biology if you want to later study medicine. Having no credit card debt is a prerequisite of obtaining a mortgage. Adaptability is a prerequisite to success in this industry. An advanced level of English is a prerequisite for admission into that university. Do you know if that course has any prerequisites? Now we have registrar. Registrar. It's a countable noun. A registrar is a person who is responsible for keeping records, especially a college or university official who keeps records of enrollments, applications, academic performance, etc. I went to the registrar's office to see if I could change my timetable. A university registrar needs to possess strong organizational and managerial skills. Next we have the verb retake. Retake. It means to take an exam again or do a course again, usually after failing it the first time. Retake can actually be used in lots of contexts. It just means to take again. But in the context of student life, it relates to exams and courses. If you fail a final, you have the opportunity to retake it in the summer. If Frank keeps skipping class, he'll have to retake the whole course. The next word is transcript. Transcript. It's a countable noun. It has a couple of meanings. Firstly, it can mean an exact written copy of spoken words. It can also mean an official document from a college or university that shows a student's courses and grades. The verb is transcribe. That means to record speech or data in written form. The noun is, or another noun, is transcription. That means the process of transcribing. Unfortunately, we couldn't find an audio recording of the speech, but a transcript was available. If you want another official copy of your transcript, you'll need to contact the registrar's office. Now we have tuition. Tuition. It's an uncountable noun. It has a couple of meanings. Number one, the act of teaching, especially to one person or a small group. Number two, money paid for receiving teaching. You can also say tuition fees. In addition to the group classes, every student in the course will receive 2 hours of one-on-one tuition per month. One-on-one here means individual. So there's one teacher and one student. Loans are available to students who are not able to pay their tuition upfront. Upfront here means in advance. So in the context of education, it means before classes start. The final word for this topic is tutor. Tutor. It's a countable noun. It has a few meanings. Number 1, a private teacher, especially one who teaches one student or a small group. Number 2, in the US, a teacher of the lowest academic rank at a college or university. At universities, there's usually a hierarchy of teachers. A tutor is at the bottom of the hierarchy. In the UK, a teacher at a university or college who teaches one student or a small group. The verb is also tutor, and that means to work as a tutor or to teach an individual or small group. We also have the noun tutorial. A tutorial is a period of study with a tutor at a college or university. Wealthier students are often at an advantage because they can afford to pay private tutors. Helen is a tutor at the moment, but she would like to be a professor one day. We all found the lecture difficult to understand, but our tutor carefully explained the concepts to us.
George has just finished his first year at college. Needless to say, he had quite an eventful year. He decided to live in a dorm because he thought it would be a good way to meet people. He made some good friends, but he's not going to live there next year because he said it was very noisy. He studied a wide range of subjects because he hasn't yet decided what his major will be. He's considering majoring in economics and having mathematics as a minor. If he does that, he'll still be allowed to study one or two other subjects as electives. Economics doesn't have any prerequisites, but if you want to take math subjects, you have to have done some math in high school. The only subject that was compulsory was English. Everyone at the university has to take English in their first year. He found it easy because he had already read the books that were on the English curriculum. One subject that he didn't particularly like was archaeology, so he dropped it at the end of the first semester. He found his first semester rather stressful because he wasn't used to having to organize his own time. He ended up pulling a few all-nighters to finish assignments, and he had to cram for a couple of finals. He learned that it's a good idea to start assignments early because the best books at the library normally get checked out very quickly. At one point during his first semester, he felt like dropping out. But then he spoke to a tutor who told him that lots of students felt like that in the first year, and that he shouldn't give up. At least he didn't hand in anything late. He was also happy that he didn't need to retake any exams. The second semester went a lot better, and he didn't fall behind in any of his subjects. He participated in a few extracurricular activities, like basketball and debating, and he even managed to do some additional assignments to get extra credit in a couple of his subjects. He did so well that when he went to the registrar's office to collect his transcript, he was told that the dean had awarded him a grant for next year. The grant will cover 50% of his tuition, so he was absolutely delighted. The next topic is crime. The first word is accomplice. Accomplice is a countable noun. Now, be careful of the pronunciation. It's not
accomplice. It's accomplice. An accomplice is a person who helps somebody else commit a crime or do something wrong. In the picture, you can see a thief with an accomplice. I mean, I don't know exactly if they're thieves, but I think we can assume from the picture that they're probably not doing something legal. The police are positive that the suspect had an accomplice because she couldn't have robbed the store alone. He was an unwilling accomplice in the crime, but he nevertheless went to prison for his involvement. The next word is alibi. It's also a countable noun. And again, be careful of the pronunciation. It's not alibi. It's alibi. An alibi is something that proves that a person was somewhere else when a crime was committed. Here are some collocations. A cast iron alibi. That's an alibi that's very strong. A false alibi. A perfect alibi. A solid alibi. Solid here means strong. A strong alibi. And a weak alibi. He was home alone the night of the attack, which means he doesn't have a strong alibi. The police were forced to let the suspect go because she had a cast iron alibi. To let somebody go means to release somebody. Now we have arson. Arson. It's an uncountable noun. Arson is the crime of intentionally making something burn, setting fire to something, especially a building. In the word family, we have another noun, which is arsonist. An arsonist is a person who commits arson. Two men have been arrested on suspicion of arson. She was jailed for 3 years for committing arson. Now we have the verb blackmail. Blackmail. To blackmail means to demand money from somebody or to force them to do something by threatening to reveal a secret or to harm them. It's basically saying to someone, if you don't do this for me or give me money, I will do something that you won't like. Let's see the word family. First we have the noun blackmail. That's the act of blackmailing somebody. And then we have the noun blackmailer. A blackmailer is a person who blackmails somebody. This man is being blackmailed. Here's a usage tip. It is sometimes followed by into. For example, Julie's employee tried to blackmail her into raising his salary. They were sentenced to 5 years in prison for blackmailing high-profile business leaders. A high-profile person is somebody who receives a lot of public attention. She blackmailed him into hiring her cousin. Now we have another verb, which is bribe. Bribe. This means to give somebody money or a gift to try to make them do something for you, especially something dishonest or illegal. In the word family, we have a couple of nouns. The first one is also bribe. That's the money or gift that somebody gives or offers somebody to try to persuade them to do something. And then we have the noun bribery. That's the concept or the act of taking or receiving bribes. Here's a usage tip. It is often used in one of the following sentence structures. To bribe somebody with something. The kids refuse to do their homework until we bribe them with candy. So it's not always something that's illegal. Then we have to bribe somebody to do something. She bribed the border guard to allow her to pass. And finally, to bribe somebody into doing something. The judge was bribed into giving a very lenient sentence. A local businessman has been sent to prison for trying to bribe local government officials. When they got stopped for speeding, they bribed the police officers to look the other way. Here, to look the other way means to ignore something bad or illegal that is happening. Next, we have the verb bug. Bug. This has a couple of meanings. Number one, to put a small electronic device somewhere to secretly listen to conversations. Number two, informal, to annoy somebody. In the word family, we have the noun bug. That has several meanings. The main meaning is a small insect, but in the context of crime, it means the small device that is used to secretly listen to conversations. The spies bugged the politician's hotel room. She didn't want to use her phone because she thought that someone had bugged it. It bugs me when people try to get on the train before letting people get off. Does that bug you? There, bug means annoy. And now we have burglary. Burglary. This is a countable and uncountable noun. It's the crime of entering a building illegally and stealing things. Let's see the word family. First, we have the verb burgle, which is used in the UK. And then we have the verb burglarize, which is more American. Both of those mean to enter a building illegally and steal things. Then we have the noun burglar. A burglar is a person who does this, so somebody who commits burglary. Police are alarmed because there has been an increase in the number of burglaries in this neighborhood this year. There, it's countable. She was arrested and charged with burglary and is now awaiting trial. There, it's uncountable. If somebody is charged with a crime, they have been formally accused, but they haven't been found guilty or innocent yet. And to await trial means to wait to go to court. Now we have conspirator. Conspirator. This is a countable noun. A conspirator is a person who is involved in a secret plan to do something illegal. Let's see the word family. First we have the verb conspire. That means to secretly plan to do something illegal or harmful with other people. Then we have the noun conspiracy. That's a secret plan by a group of people to do something illegal or harmful. Next we have the adjective conspiratorial, which means secretive or related to a conspiracy. And then the adverb of that, which is conspiratorially. The criminal's fellow conspirators turned on him and reached a deal with the police. That essentially means that the criminal's accomplices betrayed him to save themselves or for special treatment. She was identified as the main conspirator in the robbery. The next word is culprit. Culprit. It's a countable noun. It has a couple of meanings. Number one, A person who has committed a crime or has done something wrong. Number 2, a person or thing that causes a particular problem or difficulty. Here's a little usage tip. It is often preceded by the. Police still haven't found the culprits behind the attack. Behind here means responsible for. The police are hoping for information from the public to help them find the culprits. If you have mold in your home, humidity may be the culprit. And now we have embezzle. Embezzle. This is a verb and it means to steal money that you are responsible for or that belongs to an organization or person that you work for. In the word family, we have a couple of nouns. First, we have embezzlement. That's the act of doing this. And then embezzler. An embezzler is a person who embezzles money. The bankers were accused of embezzling a total of $20 million. It was later discovered that the mayor had embezzled $3.5 million in public funds. And now, fingerprint. Fingerprint. This is a countable noun. It means the curved lines on the end of a person's finger, or the mark made by them, which are unique to that individual. In other words, everybody's fingerprints are different. They are often used by police to discover who committed a crime. The verb is also fingerprint. To fingerprint somebody means to make a record of somebody's fingerprints. In the past, this was usually done with ink and paper, but now little machines are usually used. Here's a usage tip. Do not confuse this with footprint or paw print. A footprint is a mark or indent that a person's foot leaves on a surface. And a paw print is a mark or indent that an animal's paw leaves. In the pictures there you can see a footprint in sand and some paw prints on rock. Her fingerprints were all over the crime scene. A crime scene is where a crime takes place. The police questioned several suspects and took their fingerprints. Now we have forensics. Forensics. This is an uncountable and plural noun. It has a couple of meanings. Number 1, the branch of science that uses scientific methods to help solve crimes. It's also referred to as forensic science. Number 2, scientific tests that are used to help solve crimes. The adjective is forensic. That means related to forensics. The adverb of that is forensically. Here's a usage tip. When it refers to the branch of science, so when it is uncountable, it is used with a singular verb. For example, forensics is an area of science that has been instrumental in countless criminal investigations. Jake is currently doing a science degree, and he would like to major in forensics. The police think they know who the culprit is, but forensics are still being carried out. So there, forensics means scientific tests. And now we have forgery. Forgery. This is a countable and uncountable noun. When it's countable, it means an illegal copy of something such as a painting, document, or piece of paper money. When it's uncountable, it means the crime of copying these types of things. In the word family, we have the verb forge, and that means to make an illegal copy of a painting, document, etc. And then we have the noun forger. A forger is a person who makes forgeries. Immigration officials realized that her passport was a forgery. Frank Abagnale, who inspired the movie Catch Me If You Can, was charged with forgery, amongst other crimes. And now, fraud. Fraud. This is a countable and uncountable noun. It has a couple of meanings. Number one, the crime of deceiving people in order to obtain money or goods or to win an election. Number two, a person who is not what they claim or pretend to be. Let's see the word family. First, we have the verb defraud. That means to deceive somebody illegally in order to get money. Then we have the adjective fraudulent, and that means intended to deceive somebody, usually to get money illegally. The adverb of that is fraudulently. And then we have the noun fraudster. That's a person who commits fraud, but it's mainly used in British English. Internet fraud is now very common. Here are some collocations. We have credit card fraud, electoral fraud, insurance fraud, internet fraud, online fraud, and tax fraud. The corrupt businessman was finally sent to prison for tax fraud. She was found to be involved in a $20 million fraud. The man claimed to be a wealthy aristocrat, but he turned out to be a complete fraud. If you don't know the word aristocrat, it's someone who belongs to a high social class. They're people like dukes and barons. Next we have getaway. Getaway. It's a countable noun. A getaway is an occasion when a person escapes from a place or a situation, usually after committing a crime. In the word family, we have the phrasal verb get away, and that means to leave or escape a place. He is trying to make a getaway. Here are some collocations. To make a getaway. And then we have a getaway car, a getaway van, and a getaway vehicle. Those are things that you might use to get away from something. She dashed into the getaway car after robbing the bank. Frank tried to make a swift getaway after he stole my wine, but I was too fast for him. If you don't know the word swift, it's another word for fast. The next word is handcuffs. Handcuffs. This is a plural noun. Handcuffs are a pair of metal or plastic rings joined by a short chain that are used to hold a prisoner's wrists together. These are your wrists. The verb is also handcuff, and that means to put handcuffs on somebody. Here's a usage tip. It is sometimes shortened to cuffs, but that's informal. For example, the police put cuffs on him quick smart. Quick smart means very quickly or immediately. The suspect tried to make a getaway, but she couldn't run very fast because she was wearing handcuffs. The prisoner was taken away in handcuffs. Now we have the verb hijack. Hijack. This has a couple of meanings. Number one, to take control of a plane, vehicle, or ship using violence or threats. Number two, to take control of something, especially a group, meeting, or conversation, to use it for your own aims or interests. Let's see the word family. First we have the noun hijacking. That's the act of doing this. And then we have another noun, which is hijacker. That's a person who hijacks something. The truck was hijacked by a group of armed men. Emily completely hijacked the meeting and tried to shift the focus to her own project. Now we have hostage. Hostage. This is a countable noun. A hostage is somebody who is taken as a prisoner by a person or group in order to make other people accept their demands. The demands are often financial or political. Here are some collocations. We have a hostage crisis, hostage negotiations, a hostage taker. That's a person or group who takes a hostage or hostages. Then we have to take a hostage, to take somebody as a hostage, or simply to take somebody hostage, to keep or hold a hostage, to keep or hold somebody as a hostage, and then to release a hostage. The bank robbers took 4 people hostage during the robbery. After lengthy negotiations, the extremists agreed to release the hostages. An extremist is a person with extreme political beliefs or objectives. The next word is intruder. Intruder. This is a countable noun. It has a couple of meanings. Number 1, a person who enters a building or area illegally, usually to steal something. Number 2, a person who is in a place or situation where they are not wanted. Let's see the word family. First we have the verb intrude. That means to go or be somewhere where you're not wanted or not supposed to be. Then we have intrusion. That means the act of intruding. And then we have the adjective intrusive. That means affecting somebody's private life or interrupting them in a way that is not wanted. They thought an intruder was in their living room, and they were very relieved to discover that it was just their dog. He didn't enjoy the family gathering because he felt like an intruder. The next word is piracy. Piracy. This is an uncountable noun, and it has a couple of meanings. Number 1, the crime of attacking a ship at sea in order to steal from it. Number 2, the crime of illegally copying books, movies, music, computer programs, etc. In the word family, we have the verb pirate. That means to commit piracy. And then we have the noun pirate. That's a person who commits piracy. In the picture there, you can see the Jolly Roger. That's the traditional flag flown by pirates with a skull and crossbones. And now some collocations. Internet or online piracy. Movie piracy. Music piracy. Software piracy. And then to combat piracy and to crack down on piracy. If you crack down on something, you try harder to stop it from happening. It's something bad or illegal. Many countries are currently trying to crack down on piracy in the northwestern part of the Indian Ocean. Music piracy is a major problem for record labels. Now we have poach. Poach. This verb has a few meanings. It's actually a word that's commonly used in cooking, but here we're going to look at the other meanings. Number 1, to illegally catch or shoot animals on private land or without permission. Number 2, to take something or somebody from something or somebody else in a secretive or dishonest way. Let's see the word family. First we have the noun poaching, which is the act. And then we have the noun poacher, and that's a person who poaches. Many people in the area would go to the landowner's private stream to poach trout. A stream is a very small river, and trout are a type of fish. The journalist was accused of poaching ideas from her colleague. The startup poached several of the larger company's employees. The next word is ransom. Ransom. It's a countable and uncountable noun. It's a large amount of money that is demanded in exchange for releasing somebody who is being held captive. To hold somebody captive essentially means to keep somebody prisoner, either illegally or in a war. The verb is also ransom, and that means to pay money so that a person who is being held captive can be released. Now some collocations. We have ransom money, a ransom demand, a ransom note, and then to hold somebody for ransom. That means to keep somebody prisoner until money is paid. And finally, to pay a or the ransom. The kidnappers wanted a ransom of $2 million to return the millionaire's son. The group was demanding a hefty ransom to release the hostages. Hefty in this context means very large. And now we have scam. Scam. This is a countable noun. It means a clever but dishonest and illegal plan for making money. The verb is also scam, and that means to trick somebody into giving you money. Another noun is scammer, and that's a person who scams people. Internet scams are becoming more and more common. The people thought they were investing in a cryptocurrency, but it turned out to be a scam. Online romance scams are now sadly common occurrences. A romance or dating scam is when someone pretends to be somebody else, starts an online relationship with a person, and then tricks that person into sending the money. And finally, we have the verb smuggle. Smuggle. This means to take or send a thing or a person secretly and illegally into or out of a place, especially a country. It's usually when some sort of legal border is being crossed. Let's see the word family. First we have the noun smuggling, and that's the act. And then the noun smuggler. A smuggler is a person who smuggles something or someone. A few collocations. To smuggle cigarettes. To smuggle diamonds. To smuggle drugs. To smuggle people. And to smuggle weapons. She smuggled the drugs across the border by hiding them in the lining of her suitcase. The lining of something is a piece of material that covers the inside of something. They went to prison for helping to smuggle illegal immigrants into the country.
Recently, I met a woman named Sharon who used to be a police detective. Sharon had some fascinating stories to tell. She told me about some people who went to prison for insurance fraud after they burned their own businesses down in an attempt to make large insurance claims. The investigators were able to use forensics to determine who the culprits were and that the business owners had indeed committed arson. It didn't help that they usually had weak alibis. In other words, they couldn't prove that they were somewhere else when the fires happened. I was rather impressed by the range of crimes Sharon had been involved with. She once even arrested a woman and her accomplice after they'd gotten caught poaching. They were trying to take endangered animals from a wildlife sanctuary and then smuggle them out of the country. Once her team caught a group of criminals who were producing counterfeit money. They bugged their phones and cars and were able to arrest the main guy in charge, as well as a couple of his conspirators. They ended up serving time in prison for forgery. She had also dealt with some financial crime. For example, there was a woman who was running a text message scam, which involved sending text messages to people saying that their Netflix subscriptions hadn't been processed and that they needed to pay again by clicking on the link in the message. Believe it or not, she ended up making thousands of dollars. Then there was the business manager who was not only embezzling millions of dollars a year from his company, but was also bribing government officials to give his company lucrative contracts. Somehow he thought he'd never get caught. And there was the woman who tried to blackmail her boss into paying her large bonuses by threatening to reveal secrets about him to the media. Some stories were actually rather funny. For example, she told me about a guy who got arrested for burglary. He broke into a house while the people were home, and they quickly called the police when they realized that they had an intruder. Because they weren't sure if he was armed, they stayed quiet and hid in the cellar. He didn't stay very long in any case. He took their wallets from the front hall, and then he picked up their dog because he was planning on taking it as a hostage and holding it for ransom. But he didn't actually have a getaway car. He'd come on foot. He'd already left the house by the time the police got there, but it didn't take them long to find him because he was the only man wandering around the neighborhood holding a barking miniature poodle. Needless to say, they were soon taking his fingerprints at the police station. Another not-so-smart criminal was a girl who got arrested for piracy after she tried to sell DVDs of Netflix series and movies on eBay. Sharon also told me about a couple who tried to hijack a truck that was full of gasoline, which they thought they would be able to sell. One of them stepped out in the middle of the road and managed to make the driver stop the truck. They then pulled him out of the truck and put handcuffs on him. They then explained that they wanted him to drive the truck to a different destination because neither of the hijackers knew how to drive a truck that large. They then got the driver back in the driver's seat, but it turned out that it was impossible to drive a truck with handcuffs on, and neither of them could find the key to take the handcuffs off him.
This topic is the law. Now, legal language is known for being quite dry, so I apologize if this section is a little dull, but this language is very important to learn if you want to get to an advanced level in English. The first word is alleged. Alleged. It's an adjective. Let's see the definitions. Number 1. Of a person. Accused of or said to be something, although there is not yet enough evidence to prove it. Number 2. Of a thing. Said to be true or exist, although there is not yet enough evidence to prove it. The adverb is allegedly. There's also a verb, which is allege. That means to state something as a fact without giving proof. It's not the same as lying. What the person is saying might be true, but we use the word allege to highlight the fact that so far there is no proof. And then we have the noun allegation. An allegation is a statement that is made without giving proof regarding something that is morally wrong or illegal. Here are some collocations. An alleged attacker, an alleged burglar, an alleged kidnapper, an alleged killer, an alleged victim, an alleged conspiracy, an alleged crime, an alleged incident, an alleged miracle, and finally, an alleged offense. An offense is an illegal act, maybe a crime or something less serious. The alleged attacker was arrested by the police and taken in for questioning. The alleged alien encounter was said to occur in a local wheat field last Sunday night. But there were no other witnesses, and it wasn't caught on camera. That's often the case, isn't it, with alien encounters? In a wheat field, and nobody else saw it. The next word is amend. Amend. It's a verb. It means to correct or slightly change something that is written or spoken, especially a law, document, statement, etc. The noun is amendment. An amendment is a small change or improvement that is made to something. Countries sometimes amend their constitutions. Here are some collocations. To amend a constitution, to amend a contract, to amend a law, and to amend one's statement. Several members of the Parliament would like to amend the law so that it applies to all workers, and not just full-time employees. The witness amended her statement when she remembered something else. And now we have the verb convict. Convict. Be careful with the pronunciation. There is a noun with the same spelling, and that's pronounced convict, but this is pronounced convict. To convict means to announce officially in court that someone is guilty of a crime. Let's see the word family. First, we have the noun conviction. That means the decision that somebody is guilty of a crime, or the process of proving that somebody is guilty. It can also mean a very strong belief or opinion. Then we have the noun convict. That's somebody who has been found guilty of a crime and sent to prison. Here are a couple of usage tips. It is often followed by of. For example, the scammer was convicted of fraud and sent to prison for 2 years. It is followed by on when used with the word charges. For example, several gang members were convicted on drug charges. More often than not, it's used passively. The alleged murderer was convicted at her first trial and then later acquitted when the case was appealed. To acquit is the opposite of convict. It's to officially state that somebody is not guilty of a crime. To appeal, in this context, means to formally request that a decision be changed. The court convicted the smuggler of drug trafficking. Trafficking is buying and selling goods illegally. Now we have a phrasal verb, which is crack down. To crack down means to try harder to prevent bad or illegal behavior and to deal more strictly with the people doing it. The noun is crackdown. A crackdown is an action that is taken to deal more strictly with bad or illegal behavior. Here's a usage tip. It is usually followed by on. The government wants to crack down on tax evasion. If you don't know the term tax evasion, it's illegal ways of paying less tax. So the government wants to try to reduce tax evasion and punish the people who are committing it more severely. The police have decided to crack down on the sale of drugs in nightclubs. You used to be able to park wherever you wanted, but parking inspectors have started cracking down hard. This word is custody. Custody. It's an uncountable noun. It has a couple of meanings. Number one, the right or responsibility to take care of something or someone, especially a child. Number two, the state of being kept in prison, especially while waiting to appear in court. Let's see the word family. First we have the adjective custodial. That means related to custody. And then we have the noun custodian. A custodian is a person who is responsible for looking after a thing that's important or valuable. Let's see some collocations. The first set is related to the first meaning. We have to be awarded or given custody, to get, obtain, or win custody. Those phrases are normally used when parents get divorced or separate, and one parent then has the right to take care of a child. To seek custody, joint custody. That's when more than one person has custody of a child, usually the two parents. And sole custody. That's when one person has custody. The second set relate to the second meaning. To take somebody into custody, to be held or kept in custody, to be released from custody. That's when a prisoner is allowed to leave. The father was awarded sole custody of his son. The suspect was held in custody for 2 months before she was allowed out on bail. Bail is money that is paid to a court to make sure that the prisoner returns when their trial starts. And now we have defame. Defame. It's a verb. To defame means to damage someone's reputation by saying or writing negative things about them that are untrue. In the word family, we have the noun defamation. That's the act of defaming someone. And then we have the adjective defamatory. That means intended to defame someone. If you defame someone, you can be taken to court. To take somebody to court means to take legal action against somebody. The person or group won't be arrested or put in prison, but they might have to pay a lot of money. The actor claimed that the newspaper defamed him by printing lies about his behavior on set. On set means at the place where a film or TV show is being filmed. And now we have the verb deter. Deter. It means to make someone decide not to do something, especially by making them realize that there will be difficulties or negative consequences. Let's see the word family. First we have the noun deterrence. That's the concept. Next we have the noun deterrent. A deterrent is something that deters somebody. And then we have the adjective deterrent. That means making somebody less likely to do something. Here's a usage tip. It is often used in the following structure: to deter somebody from something or from doing something. For example, it is hoped that the new program will deter young offenders from serious crime. That means that it is hoped that this program will stop young people who have probably committed small crimes from committing more serious crimes. One reason that people are punished when they break the law is because it can deter others from doing the same thing. The negative press that the company has recently received might deter future investors. Next we have the verb enforce. Enforce. To enforce means to make people obey a rule or a law, or to make a particular situation happen. For example, discipline or compliance. Let's see the word family. First we have the noun enforcement. That's the act of making people obey a rule or law. Then we have another noun, which is enforcer. An enforcer is a person who enforces something. Then we have the adjective enforceable. That means able to be enforced. And finally, the adjective enforced. If something is enforced, a person is forced to do it. They have no choice. One of the main roles of the police is to enforce the law. And now some collocations. To enforce an agreement. To enforce a ban. To enforce compliance. To enforce a curfew. To enforce discipline. A teacher, for example, might enforce discipline in the classroom. To enforce a or the law. To enforce a regulation or rule. To enforce sanctions. The city recently introduced a smoking ban in restaurants, but it is rarely enforced. The young teacher struggled to enforce discipline in his classroom. That can definitely be a struggle when you're a teacher. Next we have the word indict. Indict. It's a verb. Be careful of the pronunciation. The C is silent. It's indict. To indict means to officially accuse someone of a crime in court. It means to charge somebody with a crime. It's not the same as convict. Basically, a person is indicted for something before the full trial takes place. To convict somebody is to find them guilty at the end of the trial. Let's see the word family. First we have the noun indictment. An indictment is an official statement accusing somebody of a crime, or the act of officially accusing somebody of a crime. Then we have the adjective indictable. This either relates to a person who is able to be indicted or to a crime for which somebody can be indicted. Here's a usage tip. It is often used in the following structure: to indict somebody for something. The former governor was indicted for a range of felonies. If you don't know the word felony, it means a serious crime. She was indicted for arson last month and is now awaiting her trial. It was suspected that about a dozen employees had helped to embezzle money, but only a few of them were indicted. Now we have the adjective indisputable. Indisputable. This means true and cannot be denied. The adverb is indisputably. And here are a couple of collocations. An indisputable fact and indisputable evidence. The evidence presented against the defendant was indisputable. A defendant is a person in a court of law who has been accused of doing something illegal. It is indisputable that Frank finished off the cake that was in the fridge. Next we have jargon. Jargon. It's an uncountable noun. Jargon means words and phrases that are used by a particular profession or a particular group of people, which are often difficult for other people to understand. Here are some collocations. Accounting jargon, computer or IT jargon, legal jargon, and medical jargon. I couldn't understand the contract because it was filled with legal jargon. The director avoided using scientific jargon in the documentary because she wanted to make it accessible to lay people. Here, accessible means easy to understand, and a layperson is a person who does not have expert knowledge of a particular subject. This word is law-abiding. Law-abiding. It's an adjective. It means respecting and obeying the law. A little usage tip. It is usually used in the collocation, a law-abiding citizen. Up until that point, he had been an upstanding and law-abiding citizen. If you don't know the word upstanding, it means honest and responsible. That suburb has a bad reputation, but most of the people there are pleasant and law-abiding. Locals feel like the police are unfairly targeting law-abiding citizens. Now we have lawsuit. Lawsuit. This is a countable noun. It means a problem or complaint that a person or organization brings to a court of law in order to obtain a legal decision. The short form suit is also sometimes used. Some collocations. To bring a lawsuit against somebody. To file a lawsuit. And then you can add against somebody. Those both mean to take a lawsuit against somebody to a court. To drop a lawsuit. That means to decide to stop your lawsuit. To lose a lawsuit. To settle a lawsuit. That means to reach an agreement that stops a lawsuit. And to win a lawsuit. A former employee filed a lawsuit against the company, accusing it of discrimination. They decided to drop the lawsuit because they realized that they had no chance of winning. Now we have legislate. Legislate. This is a verb. It means to make a new law or laws. Let's see the word family. First we have the noun, legislation. That means a law or a set of laws, or the process of making and passing laws. Then we have the adjective, legislative. That means relating to legislation. Next we have the noun, legislator. A legislator is a person who has the power to make laws. And finally we have another noun, which is legislature. That's a group of people who have the power to make and change laws. Here's a usage tip. This verb can be used with the following prepositions. To legislate against something. For example, the Parliament is going to legislate against exploitative lending practices. That means the Parliament aims to stop financial institutions exploiting people with unfair loans. To legislate for something. They legislated for better working conditions. That means they passed laws to ensure better working conditions for people. And then we have to legislate on something. Only the state governments can legislate on educational matters. That means that only state governments can pass laws regarding educational matters. A couple of the electoral candidates promised to legislate to protect national parks. The government has decided to legislate for stricter gun control. Next we have levy. Levy. This is a countable noun. A levy is an amount of money that needs to be paid to a government or organization, such as a tax. The verb is also levy, and that means to use official authority to demand an amount of money from a person or organization. A little usage tip. It is often followed by on. For example, the government imposed a levy on tobacco. The government's new budget introduced levies on luxury items. The new green spaces are expected to be funded by the landfill levy. This word is libel. Libel. It's a countable and uncountable noun. It has a couple of meanings. Number one, the act of writing or printing a statement about someone that is untrue and that damages their reputation. Number two, the statement or information that is written or printed. In the word family, we have the verb libel, and that means to write or print libel against somebody. And then we have the adjective libelous. That means containing libel. Here's a usage tip. Libel is a type of defamation. The other type of defamation is slander, which is spoken words. We will look at slander in more detail later. The singer sued the tabloid newspaper for libel. To sue basically means to take somebody to court, but we'll look at that word in more detail later. A tabloid newspaper is one that often contains gossip and isn't considered as serious as others. Users of this website are not allowed to post information or content that constitutes libel. Here, constitute means to be considered to be something. So users can't post things that are considered to be libel. Next we have loophole. Loophole. This is a countable noun. A loophole is an opportunity that enables people to legally avoid doing something usually because of a mistake in the way a law, contract, etc. has been written. Here are some collocations. To close a loophole. That means to change something so there is no longer a loophole. To exploit or use a loophole. To find a loophole. A legal loophole. And a tax loophole. It is often argued that rich people avoid paying a lot in taxes due to loopholes in tax codes. A code in this context is a set of laws. Everyone knew that he committed the crime, but he was acquitted due to a legal loophole. Remember, acquit means to find not guilty. Now we have misleading. Misleading. This is an adjective. It means likely to cause someone to believe something that is not true. It's when something gives somebody the wrong impression. The adverb is misleadingly. The verb is mislead. To mislead means to cause somebody to believe something that is not true. Some collocations. Misleading advertising. A misleading impression. A misleading report. A misleading statement. Misleading statistics. Highly misleading. And seriously misleading. The lawyer argued that the psychologist's report regarding the defendant was misleading. The company was fined for its misleading advertising. I'd say most advertisements are somewhat misleading, but I guess some are more misleading than others. Next we have motive. Motive. This is a countable noun. A motive is a reason for doing something. For example, a reason why someone commits a crime. Note, it is similar to the word reason, but motive sounds more serious and usually refers to a strong need or desire. Let's see the word family. First we have the adjective motiveless, which means done without a reason. And I'm sure you know these ones. The verb motivate, the adjective motivated, the noun motivation, and the adjective motivational. And here are some collocations. A clear motive, the main, primary, or prime motive, a political motive, a possible motive, somebody's real or true motives, an ulterior motive, that means a hidden motive, to have a motive, and to establish or find a motive. The police are still trying to establish a motive for the murder. He said he just wanted to be friends, but I think he had ulterior motives. Now we have the verb prohibit. Prohibit. This has a couple of meanings. Number one, to stop something from being done or used by making it illegal. It's a synonym of ban, but it sounds more serious and formal than ban. Number two, to make something impossible to do. This meaning is a lot less common and is very formal. Let's see the word family. First we have the adjective prohibited. That means not allowed or banned. And then the noun prohibition. That means the act of prohibiting something, or a rule or law that prohibits something. Then we have the adjective prohibitive. If something is prohibitive, it stops or prevents you from doing something. Here's a usage tip. A synonym of prohibit is forbid, but it is used a bit differently. Forbid means to say that somebody is not allowed to do something, but it is usually used in relation to personal or societal rules. When we talk about laws and regulations, we normally use prohibit. Here are a couple of examples. Her father forbade her from leaving the house. The new law prohibits the sale of e-cigarettes to minors. Thankfully, there are laws in place which prohibit companies from dumping waste in waterways. A waterway is a river or a canal. Smoking is now prohibited in restaurants. The expensive tickets prohibit most locals from going to the opera. Now we have the verb redact. Redact. This means to remove or put black marks over information in a document in order to keep it secret from certain readers. The noun is redaction, and that means the act of redacting. Personal information was redacted from the court documents to protect the individual's identities. The reports were released to the public, but they had been heavily redacted. It's a verb that's usually used passively. Here we have another verb, which is reform. Reform. It has a couple of meanings. Number one, to make changes to something like a law, system, or organization in order to improve it, to make it more modern, effective, etc. Number two, to stop engaging in criminal, immoral, or dangerous behavior, or to make someone do this. In the word family, we have three nouns. First, we have reform. That means changes or a change made to a law, system, organization, etc. Next, we have reformation, which means the act of reforming something. And then we have the Reformation. That was a period of religious changes in Europe in the 16th century when some people wanted to reform the Catholic Church, and various Protestant churches were started. The new government has promised to radically reform the public health system. She used to often get into trouble with the law, but she has since reformed and now has a stable job and home. Now we have the verb regulate. Regulate. This has a couple of meanings. Number one, to control an activity or process with rules or a system. Number two, to control the speed, amount, pressure, temperature, etc. of something in a machine or person's body. Let's see the word family. First, we have the noun regulation. That's an official rule made by a government or other authority, or the act of regulating. Then we have the noun regulator. That can be a person or an organization that regulates, or a device that regulates. And then we have the adjective regulatory, which means related to regulation or regulations. The job of the FDA is to regulate, amongst other things, pharmaceutical products, food, and cosmetics. The FDA is the Food and Drug Administration, which is an American government body. Ryan needs to take medication to regulate his blood pressure. Here we have another verb, which is restrict. Restrict. This has a couple of meanings. Number 1, to place a limit on the size, amount, range, etc. of something. Number 2, to limit someone's movements or actions. Let's see the word family. First we have the adjective restricted. That means limited or small in size or amount, or limited in what you are able to do. Then we have the noun restriction. That means a rule or law that restricts something, or the act of restricting. Then we have restrictive, which is an adjective. That means preventing people from doing what they want. And finally, we have the adverb restrictively. This sign restricts the type of sunbathing that people can do. Here's a usage tip. It is sometimes used in the following structure: to restrict something to something. For example, we try to restrict class sizes to 10 students. The new law restricts the sale of tobacco products. Speed is now restricted to 20 miles per hour in the downtown area. Corsets, which were commonly worn by women in many countries in the past, often restrict breathing. This word is safeguard. Safeguard. It's a verb. To safeguard means to protect somebody or something from harm, loss, or damage. The noun is also safeguard. That's something that is designed to protect somebody or something from problems or harm. Normally it's a rule or agreement. Here's a usage tip. It is often followed by against or from. For example, we hope that the new security system will safeguard the company against or from cyber attacks. The new child protection legislation aims to safeguard the rights of children. It is hoped that the agreement with the workers' union will safeguard jobs. And now we have the verb seize. Seize. This has several meanings, but these are the ones that relate to the law. Number 1, to take control of a place using military force, often suddenly and violently. Number 2, to suddenly arrest or capture someone. Number 3, to take possession of something with legal authority, usually illegal or stolen goods. It's when, for example, the police take goods from criminals. The noun is seizure, which is the act of seizing something. Here are some collocations. To seize an airport, to seize control, to seize drugs, to seize firearms, to seize hostages, to seize power, and to seize somebody's assets. The paramilitary group seized control of the airport. The bank robbers were seized not long after they left the building. The police seized thousands of copies of pirated movies from the warehouse. Now we have the verb sentence. Sentence. I'm sure you know the noun sentence, which means a group of words, but it actually has a couple of different meanings. Here we have it as a verb. To sentence means to officially say in court what someone's punishment will be after they have been found guilty of a crime. Usually, a judge sentences somebody. The noun is also sentence. In this context, in a legal context, it means a punishment that is given in a court. Here's a usage tip. It is often used in the following structure: to sentence somebody to something. The judge sentenced the vandals to 100 hours of community service. A vandal is a person who deliberately destroys or damages public property. And community service is doing things in the local community, like picking up rubbish. She was convicted of burglary and sentenced to a 3-year jail term. In murder trials in this country, juries decide whether defendants are guilty, but judges sentence those who are convicted. Next we have slander. Slander. This is a countable and uncountable noun. It has a couple of meanings. Number 1, the act of saying something about someone that is untrue and that damages their reputation. Number 2, this type of spoken statement. The verb is also slander, and that means to say something that is untrue about somebody and damages their reputation. The adjective is slanderous, which means containing slander. The former employee was found guilty of slander after making very negative remarks about members of management. The politician maintained that her opposition's comments were nothing but slanders. You could also say nothing but slander, so with or without the S, because it can be countable or uncountable. Now we have the verb sue. Sue. To sue means to take legal action against a person or group, usually by asking for money because they have harmed you in some way. Here's a usage tip. It is often followed by for. The governor decided to sue for slander. After the death of her husband, she sued the hospital for negligence. They sued the construction company for not adhering to safety guidelines and were awarded $4.5 million in damages. Damages means an amount of money that a court says should be paid to somebody by the person or group that has caused them harm. The company has been sued by several former employees. Now we have a phrasal verb. This is tamper with. Tamper with. It has a couple of meanings. Number 1, to touch or make changes to something without permission, especially to try to damage it. Number 2, to unlawfully try to influence someone involved in a legal case, especially a witness or jury member. Some disgruntled employees try to sabotage operations by tampering with the factory equipment. Disgruntled means annoyed and disappointed. And to sabotage means to secretly damage something or ruin somebody's plans. The defense attorney claimed that the evidence had been tampered with. It was widely believed that a police officer had tampered with the key witness. Next we have undercover. Undercover. It's an adjective. It means working or done secretly in order to obtain information for the police or government. An undercover police officer, for example, might pretend to be a criminal to find out information about actual criminals. The adverb is also undercover. That means secretly, in order to obtain information for the police or government. You can say, for example, to work undercover. Here are some collocations. An undercover agent, an undercover cop or police officer. If you don't know what the difference is, cop is just an informal way of saying police officer. An undercover detective. An undercover investigation. An undercover operation. Undercover work. The organised crime group had no idea that 2 undercover detectives had been in their midst for over 6 months. In their midst means among them. The undercover investigation revealed a culture of police corruption in many counties. In case you don't know the word county, it's an area of a state or country with its own local government. It's an administrative unit, in other words. And the last word for this section is violate. Violate. It's a verb. It has a couple of meanings. Number 1, to break or disobey something, especially a law, agreement, principle, etc. Number 2, to enter a place or situation without permission, or in a way that makes a person feel disrespected. Let's see the word family. First we have the noun violation, which means the act of violating something. And then we have another noun, which is violator, and that's a person or group that violates something. In the middle of that sign there, it says no soliciting, no loitering, no trespassing. People who violate these rules will be prosecuted. Here are some collocations. We have to violate an agreement, to violate the Constitution, to violate human rights, to violate a or the law, to violate somebody's peace, and to violate somebody's privacy. The country has been accused of violating international law. You will be violating the terms of the contract if you do not make the payment. The Star said that the reporters outside her house were violating her privacy.
Today I'm going to talk to you a bit about the legal system in the US. What I'm going to say isn't overly specific, and most of this is probably the same or very similar in other countries. Don't worry, I'll try not to use too much legal jargon. Firstly, it's important to know why laws exist. Laws exist to protect us from harm and to safeguard our interests. There are laws that restrict certain behaviors or activities, and there are laws that prohibit certain actions or activities entirely. There are also laws in place that regulate particular industries or systems. As society evolves and changes, it is often necessary to reform or amend laws. Sometimes a law is amended when a government decides to crack down on certain behaviors or activities. Sometimes governments legislate to close legal loopholes. Governments also make decisions regarding taxes and levies. It is the role of the legal justice system to enforce laws. Thankfully, most people are law-abiding citizens. At least most of the time. People who violate laws can be arrested, fined, or sued in a private lawsuit. If you defame someone, for example, the police are not going to come after you, but you might be taken to court for slander or libel. If you commit a criminal offence,
you might be arrested and held in custody. In some cases, the police might even seize all or some of your assets. If the criminal activity is rather complex or difficult to prove, police officers sometimes do undercover work. But police officers need to make sure that they don't break rules themselves. They shouldn't write misleading reports, for example, or tamper with evidence. Tampering with evidence can lead to an entire case being dismissed. We also need to remember that alleged offenders still have rights. Attorney-client privilege, for example, means that communication between a client and their lawyer remains confidential. Because of this, the lawyer might sometimes redact information from certain legal documents. If the prosecutor's office thinks that the evidence against someone is indisputable, or at least very strong, they will be taken to court and indicted. In other words, they'll be officially accused of the crime or crimes. At the end of a trial, the defendant will either be convicted or acquitted. It is then typically the judge's responsibility to sentence the person. One reason why people are punished for committing crimes is that it can deter others. This surely works to an extent, but people have all sorts of motives for committing crimes, so there will probably never be a perfect solution.
Now we're going to look at some words related to visual arts. The first word is abstract. Abstract. It's an adjective. This has a couple of meanings. Number one, existing as thoughts or ideas and not as something physical that you can see or touch. Number two, of art, consisting of shapes or patterns that do not look like real people or things. In the word family, we have abstract. That's a verb. Abstract has two quite different meanings. It can mean to remove something from somewhere, or it can mean to make a written summary of something, like a book. And then we have the noun abstract. That can mean an abstract work of art, or a short piece of writing containing the main ideas in a document. There you can see an abstract painting. And here are some collocations. An abstract concept, an abstract idea, an abstract notion, an abstract principle, an abstract artwork or work of art, an abstract drawing, an abstract painting, an abstract picture, and an abstract sculpture. Discussing abstract ideas might not seem very useful, but it can encourage critical thinking. There are several abstract sculptures dotted throughout the park. If an area is dotted with things, there are several of them there, but they are spread apart. In the picture, you can see an abstract sculpture. The next word is canvas. Canvas. It's a countable and uncountable noun. It has a few meanings. Number one, strong, heavy material used for making tents, sails, bags, etc., and by artists for painting on. Number two, a piece of this cloth used for painting on. Number three, a painting done on this type of cloth, usually with oil paint. In the picture, you can see a blank canvas. Ethel always tries to take canvas bags to the supermarket so she doesn't have to use plastic bags. You need to bring a blank canvas to your first art class. The gallery has several canvases by Matisse. Next we have caricature. Caricature. It's a countable and uncountable noun. It has a few meanings. Number 1, a funny drawing or picture of a person that makes them look silly by exaggerating some of their features. They're often done of politicians. Number 2, a description of a person or thing that makes them seem silly because it is exaggerated or only partly true. Number 3, the art of drawing or writing caricatures. Let's see the word family. First we have the verb caricature, and that means to produce a caricature of something or somebody. Then we have the noun caricaturist. That's a person who draws or writes caricatures. The politician was very offended by the caricature of him that an artist had posted online. The main character in the novel is a caricature of a 1920s socialite. A socialite is somebody who is well known for going to fashionable parties and who is usually rich. That cartoonist is highly skilled at caricature. Next we have the verb carve. Carve. This has several meanings, but these two are the main ones. It can mean to make objects or patterns by cutting something, especially wood or stone. It can also mean to write or create patterns on the surface of something by cutting into it. The noun is carving. That can mean an object or pattern that has been carved, or the art of making objects this way. There you can see a lion carved from stone. The sculptor usually carves statues out of stone, but she sometimes practices with wood. The young couple carved their initials and a heart into the trunk of a tree. This word is charcoal. Charcoal. It's a countable and uncountable noun. It has a couple of meanings. Number 1, a hard black substance made of burnt wood which can be used as fuel. That's what you can see in the picture on the side. Number 2, this substance used for drawing. In the picture you can see a charcoal drawing. We need to buy some charcoal for the barbecue. Frank enjoys drawing with charcoal, and yesterday he left black fingerprints all over my walls. She has many charcoal drawings in her house. I bought a set of charcoals for my art class. Charcoal for drawing often comes in sticks. Next we have clay. Clay. It's an uncountable noun. Clay is a type of thick, heavy earth that is soft when it is wet and becomes hard when it is baked in a kiln. A kiln is a type of very hot oven. It is often used to make bricks, pots, and dishes. In the picture you can see a man making a dish from clay. You need to work fairly quickly when making things from clay because you don't want it to dry out. Most houses in this area are made of clay bricks. Now we have the verb commission. Commission. This has a couple of meanings. Number 1, to formally ask someone to write or create something for you, such as a report or a piece of art, or to perform a task. Number 2, to formally ask for a special piece of work from someone. Those two definitions might sound the same, but what they mean are you can commission a person to do something, or you can commission a thing. We'll see in the examples. The noun is also commission. That has several meanings, but the meaning which is closely related to these meanings is a formal request for a piece of work. Here are some collocations. To commission an artist, to commission a composer, to commission a journalist, to commission a writer, to commission an article, to commission a painting, to commission a piece of music, and to commission a report. The mayor's office commissioned a local artist to paint a mural on the side of the town hall. A mural is a large painting on a wall. The magazine commissioned a series of articles on the negative aspects of the wellness industry. This word is depict. Depict. It's a verb. To depict means to show an image of someone or something in a picture, or to describe someone or something in writing. The noun is depiction. That means the act of depicting somebody or something, or the description or representation of somebody or something. The ceiling of the Sistine Chapel, which was painted by Michelangelo, depicts 9 scenes from the Book of Genesis. The book depicts the lives of ordinary citizens in late 20th century England. Next we have the verb engrave. Engrave. It means to cut words, pictures, or patterns on a hard surface, such as wood, metal, or stone. Let's see the word family. First we have the noun engraving. That has a couple of meanings. It can mean a picture made by cutting a design on a piece of metal and then printing the design on paper. And it can mean the art of cutting words, pictures, or patterns on hard surfaces. There's also the noun engraver, and that's a person who engraves things. This piece of stone has animals engraved on it. The artist had engraved his name at the bottom of the sculpture. The ring had a date in Roman numerals engraved on it. Now we have frame. Frame. This is a countable and plural noun. It has a few meanings. Number 1, a structure made of wood, metal, plastic, etc. that holds a picture, door, window, etc. in position. Number 2, the basic structure of a building, vehicle, piece of furniture, etc. that gives it its strength and shape. Number 3, plural. The part of a pair of glasses that holds its lenses that is usually made of metal or plastic. So these are the frames of my glasses. In the word family, we have the verb frame. That has several meanings, but the main meaning is to put or make a frame or border around something. Then we have the adjective framed, and that means having a frame. There you can see an ornate picture frame. The art critic disparagingly said that the frame was worth more than the painting. Disparagingly means in a way that criticizes something or somebody. We tried to repair the bicycle, but the frame was too damaged. Have you seen my glasses? The frames are red. Next we have landscape. Landscape. It's a countable and uncountable noun. It has a couple of meanings. Number one, a large area of land with a particular type of appearance. Number two, a painting of an area of countryside or this style of painting. The verb is landscape. That means to make an area of land more attractive by changing the design and planting trees, flowers, etc. There you can see a landscape painting. We drove through some beautiful rural landscapes on our trip to England. His art collection includes several landscapes. John Constable is one of England's best-known landscape painters. Now we have marble. Marble. It's a countable and uncountable noun. It has a couple of meanings. Number one, a type of hard rock which is usually white with dark lines. It becomes smooth when polished and is often used as a building material and for making statues. Number two, a small coloured glass ball that is used in children's games. Those are the little balls that you can see in the second picture. The adjective is marbled, and that means having the colours and or patterns of the rock marble. The ancient Greeks and Romans carved many statues from marble. Children used to play with marbles a lot, but now they're more likely to play with phones. This word is masterpiece. Masterpiece. It's a countable noun. A masterpiece is a work of art, such as a painting, movie, or book, that is of very high quality. It is often the artist's best work, or one of their best works. The Mona Lisa and Michelangelo's David are considered masterpieces. Moonlight Sonata is one of Beethoven's masterpieces. The museum houses many masterpieces from the Renaissance. Don McLean's song American Pie is considered a musical masterpiece of the 20th century. Now we have oil painting. Oil painting. This is a countable and uncountable noun. It has a couple of meanings. Number one, a picture painted with oil paint. That's a thick paint with an oil base. It's what you can see in the picture on the side. Number two, the art of painting with oil paint. Down below you can see an oil painting. One of the most famous oil paintings in the world is the Mona Lisa by Leonardo da Vinci. Oil painting became very popular during the 15th century. Now we have pop art. Pop art. This is an uncountable noun. Pop art is a type of art that emerged in the UK and the US in the 1950s and which uses images based on things in popular culture and everyday life, such as advertising, film, and mass-produced objects. Pop is a shortening of popular. Andy Warhol and Roy Lichtenstein were prominent figures in the pop art movement. That picture is not by Andy Warhol or Roy Lichtenstein, but it is an example of pop art. Next we have portrait. Portrait. It's a countable noun. It has a couple of meanings. Number one, a painting, drawing, or photograph of a person, usually of the head and shoulders. Number two, a detailed description or representation of someone or something. Let's see the word family. First we have the noun portraiture. That means the art of making portraits. And then we have the noun portraitist. That's a person who makes portraits. There you can see a portrait of William Shakespeare. Here's a usage tip. It is occasionally used to refer to a picture of a group of people. For example, there was a large family portrait hanging in their hallway. A family portrait is a picture of a family. Members of the nobility used to regularly commission artists to paint portraits of them. The book paints a realistic portrait of life in France during World War II. Now we have primary colour. Primary colour. It's a countable noun. In British spelling, there's a U in colour. This means one of the three colours, blue, red, and yellow, that can be combined to make all other colours. You also can't make these colours from other colours. You can't take two other colours and make red, for example. These colours exist on their own. Here's a usage tip. Secondary colours are created by mixing equal amounts of two primary colours. These are orange from red and yellow, green from yellow and blue, and purple from blue and red. If you don't want to buy lots of different coloured paints, you can just buy the primary colours plus black and white. Blue is a primary colour, so you can't make it by combining other colours. Next we have the verb sketch. Sketch. It means to make a quick drawing of something, usually with pencils or pens. The noun is also sketch. That's a simple picture that was drawn quickly. The adjective is sketchy. That means not detailed and therefore not very useful. He likes to sit by the river and sketch on his sketch pad. Ethel sketched the woman who was lying on the grass. Now we have spray paint. Spray paint. It's an uncountable noun. It's paint that you can spray onto a surface from a can. In the picture, you can see cans of spray paint. The verb is also spray paint. That means to paint using spray paint. We tend to associate spray paint with vandalism, but it is also often used in contemporary art. Next we have still life. Still life. It's a countable and uncountable noun. It has a couple of meanings. Number one, a painting or drawing of objects that do not move, such as fruit, flowers, or bowls. Number two, the art of painting or drawing these types of pictures. There you can see a still life, or a still life painting. I used to paint still lifes, but now I always paint landscapes. The art student preferred still life to portraits. And there's a little usage tip. The plural, if it's countable, is still lifes, not still lives. So it's with an F, not a V. Now we have the adjective vivid. Vivid. It has a couple of meanings. Number one, of memories, dreams, descriptions, etc. Producing very clear and detailed images in the mind. Number two, of light, colors, patterns, etc. Strong and bright. The noun is vividness. That means the quality of being vivid. The adverb is vividly. And there you can see some very vivid colors. Here are some collocations. A vivid color, a vivid description, a vivid dream, a vivid imagination, a vivid memory, and a vivid nightmare. We are most likely to have vivid dreams during a phase called REM, rapid eye movement, sleep. The artist chose rich, vivid colors for his painting. The final one for this topic is watercolor. Watercolor. It's a countable and uncountable noun. It can mean a type of paint that you mix with water, or a picture painted with watercolor or watercolors. Down below you can see a watercolor or a watercolor painting. Painting with watercolor requires a lot of skill because it is difficult to correct your mistakes. My roommate left his brushes and watercolors all over the dining room table. I love the watercolor that's hanging on your living room wall.
Recently, Frank and Ethel decided to sign up for some art classes. Ethel thought it would be a good idea to first start with some sketching classes, and to learn how to draw with different types of pencils and charcoals. But Frank wanted to take watercolor classes immediately. He didn't produce any masterpieces, and I don't think I'll be commissioning him to paint something for me anytime soon. But to be fair, some of his paintings were aesthetically pleasing. It's hard to say what they're supposed to depict, but we could call them abstract works of vivid colour. It turned out that Ethel was a natural when it came to drawing, and within a few weeks she was doing portraits as well as some rather hilarious caricatures of celebrities. They then both took some oil painting classes. Before their classes, they needed to buy some canvas to paint on, as well as some oil paints. The teacher said that they only needed to buy the primary colours, plus black and white, because they were also going to learn how to mix colours. They started off by painting simple still lifes, and then moved on to landscapes and pop art. Frank particularly liked pop art, and decided to put a picture that he had painted of a toaster in a frame. Finally, they took some sculpture classes. They first did some work with clay, but it was carving wood that they particularly enjoyed. Frank would have preferred to work with marble, but the teacher said that that was a bit advanced and expensive. Frank was particularly proud of his sculpture of a fire hydrant. He even painted it with spray paint and engraved his name on the bottom of it.
We're now going to look at some words related to science and research. The first word is assess. Assess. This is a verb. It has a couple of meanings. Number one, to carefully consider somebody or something in order to make a judgment about them or it. Number two, to calculate the cost, value, or amount of something. In the word family, we first have the noun assessment. That has a couple of meanings. It can mean the act of assessing, or it can mean an opinion or judgment about somebody or something that has been carefully considered. Then we have the noun assessor. An assessor is a person who assesses somebody or something. Then we have the adjective assessable, and that means able to be assessed. Here are some collocations. To assess behavior, to assess improvement, to assess performance, to assess progress, to assess the effect or effects of something, to assess the effectiveness of something, to assess the extent of something, to assess the impact of something, and to assess the quality of something. The researchers are trying to assess the effects of climate change on local forests. Some real estate agents are coming over tomorrow to assess the value of the house. Next we have bias. Bias. It's a countable and uncountable noun. It has a couple of meanings. It can mean an opinion or feeling towards a person, group of people, or idea that is often unfair and influences your judgment. When it has that meaning, it's similar to the word prejudice. It can also mean a special ability or interest in a particular thing. The verb is also bias, and that means to unfairly influence or have an effect on something. The adjective is biased, and that means unfairly showing a preference or having a particular interest in one thing more than others. Here's a usage tip. It is often followed by against or towards. For example, this industry has a strong bias against older employees. There is a bias towards hiring Ivy League graduates in this company. In case you don't know this name, the Ivy League is a group of very prestigious universities in the US, like Harvard and Yale. And here we have a few collocations. Gender bias, political bias, racial bias, and unconscious bias. Unconscious bias is bias that you're not consciously aware of. Scientists need to be careful not to let personal bias affect their research. It is clear that that newspaper has a strong political bias. The English course has a bias towards communication skills. That means that the course mainly focuses on communication skills. The next word is breakthrough. Breakthrough. This is a countable noun. A breakthrough is an important development or discovery that helps to improve a situation or solve a problem. The adjective is also breakthrough, and that means very important in the progress or development of somebody or something. And then we have a phrasal verb, which is break through. In a scientific context, this means to make new and important discoveries. Here are some collocations. A historic breakthrough, an important breakthrough, a major breakthrough, a scientific breakthrough, a significant breakthrough, a technological breakthrough, and then we have to achieve a breakthrough and to make a breakthrough. A research team studying the causes of Alzheimer's has recently made a major breakthrough. The 1900s was a century full of countless technological breakthroughs. There has been an important breakthrough in the trade negotiations. Now we have deduce. Deduce. This is a verb, and it means to reach an answer or a decision based on the available information or evidence. In the word family, we first have the noun deduction. Deduction is the process of deducting. And then we have the adjective deducible, which means possible to discover based on available information or evidence. And then we have the adjective deductive. That means using the knowledge that you have in order to understand something. It's often used in the phrases deductive logic or deductive reasoning. Here's a little usage tip. It is often used with from. For example, what can we deduce from these test results? After they carried out the experiment, they deduced that rabbits were just as smart as cats. From the mess in the kitchen, I deduced that Frank had been cooking. Now we have the verb detect. Detect. It has a couple of meanings. Number one, to discover the presence of something using a machine or scientific methods. Number two, to notice something, especially something that is not obvious. Let's see the word family. First we have the noun detection, and that means the process of detecting. Then we have the noun detector. A detector is a piece of equipment that is used to detect things. And then we have the noun detective. That's a person, especially a police officer, who investigates things. And finally, we have the adjective detectable, which means able to be detected. The computer has detected a virus. Here are some collocations. To detect a change, to detect a difference, and now with some adjectives. Difficult or hard to detect, easy to detect, impossible to detect, and possible to detect. Large amounts of mercury were detected in the river. Detecting a disease early can often increase your chances of recovery. I detected a hint of sarcasm in Frank's voice. Now we have the verb disprove. Disprove. This means to prove that something such as an idea, statement, or theory is wrong or not true. Here we have some collocations. To disprove an argument, to disprove a claim, to disprove the existence of something, to disprove an idea, to disprove a statement, and to disprove a theory. The scientists provided data which completely disproved the author's claims. The theory that the Earth is flat has been repeatedly disproved. This word is empirical. Empirical. It's an adjective. It means based on experience or scientific tests, and not on ideas or theories. The adverb is empirically. Then we have a couple of nouns. The first one is empiricism. That means the belief in basing your ideas on practical experience. And then we have empiricist. That's a person who believes in empiricism. Here are a few collocations. Empirical evidence, empirical knowledge, empirical research, and an empirical study. There is empirical evidence which shows that exercise improves mental health outcomes. The economists are conducting an empirical study to analyze how choice overload affects consumers' purchasing decisions. Choice overload is having an excessive number of choices. Now we have experiment. Experiment. It's a countable and uncountable noun. It has a few meanings. The main meaning is a scientific test done to discover if something is true or how something reacts under certain conditions. It can also mean the act of conducting such tests. And it can mean the process of trying a new idea or method to see what happens. In the word family, we have the adjective experimental, and then the adverb experimentally. We also have the verb experiment, and that means to do a scientific experiment or experiments, or to try or test new ideas or methods. And then we have the noun experimentation, and that means the activity or process of experimenting. Here are a couple of usage tips. Number 1, do not confuse experiment with experience. Number 2, it is usually countable. When it is uncountable, it is usually preceded by the word by experiment. The right combination of chemicals was discovered by experiment. And here are a few collocations. A controlled experiment. A field experiment. That's one that takes place in the real world, not in a laboratory. A laboratory or lab experiment. Lab is just an informal way to say laboratory. A scientific experiment. And then with a few verbs, to carry out or do an experiment, and to conduct or perform an experiment. Those mean the same thing as do or carry out an experiment, but they're more formal. The researchers are conducting an experiment to see how direct sunlight affects different types of plastic. We reached our conclusions by observation and experiment. As an experiment, the company decided to let employees work 4 days a week instead of 5. Now we have the word fusion. Fusion. It's a countable and uncountable noun. It has a couple of meanings. Number 1, the process or result of combining or joining two or more things. Number 2. The process in which the nuclei, or centers, of atoms join, resulting in the release of large amounts of energy. The verb is fuse. That means to join together physically or to combine different things. There you can see a very simple diagram of nuclear fusion. Here's a little usage tip. It is often followed by of. For example, brass is a fusion of copper and zinc. Spinal fusion is surgery which involves permanently joining 2 or more vertebrae. Musical theatre is a fusion of several different performing arts. Nuclear fusion reactions occur in the Sun, but it is difficult to produce such reactions on Earth. Next we have guinea pig. Guinea pig. This is a countable noun. It has a couple of meanings. It can mean a small animal covered in fur with short ears and no tail, and which is often kept as a pet. It can also mean a person who is used in an experiment to test a product, treatment, system, etc. In the picture you can see a guinea pig, the animal. Like all pets, guinea pigs require care and attention, but they are easier to look after than dogs. The professor was asking students in her classes if they wanted to be guinea pigs in her latest experiment. Next we have hazard. Hazard. It's a countable noun. A hazard is something that could be dangerous, or cause damage or problems. The adjective is hazardous, and that means involving risk or danger. The verb is also hazard. That has a couple of meanings. It can mean to make a suggestion or guess that you know might be wrong, or to risk doing something that might cause damage or problems. Down below, you can see various signs that warn people of hazards. Here's a little usage tip. It is often followed by to. For example, some visitors to the park leave litter on the ground, which is a hazard to local wildlife. And here are some collocations. An environmental hazard. That's something that can be bad for the environment. A fire hazard. That's something that is likely to cause a fire. A health hazard. A major or serious hazard. A potential hazard. A safety hazard. In the picture there, you can see a safety hazard. A traffic hazard. And then with a couple of verbs, to cause or create a hazard, and to pose a hazard. To pose a hazard means to be a possible hazard. The research team is studying whether the pesticide poses a hazard to the environment. Tobacco companies have tried to downplay the hazards of smoking. To downplay something means to make something seem less important or serious than it is. The policeman asked Frank to move his bicycle from the middle of the road because it was a traffic hazard. The next word is hypothesis. Hypothesis. It's a countable noun. A hypothesis is an idea that attempts to explain something based on some known facts, but that has not yet been proved to be true. In the word family, we have the adjective hypothetical. That means based on a situation that is not real, but that might happen. The adverb of that is hypothetically. And then we have the verb hypothesize. That means to form a hypothesis. Here are some collocations. To confirm a hypothesis. To formulate a hypothesis. To prove a hypothesis. To support a hypothesis. And to test a hypothesis. The experiment seemed to confirm the hypothesis that sugar is addictive. Scientists are still unsure about what caused the extinction of dinosaurs, but several hypotheses exist. And yes, the plural is hypotheses. Next we have the verb immerse. Immerse. This has a couple of meanings. It can mean to put somebody or something in a liquid so that they or it are completely covered. And it can mean to involve somebody completely in an activity. The noun is immersion. That means the act of immersing somebody or something. The adjective is immersive. This is usually used to talk about games or performances. If something is immersive, the player or viewer feels totally involved in the experience. These cherries are immersed in water. And here are a couple of usage tips. It is usually followed by in. If you immerse mushrooms in water, they become softer. For the second meaning, it is often used reflexively, to immerse oneself in something. For example, to distract myself, I immerse myself in my work. In our experiment, we are observing what happens when you immerse different types of wood in water. The language program aims to immerse students in the local culture. Next, we have the verb implode. Implode. This has a couple of meanings. Number one, to collapse towards the center with force. Number two, of an organization, system, etc. To fail completely and suddenly, usually because of internal problems. The noun is implosion, and that means the act of imploding. Some stars explode and become bright supernovas, while others quietly implode and become black holes. The country's economy imploded due to mismanagement and a series of poor financial policies. Now we have inaccurate. Inaccurate. It's an adjective. It means not entirely correct or exact, or not functioning correctly or exactly. It is the opposite of accurate. The adverb is inaccurately, and the noun is inaccuracy. That means a statement or thing that is inaccurate, or the state of being inaccurate. Here are some collocations. Inaccurate data. An inaccurate device. That's a thing that doesn't work how it's supposed to. An inaccurate graph. Inaccurate information. An inaccurate reading. A reading in this context means a measurement shown on some sort of measuring device. An inaccurate statement, and an inaccurate weapon. The research group believed that the report's conclusions were based on inaccurate data. Navigational devices were quite inaccurate before the 1700s. And now we have the adjective inconclusive. Inconclusive. This means not producing a clear decision or result. It is the opposite of conclusive. The adverb is inconclusively. Here are some collocations. Inconclusive discussions, inconclusive evidence, an inconclusive report, inconclusive results, an inconclusive study, and inconclusive tests. Because of the inconclusive blood test results, the doctor decided to perform a biopsy. A biopsy is when tissue is removed from somebody's body so that it can be examined. The trade discussions were inconclusive, so the two countries have decided to meet again in 3 months. The next word is nucleus. Nucleus. It's a countable noun. It has a few meanings. Number 1, the central part of an atom that consists of protons and neutrons. Number 2, the central part of most cells of living things that contains DNA. Number 3, a small group of people or things that are the most important part of something larger. The adjective is nuclear. The red part is the nucleus of this atom. The green part is the nucleus of this cell. Nuclear energy is released when the nuclei of atoms split into several parts, fission, or fuse together, fusion. Cells usually have one nucleus, but some have no nuclei and some have many. There are 5 of us on the sales team, but Jack and Amy form the nucleus. And yes, the plural is nuclei. Now we have the adjective potent. Potent. This has a couple of meanings. It can mean having a very strong effect on your mind or body. And it can mean very powerful or effective. The adverb is potently. And the noun is potency. That means the power that somebody or something has to affect your mind or body. And now a few collocations. A potent drink, a potent drug, a potent medicine, a potent painkiller. And we also have a potent force, a potent influence, a potent symbol, and a potent weapon. The new drug is highly potent and should only be taken in low doses at first. Remember that drug can also mean medicine. The poppy is a potent symbol of World War I. In the picture you can see a poppy. It's a type of flower. Next we have the adjective preliminary. Preliminary. This means happening before a more important action or event, especially to prepare for it or introduce it. The noun is also preliminary, and that's an action or event that is done in preparation for something or to introduce something. And now some collocations. If I've put them in the plural form, it's because they are usually plural. A preliminary draft, preliminary findings, preliminary inquiries, preliminary remarks, preliminary research, preliminary results, a preliminary stage, and a preliminary study. After doing a few preliminary studies, the researchers decided to apply for funding to conduct a large-scale project. The preliminary results are promising, but more trials need to be performed to confirm the efficacy of the drug. Now we have a phrasal verb. This is to rule something or somebody out. It has a couple of meanings. It can mean to decide that something is impossible, or that something or somebody is not suitable, or to make it impossible for something to happen. Here's a usage tip. It is often used in the phrase, rule out the possibility of or that. For example, the scientists ruled out the possibility of sunlight being the cause of the chemical reaction. We can't rule out the possibility that ants were the culprit. They still don't know what's wrong with Michelle, but the doctors have ruled out cancer. In other words, they said that Michelle definitely doesn't have cancer. Frank wanted to run for mayor, but his young age ruled him out as a potential candidate. In other words, his age made it impossible for him to run for mayor. Now we have the verb scrutinize. Scrutinize. In British English, it ends in se. This means to examine or look at somebody or something very carefully. The noun is scrutiny, and that means careful and complete examination. This scientist is scrutinizing a sample using a microscope. The professor scrutinized the document, looking for any possible errors. During the interview, I felt like the interviewer was scrutinizing my every move. Your every move just means everything that you do. Now we have the verb soak. Soak. This has a couple of meanings. Number one, to put something in liquid for a period of time, or to be in liquid for a period of time. Number two, to make something very wet, or of liquid, to be absorbed in large quantities. Let's see the word family. First we have a couple of adjectives. Soaked and soaking. Both of those mean very wet. Then we have the noun soak. That's an act of soaking something. These limes are soaking in juice mixed with salt. If you soak steel wool in vinegar, the iron in the steel will begin to rust, and this chemical reaction produces heat. Steel wool is what you can see in the picture. The rain soaked the towels that were left on the clothesline. I changed my bandage because blood had soaked through it. Now we have test tube. Test tube. It's a countable noun. A test tube is a small glass container that is shaped like a tube, is open at one end, and is used in laboratories. It's what you can see in the picture. Here's a usage tip. When talking about fertility and reproduction, the term test tube baby is sometimes used. A test tube baby is a human baby created by fertilizing an egg with sperm outside of a woman's body and then transferring the egg to the uterus. The term is not very scientific because the egg is actually fertilized in a petri dish, not a test tube, but it is often used in the media. In English, this process is called IVF, in vitro fertilization. We poured the two chemicals into a test tube to see how they would react. So far, the drug has only been tested in test tubes, but researchers are hoping to start clinical trials this year. Clinical trials are ones performed in people. Now we have trial and error. Trial and error. This one isn't actually a word, it's a phrase, but it's very important to know for scientific contexts. It means the process of finding a good method by trying various possibilities and learning from your mistakes. Here's a usage tip. It is often preceded by or through. For example, no one taught me to cook. I just learned by or through trial and error. And lots of burned meals. Some cures for diseases are discovered by accident, and some are found by trial and error. The author said that learning to write a good novel was a process of trial and error. Next we have the adjective underlying. Underlying. It has a couple of meanings. Number one, real and fundamental in a situation, but not always easily noticed or clearly stated. Number two, lying under the surface of something. The verb is underlie. That means to be the basis or cause of something. The underlying soil here is very fertile. In this case, that would be the soil that's under the grass and other plant material. And here are some collocations. An underlying assumption, an underlying cause, an underlying condition, an underlying message, an underlying principle, an underlying problem, an underlying reason, and an underlying theme. This new medication aims to treat the underlying cause of the disease and not just the symptoms. The underlying rock here is very porous and contains a lot of water. Porous means having many small holes. Now we have the adjective viable. Viable. It has a couple of meanings. Number one, of a thing, able to work or succeed. Number two, of a living thing, able to develop and survive independently. The adverb is viably. The noun is viability, and that means the state of being viable. And here are some collocations. A viable alternative, a viable business. That's a business that can make a profit. A viable option, a viable proposition, a viable solution. And then we have commercially, economically, or financially viable. All of those mean capable of producing a profit. Researchers are trying to come up with a viable solution to the water shortages in that region. Frank's idea of starting a donut hole shop doesn't sound commercially viable. I realized that the plants didn't grow because the seeds weren't viable. And the final word for this section is vial. Vial. It's a countable noun. A vial is a small bottle made of glass, or sometimes plastic, that is usually used for medicine, perfume, or blood. There you can see various types of vials. Each vial contains 5 doses of the vaccine. When I had a blood test, they took 3 vials of blood.
I'd like to talk to you a bit about what it's like to study science at university. The first thing I'd like to say is that you shouldn't be disappointed if what you do in your first few years doesn't seem overly new or exciting. It's unlikely you're going to achieve any significant breakthroughs or disprove any major theories as an undergraduate student. But that's fine because it's important to learn the basics. And if you're lucky, a professor might ask you to assist with some preliminary research. In many classes, you'll likely do experiments. In chemistry, for example, you might soak or immerse items in certain chemicals and then try to detect a chemical reaction. Or you might do tests to see how potent a substance is. For these types of activities, you'll be using items like Bunsen burners, test tubes, vials, beakers, and petri dishes. In the beginning, they can be a lot of fun to play around with, but you need to be careful because there are lots of safety hazards in laboratories. When I was studying, one student managed to set the whole room on fire, and the windows imploded. Before you do these types of empirical tests, your professor might ask you to first formulate a hypothesis. You'll then get to see if your hypothesis was correct. Don't worry if your hypotheses are sometimes incorrect, because an incorrect hypothesis can allow you to rule out certain possibilities. And a lot of science involves trial and error. And don't stress if your results are sometimes inaccurate due to mistakes you made, or if certain results are inconclusive. You're there to learn, and making mistakes is part of the process. However, in any type of science subject, it's important not to let bias affect your judgments or conclusions. You need to be able to assess and deduce things objectively. You'll also be expected to scrutinize things like results and data to check if there are any inaccuracies or underlying factors that might have been overlooked. One exciting area of science that appeals to many students is nuclear fusion. This is when the nuclei of atoms join, producing energy. It's a process that occurs in the sun, but it is not yet viable as an energy source on Earth because current fusion technology isn't advanced enough. Another thing to be aware of is that when you're a science student, professors and other students may ask you to be a guinea pig in their experiments. That might sound scary, but don't worry, nowadays there are very strict rules about what can be done to people in experiments. you.